Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends, and thanks so much for coming to hang out with me today on this Tuesday, December 9th of 2025, where we are entering day 7 of the Brian Walshe Trial out of Norfolk County, Massachusetts. We're going back to Dedham, and I am starting my second legal pad today. It might not look like I'm taking notes, but I am taking notes, although I can barely read them. And today, the crime lab employee is back on the stand talking about the collection of biological and red-brown stain evidence from the home on Chief Justice Cushing Highway. How's everybody doing today? And he's still under cross-examination by Larry Tipton. And so far, I don't know. Tell me what you guys think so far. Tell me what you guys think so far. Yes, great point. Barry Adams says, call Tipton and Porges today if your loved one expired from SUDS and you acted guilty AF. Right. And, is all that stuff going to go to consciousness of guilt? Are they going to get a consciousness of guilt instruction when it comes time to charge the jury? We'll see. In my opinion, he's going to have to take the stand. I don't think that having the medical examiner yesterday admit that there are, sudden unexplained deaths all the time in otherwise healthy people, which I thought that he did. In fact, when Larry Tipton said, so it's rare, the medical examiner is kind of like, well, if you want to say that. And I felt like it was less rare than we think, right? They didn't see any blood. They did not find any blood spatter. No, they didn't find any blood spatter. Sorry you had to work, Joel, but you got to keep your earbud in like everybody else in the chat. It's 4 a.m. in Hawaii. Wow, you are dedicated, girl. Allie's dedicated. It's 4 a.m. in Hawaii, and she's getting up to watch this with us. So props to you. Although, who wouldn't want to be in Hawaii right now? Another Julie in the chat. Another Jules. Julie Jensen says, I don't think either side's making any headway. I predict hung jury at this point, unless something changes. Interesting. Remember, I was reading about, I didn't get to really finish what I was reading about, but the Robert Durst case, wasn't he acquitted on a no-body murder case? Anybody remember that case? It's an oldie. But I think that he did agree to disposing of the body. I have to go back and look at it, but you guys will correct me because you always do. I love it. I love it. There we go. Fan is up. It's a beautiful fan, beautiful molding. Sacco and Vanzetti, remember, were tried there in 1920. And then 1927, they both got the electric chair. And look, Fast Finance with Jennifer says, stop. Robert Durst is my favorite documentary. Bullet pointed for me, will you? Because I haven't watched it. But that is the case that everyone points to when they say, you know, people can be acquitted after disposing of a body. They can be acquitted of the actual murder. And dispatch, Debbie says the same thing. Debbie, are you working dispatch today? Breaker 19, breaker 19. And Amy Adams says, yes, Durst was never convicted of murder. Kaibo says that HBO special was so good. And here's Debbie, just listen to it. Wow. I guess I'm onto something. Hey. Yeah, hopefully they're going to do, Anna Banana says, hopefully they're going to do a timeline with the same type of calendar that the jury got. That would be good. Listen, I think juries love visuals, and there's nothing like a good old chart or graph, something, you know, showing all of the reasonable doubt like they did in Karen Reed trial season 2. They showed Alan Jackson had all the index cards of every ounce of reasonable doubt, and then they went up on the screen, and we never really got to see the screen because, you know, the camera person was sleeping that day, I guess. But there's a good old, nothing like a good old chart. New Hampshire Purple lady says, nobody says she died in the bedroom. Remember, his tale is fabricated, right? And he's an admitted liar. So there's that. But there was no biological evidence in the bedroom. That is something that he did get, that Larry Tipton did get the last witness to say. His name is escaping me right now, but I will look it up. It is Matthew Sheehan. Matthew Sheehan, who is a forensic scientist at the MSP crime lab, not to be confused with an MSP detective. He works in the crime lab. He's a forensic scientist, and he's the one who went to the house. And remember, he went on the 8th and he didn't find anything. And then he went back on the 9th, and all of a sudden he found stuff. And I don't know, you know, listen, I'm sure Proctor didn't plant evidence in every case, but I mean, was Proctor there between the 8th and the 9th? These are things that inquiring minds want to know. And remember that this jury is from Norfolk County. They're from Norfolk County. Where are the chalks? Where are the chalks, Jennifer? Where are the chalks? I don't know. Haven't seen any chalks yet. Yesterday, that was great when the court had a power surge, and Captain Judge Freniere, we should call her that. She was in the Air Force. She's not calling court off because she needs to drive to the Cape on a Friday, or because, you know, because there's a little power outage in the courthouse. She's like, listen, the FTR is working. That's the system that they use to do the transcribing of the proceedings. It's the system in Massachusetts where the court reporter talks into the thing that looks like an athletic supporter, let's say, for lack of a better term. And she's like, that the FTR is working, the screen is working. We're going to keep going. Let's power through. I love that. And remember all of the Taco Tuesdays, half day Wednesdays, leave early for the Capes Fridays, and come in late from the Cape on Mondays that we had during Karen Reed's both trials. Do you remember? I don't think there was ever a full day of trial, but you know, memories, right? This is no joke. 9 to 4 every day. Every day. Tonight, I'm going to say, this is very exciting. Billy Bush mentioned me on his live yesterday. Another Julie. Look at this, Julie Gambino. We've been playing phone tag, Billy and I. Phone tag. I don't know. He's on a different coast, and there's a time difference. And also, I'm covering a live trial, so I can't talk during the day because I'm talking to you guys. Right? Maybe I'll call him during lunch. I don't know what he mentioned me about, but he did call me, and then we've been playing phone tag back and forth, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure. He didn't say. He didn't give me a topic, but he did do a very funny Trump impression on my voicemail, which was very funny. And he was talking to me as if he was Donald Trump saying Melanie, which was hilarious. Tonight, I may have to cut it early tonight. We're going to see. We're going to see how far we can get. If Yuri Bukhenik is on the stand, I won't. But there's like this Christmas concert tonight, and it's like kind of like at a very small venue, and it's like invite only. And here's the lineup. Ready? Lisa Loeb, the Goo Goo Dolls, and Rob Thomas. Be jelly. Anybody jelly? It's going to be amazing. I love Rob Thomas. Matchbox 20 is one of my favorites. Going back to the 90s and the Counting Crows and the Goo Goo Dolls. And it's going to be awesome. And I haven't seen a concert in a while. You know why? Because Dave Matthews usually comes to Madison Square Garden every Thanksgiving, and it is a tradition, a family tradition that me and my siblings go to every year. And this year there was no Dave at the Garden, and I'm very, very, very upset. Still mad. Dave, where's Dave Matthews' neighbor? Can you ask him why he did not come to the Garden this Thanksgiving? What the what? My chat on my phone is frozen, because of course it is. Is your chat frozen too? Like the last thing I can see on my phone is Elena Marino, who says, do you think Karen Reed's civil trial will go until 2030? Well, what's today? 2026. We're turning into 2026, 27, 29, 30. It's very possible. It's very possible that it could take that long. Your chat is not frozen. All right, well, then I guess I got to refresh my own browser on my own phone on my own stream, because of course I do. All right, that's better now. Sometimes if you go out and then you come back. Oh, what? The Piper 2040 says, I just bought a doormat that says she thinks that happiness is the mat that sits on her doorway. That's Matchbox 20 and I love it. Oh, let's do today's badass. Today's affirmation for a badass. Affirmation for a badass. See what we got. Only the cards know. All right, there we go. I'm just going to ask you and remind you, gentle reminder to guide your actions accordingly, that there may be family members of not only Ana Walshe, but other people who read the chat. So please think before you press send. The witnesses come back sometimes and watch the chat. And so we don't like to disparage them. You can talk about their testimony and if you believe them or not, but let's just all be kind, because, you know, the world is a very mean place. And here we are. We shuffled the deck. We're going to pull something out of the middle. Today's badass affirmation is, if love turns lonely, let go. If love turns lonely, let go. If you needed to hear that today, there is your badass affirmation of the day. It's better to be alone than to be lonely in a relationship. And look at all the badass affirmations that we've pulled from the past, however long since we started pulling them. I keep those aside. Those are the used ones. That's the badass affirmation of the day. It does. Jenna Leah says it reminds me of the Vogue article. I got a lot of shit when I talked about that article. Oh, sorry if you're in your office and you're playing me on your speaker. Hi, nurses. A lot of nurses. A lot of nurses in hospitals, doctors too. They told me, a lot of mail carriers. A lot of mail carriers who listen while they work. Thank you for doing the Lord's work. I know it's not easy. Delivering the mail every day, rain, sleet, snow, hail. I don't really get anything. So, somebody wants to know where you got that mat. Where you got that Matchbox 20 mat. That sounds like something you would find on Etsy. Unless you got it at, unless you got it like on Matchbox 20's website, if they have such a thing. I don't know. Oh, there you go. Laura bought the necklace on Amazon for $12. It was on sale, right? It's a good dupe, isn't it? And it's hefty. Like, you don't think it's going to be like heavy and solid. It is. My Amazon list is linked to the show notes below. You too can shop my Amazon list for all kinds of fun things for Christmas and everywhere else. Yes, Megan says, I saw Matchbox 20 last year, one of my bucket list concerts, and it was awesome. They usually do a summer tour, right? Did they play with Goo Goo Dolls over the summer? I've seen them several times. I saw Counting Crows, who's another one of my favorites, this summer at Jones Beach, front row, because that was a bucket list item thing too. And this is what I always say, and I tell my kids this all the time, and I'm going to tell you, buy the tickets. Buy the tickets. You know why? Because you never know when the last tour is going to be. So buy the tickets. I got to say, though, Adam Duritz is not the same. TikTok Shop has them. Oh. Adam Duritz, you know, in the 90s was a lot different than the Adam Duritz of today. In fact, during the panty, Adam Duritz, anybody see Adam Duritz did like a cooking show on Instagram? He had like a cooking show. He was like an old Altacaca in the kitchen cooking like all kinds of crazy things. It was crazy. Oh, they're on TikTok, Amazon, and that place with a T that we can't really talk about, because if I say that thing with a T, then what's going on with my hair? Then I will get pop-ups for that. I'm afraid to order from that store because I don't think anything's ever going to come. It's kind of like Shein. My kids are like, oh, can I order from Shein? And Shein is great because my kids can get like 700 items for $90 or less than $100, but it takes a long time to get here. But they don't care. They wait. They're not like me. I want everything the same day. That's why I love DoorDash. I'll admit it. No, Altakaka. It's Altakaka. Is that how you spell it? Altamaka? Mass Dad would know. He's from the island. He's from Long Island originally. Again with the chat freezing. My StreamYard chat is ahead of the other chat. Mass Dad, were you ever able to find that Walshe motion about excluding the guilty plea or admitting the guilty plea? Altakaka. That's what I say. Altakaka. Altakaka. I'm from Long Island, so we don't really pronounce the Oz so much. This is what I'm saying. There's always one. There's always one coming in to rain on our parade that you shouldn't order from these companies because they're very unethical. I don't know. I don't know about their ethics. I just know where my kids like to get stuff from. Couldn't get it. Can't get it yet. I know. I'm curious because I think what they did was I think they inserted it. I think they wrote it wrong. I think they transcribed it wrong into the docket because it says Commonwealth's motion to exclude guilty plea. And I thought that the Commonwealth would want to admit the guilty plea. But I don't know. I think it could work. It could work for him and it could work against him because the jury could say, okay, well, he admitted to disposing of the body or the remains. And yet, so he's taking ownership for that and for lying to the police. So he's probably not guilty because he probably would have also admitted to murder one. I don't know. Or if they don't know that he pled guilty, then they can infer that he's also guilty on murder one. But I don't know. I don't know. I know things are expensive. You're right. Things are expensive. South Boston Kev is here. And he says, I have a feeling that Tipton will call me as a witness just so everyone can laugh at my texts again. I mean, listen, Higgy, nobody texts better than you. You're hot. You're hot. I'm sorry, man, but you got no game. You got no game. Where did he dispose of the body? We don't know. We don't know. Look, we did see him drop some bags in some dumpsters, right? We know that the bags that he dumped in the Swampscott dumpster outside his mother's apartment building were found. I'll allow it. Oh, I hit it by mistake. You could say that again. You could say that again, South Boston Kev. He said, you're hot. It came up for me to allow or delete, and I deleted it by accident. But listen, I'll take the compliments from wherever they come, even from Higgy. We saw him dump some bags into the dumpster in Swampscott. That's the only dumpster that was recovered. Here they come, right on time as always. We got no sound though. Judge has her eyelet collar on again today.
Superior Court Indictment 2023-0091, continuation of jury trial. Counsel, starting with the Commonwealth. Kindly identify yourselves for the court and the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walshe.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walshe.
Good morning. Somebody needed to see me.
We need to see you, sidebar.
Okay.
Larry Tipton, I have dubbed him the best public defender in the state of Massachusetts. He is a public defender. He and Kelly Porges, who I call Kelly Gorgeous. Brian Walshe qualified for a public defender because his mother's money is his mother's money. Good morning, Kay Willis is a realtor, south of Boston. Give her a call if you need to sell or buy. Good morning, Kay. Thanks for being with me for 13 months. And Kendra has been here for 2 months, and her cupcake is her favorite color. I like it here. Oh, 2 months. Every month you get a new cupcake, a new color cupcake until 12 months when you get the red velvet cupcake. So everybody that has a red velvet cupcake next to their name is an OG for 1 year or more. And good morning, Caroline. And happy 10 months to us. And South Boston Kev, he really got a sense of entitlement. He's also known as Higgy from across the pond. Says, just got here, start over. Kisses to you. Ellen says several YouTubers and media are not in agreement about whether Brian Walshe admitted to dismemberment. Could you review this again? I'm so confused. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, I will. The statute, we read the statute yesterday, and the statute says that you are guilty of this particular statute if you illegally convey away a body or human remains. And so it could be either or. He did not admit to dismemberment. That is just the story that has been fed into the media for 3 years almost, based on his Google searches and based on the tools that were found. But if you recall, he did a colloquy, right? The judge asked him whether he was married. And he said yes. And then she made him change it to no, because he was admitting that she was in fact dead. That she was in fact dead, and that he did illegally convey away or remove her remains and or her body. But he did not specifically say that he took her apart. It may be, and listen, I am of the opinion that if he did, there would be hell a lot more biological evidence in that house. Anybody ever watch Dexter? I mean, do you really think that one of those little tarps that he bought would have contained all the biological evidence? I don't know. Maybe he bought all the stuff and he was like, forget it, I'm not doing that. He could have just taken her body and thrown it in the water. Okay. All right. I'm going to pull up the statute again. Conveying away of the body just means that you could bury it in your backyard, and that could be illegal disposal of a body, right? Because we have laws on how bodies need to be disposed of through a funeral home or cremated in a facility. He bought buckets. He bought buckets. That could have, because he was mopping, Mitchell, right? All right. All right. When you Google it, it says this. All right. I'm going to have to pull up the statute. It's not a necessary element of the crime. Mastad, back me up on this. MGL. I don't know. Maybe people are getting hung up on disinterring, on the terminology of disinterring, which means to dig up or unearth a dead body from its grave, because that is part of the language of the statute. It doesn't say dismemberment, it says disinterment. Okay, I'm going to read this to you. This is what he pled guilty to. This is Massachusetts general law. Section 71, chapter 272. And if somebody wants to send me the actual, I don't know, does Trial Channel have this up yet when he pled? We can go back and read the clip. Here you go. This is what he pled guilty to, section 71, which is disinterring bodies. And disinterring does not mean dismembering. Let's not get confused. Disinterring means to dig up or unearth a dead body from its grave or burial site. So that is part of the statute as well, but that is the main term. And here you go. It says, whoever not being lawfully authorized by the proper authorities. It means you're not a coroner, you're not a funeral homeowner, you're not a doctor, you're not an EMT. Whoever not being lawfully authorized by the proper authorities willfully digs up, okay, that's one, disinters, removes, or conveys away a human body, or the remains thereof, or knowingly aids in such disinterment, removal, or conveying away. See, so it says a human body or the remains thereof. I don't know what's confusing about that. He did not say in open court, I dismembered her. He says that he admits to disposing of her body or remains. And whoever is accessory thereto, either before or after the fact, shall be punished by imprisonment in the state prison for not more than 3 years, or in jail for not more than 2.5 years, or by a fine of not more than $4,000. The maximum penalty for conveying away a dead body is 3 years. And so I'm going to die on this hill right now because he did not admit to that in court. If somebody can point me to Brian Walshe saying in open court, yes, I dismembered her, please do. Please do. So thank you, Ellen. But I've been here. You've been here. We've been here for all of it. It just means conveys. He could have rolled her body up in a rug and put it in the woods. He could have rolled her body up in a rug. Dismemberment is not part of disinterment. That's not true. Because why would it say a human body or remains? I don't know what's so hard to understand about it. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'll admit that I'm wrong, but thank you for bringing it up, Ellen, so that I could point it out again. The media has been spinning a tale that Brian Walshe dismembered his wife since they started reporting on this in 2023 when they found out about the Google searches. They also have been reporting that there was bone fragment found on the hacksaw. Did the medical examiner testify to that? No, he didn't. You know why? Because there wasn't. There was no bone fragment found on that hacksaw. You've seen how the media spin stuff. You remember how the media said there was ring footage of Karen Reed hitting Brian Walshe, hitting John O'Keefe with her car, right? I mean, I'm just reading the statute to you and telling you what he pled guilty to in open court. There was no plea deal. It was a plea. It was a guilty plea. There was no plea deal. It wasn't like, okay, if you plead guilty and tell us where the body is, we won't give you the 3 years in jail. Because remember, he's already serving federal time. And so in their sentencing memo, which has already been filed by the defense, they're asking the court, we haven't had a chance to go over it yet, they're asking the court to sentence him for the lying to the police and for the conveying away of the human body to certain periods of time to run concurrently with his federal sentence. So he wouldn't, they don't want him to have to serve any time. They're like, he's already in anyway, so just let it be concurrent to what he's already serving. You know, give him the 3 years for that. And then, you know, the lying to the police is the same as the witness intimidation statute. It's up to 10 years. But if he was lying to the police about what turns out to be a life felony, which is murder 1, I think he can also get life. And so, or I think it would increase his sentence maybe up to 20 years. Okay. So those are the charges. Murder 1, murder in the first degree, which requires premeditation and something like to a moral certainty. Number 2 is part of the witness intimidation statute that Aiden Carney has been charged with, but it's misleading the police. He pled guilty to that. Actually, that was the 3rd charge. The 2nd charge was the conveying away of the human body. You know, like Norman Bates. Let's say your mother dies in your house and you keep her in a rocking chair for a couple of years and then you bury her in the backyard. You think that dismemberment was in the narrative the prosecutor read to, which Brian allocated? I'll have to go back and listen to it. If that's true, then you could be right. But I thought she read the statute as it read. But I remember thinking this was so crazy when the people here on Long Island, there was like 4 or 5 of them that were charged. I called them the Amityville Butchers because a couple of kids were walking to high school one day and they saw a human arm in a tree with a bunch of tattoos on it. And there were 4 people arrested for the illegal disposing of a body. And it was a very light penalty. It was only like 3 years. And I thought, that's so crazy that you can dismember a corpse, because these people actually did do the dismembering. They just couldn't prove that they killed the person. And then it turned out that it was like a drug deal gone bad, and that the person that they dismembered 2 people, because they were found not only in, I think it was Babylon, near Babylon High School, but also like on a golf course, on Bethpage Golf Course, I think. And it was a very a very light sentence in what I thought. Carol says, 100% agree with Melanie's interpretation, and that is what Brian pled to. However, after hearing the evidence in my mind, I can now come to the reasonable inference that he did dismember her. Well, we still don't know whose DNA was on the tools. We know that he had a cut on his finger, right? We know he had a cut on his finger. Maybe it's all his blood. And Nancy's from West Islip. You remember that, right? The Amityville Butchers. They're still awaiting trial, I think. It was a crazy light sentence for that, though, because I guess you can dismember a corpse as long as it's already dead. Couple new members. Thanks, Jacqueline. Welcome. And look at this. According to Woo, gifted 5 memberships. Welcome to the randomly selected new members. Check out the special emojis that we have. Thank you, Jackie Zidell, for thanking me and for being here for 19 months. Proud Cupcake is Jackie Zidell. I love sarcasm. Thank you for being here for a month, says Melanie Billy 2026. I think I'd be a good co-host for Billy. I can't believe he doesn't get more views or more people watching live. Like when he had Charlie Sheen live, there was like 300 and something people watching, and I got in there and I was like, "Are you kidding me? I can ask Charlie Sheen a question," and I did, and it was a really interesting show. I don't know. Maybe he's being shadow banned. We got to fix it. I'm here to help. Thank you. I love sarcasm. And Constable Ed says, AKA Commander Ed, is it possible that someone forced him to buy all the stuff so they would be clean? Listen, a jury's going to be tossing all this stuff around in the jury room. And if you guys are thinking it, you can bet a juror is going to bring that up. I also strongly believe there will be maybe at least one juror in that room who's going to say, listen, they're saying she died suddenly and they found her vax card in the dumpster, so she was vaxxed, and maybe that's what caused it. Some people think that, okay? And this is how jurors think. And you got 12 people from all different walks of life, all different ages, all different races, and all it takes is one to hang a jury. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to sit here and convict Brian Walshe in my mind for the actual murder when I haven't seen any proof of the actual murder yet. And yes, a lot of the evidence is circumstantial, and they can convict on circumstantial evidence. But if I'm going to send away a guy to life in prison, I better be sure. That's just me. Thanks on top for your super sticker. Love you. And Kylie's been here for 7 months, and she says the teen version of Dexter, if a Dexter at all. That video yesterday of him on the 4th, may the 4th be with you, with his little boy at the checkout of the Lowe's, and I think that was Weymouth, really long sidebar, was chilling when he was checking his hair and the security camera and primping, and he smiling to the camera. He had not a care in the world. And that, in my opinion, could be what gets him, because the jury knows that right before that surveillance video, he had spoken with the police. And that was the first day when he started lying to the police. Thanks, Kay Huber, for being here for 8 months and being in it forever. And that was right after he started lying to the police and said that she left on the 1st, and he tried calling her work and all of this stuff. And so he didn't look so nervous like a guy whose wife was missing. He looked like he was a little holly-go-lightly there. You know what I'm saying? And that could be what gets him, is his demeanor in that video. I don't know. I just have a feeling. And we still don't know what he bought. What he bought there because they never showed a receipt. It looked to me like he was buying some kind of garbage pail, and he had his son with him, and he had like maybe 2 other things. His arrogance, yeah. Expert architect says Sheehan is the FS that walked us, the forensic scientist that walked us through the black dots trail in the Turk case and examined the vehicle. That's why he looks familiar to me. Thank you very much. Somebody came in the chat yesterday and said, Melanie, basically, I'm summarizing, you're such an idiot. You thought that Harry Turk was guilty, but you're giving Brian Walshe the presumption of innocence. And I said, well, yeah, Harry Turk confessed. Harry Turk, Dr. Harry Turk, robotic urological surgeon, confessed to the police while he was in the hospital after he came out of his little coma and said, I don't know what happened. I just snapped and I killed her. You know, so there's that. Bud Brown gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Bud Brown, 0623. And Julie Jensen gifted 5. Look at that. We got a lot of new members today. Welcome. Welcome. Do the things. Everyone, hit the like button. It helps the algorithm. And, it's like walking into somebody's house and wiping your feet on the mat. It's like a nice thing to do. It's a nice thing to do. Yeah, Chick East Water says the prosecutors could have focused on his attitude at Lowe's, but they didn't. Well, they could have, but they couldn't really, there was no witness really to ask that question. They can show that. The jury's going to get all these videos back in the jury room, and they can close on it, right? And they can show it during their closing. That would be a smart idea. I don't think a long sidebar is any indication of a plea coming, no. Because why would he plead guilty to murder 1? It's life in prison. I don't think there's any wiggle room on that. Know what I'm saying? I know. I wish they would call Proctor too. I'm ready for it. Thanks you guys for gifting today. It's so generous. Yes, we went over the civil case. So for those of you who don't know, Peter Capozzoli, who has already testified, he's the landlord. He's the landlord in the case. He did sue Ana Walshe for the damages to the home that were caused by the police in executing the search warrants, including like the ripping up of the wood floor in the bedroom and all kinds of other damages that were caused by the police. That wasn't allowed to come in because that was a pretrial ruling for one of the motions in lemonade, or lemonade as the closed captions call them. No, the prosecution's not going to rest today. No way. They have like a hella long list of witnesses. They still haven't called Bukhenik. They still haven't called Fanning. They still haven't called a lot of people. None of that stuff was allowed to come in. So Stina says, I definitely think something nefarious happened, but they haven't proven that Brian Walshe killed her. The landlord civil case against Brian Walsh's mom was also enlightening. Yeah, we did go over that pre-trial. I think he does have an earpiece to hear the sidebar. I think it's in his left ear. Boston Babe. I think it's going to be the defense that calls Proctor because the Commonwealth has admitted in open court pre-trial they're not going to call him. And we also know from Proctor's phone extraction that there is relevant stuff in Proctor's phone relevant to this case. Could there be nudes of Ana Walshe that Michael Proctor found and sent around to his buddies in that text thread? Remember, no nudes yet? Maybe he did find them in Ana Walshe's case. Maybe that's something that he's been doing all along. Kim is going to court today. She's not there yet. She will be there later. Oh, thank you, Dobie Mama, for buying me 3 matcha lattes. And she says, just a little something to say thank you for all you do. My days with Attorney Melanie Little are always better. I love keeping you guys company at work. It's so fun. And Robin, thank you so much for your matcha latte, says, I love your time with us. I love my time with you. And Lisa sent me 5 matcha lattes and says, thanks for helping us understand this madness. April says on Venmo, thanks for doing God's work and your fair coverage of this trial. Thank you, April. And listen, just because I'm not declaring him guilty of the murder right away doesn't mean I don't have respect for Ana Walshe and her children and her family. I absolutely 100% do. But just like justice for John O'Keefe is not incarcerating Karen Reed because he wasn't hit by a car, justice for Ana Walshe would not mean incarcerating the wrong person if he's not guilty of the murder. There's a lot of other things at play here, in my opinion. I don't know if they're going to come in, but we'll see. I don't know. There's a sidebar going on in court today. That's all I know. More memberships are being gifted. It's raining memberships today, you guys. Thank you, Susan CR, for gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing. And Ray Ad says, I'm enjoying the chat. Thanks, Melanie. Thank you for your 20. And you guys can change your usernames somehow back to what they used to be. YouTube is rolling out this feature where I guess they think it's going to prevent trolls, but listen, the trolls always find a way to find me and you and us. Thanks, Ray. I'm glad you're enjoying the chat. Thank you for your 20 and your generosity. Danielle York became a new member. Welcome, Danielle. Honey Bear. Hi, Honey Bear. Thanks for your 10. Says, Melanie, did the Commonwealth show those trips in chronological order? No, they did not. When did he get that cut? He had on gloves at Home Depot, but not at Lowe's. Wait, they didn't show any. Did they show Home Depot? I don't remember any Home Depot surveillance. I don't see a Band-Aid at Lowe's. It's confusing. Love you, Melanie. I remember yesterday we saw Walgreens, we saw CVS, and we saw Lowe's. 2 different Lowe's. I don't remember seeing a Home Depot video. Am I wrong? And we also saw him dump what looked like a not very full trash bag in the dumpster behind Vin and Liquors, if that was him. Because it was very, very hard to say who that was. But maybe they get a better copy and maybe they can see that it was him. So thanks, Honey Bear. Yeah, people are saying there was no Home Depot yet. Okay, great. So no, they were not. Most of those videos, from what I recall, I timestamped everything yesterday, and it took me so long to do it. And then right as I went to save it, it kicked me out, and I had to start all over again. It took me hours to timestamp yesterday. What I do recall is that several of them were on the 1st, which was New Year's Day. And you guys reminded me, the nanny has not testified yet, which I don't like because I would have liked to hear her testimony. Her name's Robin. They had reserved the nanny to come because they were supposed to go out to dinner on New Year's Day. Brian told the nanny that Ana had to go back to DC for a work emergency, so she babysat anyway. That's when he did all those errands on the 1st. Walgreens, CVS. I don't know why they're sending out the jury. Walgreens, CVS, Lowe's with his shopping list, and Vin and Liquors dumpster. Oh, Stop and Shop. Thanks, Jenny. We also saw Stop and Shop where he bought the ammonia. I think those were all on the 1st. And then there was a video from the 4th when he was with one of his children where it looks like he bought a garbage pail, but we're not really sure because we didn't see a receipt. That's when he was primping with his members only jacket into the camera. Right? Kinnicky. Oh, Auntie Deb and their viewers just joined. Hi, Auntie Deb and viewers. You didn't miss anything yet. Because it's been one long ass sidebar. When you're telling me that he bought the bucket and the mops at Home Depot, that was Lowe's. It was Lowe's. I remember it was Lowe's. There was Lowe's in Danvers and Lowe's at Weymouth. Please don't put misinformation in the chat unless you know for sure. Hello, classmates. Good morning. Yeah, the mops, the buckets, that was all at Lowe's because it was the same witness. There was the same witness from Lowe's that showed 2 videos, one from Danvers, one from Weymouth, right? I mean, I know my memory isn't always the greatest, but I do know that I haven't seen any Home Depot witness come up yet. We saw some lifers. We saw a lifer from Walgreens and a lifer from CVS. They were both there for like over 20 years. And then we saw Lowe's, and then we saw Stop and Shop. I remember Stop and Shop. And this is the guy who has the worst luck ever at the self-checkout because he wants to like buy his supplies and get out of there without anybody seeing him. And every single time he had to have the somebody come and help him with the self-checkout. Right? It was like, could you have worse luck? The fact that he had a shopping list for Lowe's, though, is something that really got to me. A shopping list based on his Google searches. You know what else also got to me? And was it Guarino or Connor Keefe? That none of these detectives had any intellectual curiosity to click on the actual Google searches and the actual articles. Like, did when you Google search, when he found an article on best tool to dismember, they didn't click on the article to read it, to find out what the best tools were, to see if they could tie that in. That they also never took the Google searches, the data found on the iPad and the location data and the text messages, and put them all together on a spreadsheet to give themselves a timeline of when all these things were searched and where he was when he did it. Like, there was no intellectual curiosity. They were just like, oh, he Google searched this. Well, that means that he did it. Peace out. And remember, the way they got those Google searches and the way that they got his location data is because he voluntarily gave them his phone based on an agreement between his attorney, Tracy Miner, and Lynn Beland from the DA's office, who was Michael Morrissey's right hand, who has since run away screaming and retired. They had a written agreement that the only thing they were going to look for in his phones and the iPad were communications between Brian and Ana between Christmas and the date of the seizure, which I think was, I don't remember now, the 5th or 6th. They didn't have a warrant to search it. They only had a consent agreement. And then you heard Connor Keefe say and Guarino say that they took those phones, they did a total extraction, and that is when they started finding the Google searches. There was a big motion to suppress based on illegal search and seizure, because all they had to do was go get a warrant. And it was, in my opinion, it's fruits of the poisonous tree. If that's how they got his location data, which was outside the scope of the consent, and they went to all those places and got the video, and if that's how they got the Google searches outside the consent agreement, it's fruits of the poisonous tree. And it should not be allowed in. And in my opinion, if he's convicted, it will be overturned on appeal. And if all of that evidence is out, that would mean the video is out too, all the surveillance video, because that's how they got to it. They didn't have a warrant to search those phones until I think the 10th. So that's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. Are we on 1.5 speed? No, that's just the fan. So in my opinion, they are trying this case in order to preserve everything for appeal. All they had to do was get a warrant. That's all they had to do. And they didn't do it because they've been coloring outside the lines at the MSP for decades. And if you live there, you know. Hold on. Okay. All right. I'll allow it. Thanks for noticing me. Says the extraction is not the problem. It's the analysis that's the problem, right? Because they weren't supposed to look outside the scope, but they did. And there's testimony to that effect. And we watched that evidentiary hearing. They never would have found the evidence in the trash, says Jill Wright, because they wouldn't have gotten to that dumpster. They might have if it hadn't been disposed of. But listen, that is the risk that they have to take. Just go get a warrant. Kate agrees with me. So, oh, the tea, this is a throat coat tea. Throat coat. I should be a spokesperson for them too. It's good for your vocal fry. I don't know what's in it. Something like eucalyptus and echinacea or something, but it's good and it coats your throat. And I bought it on Amazon for like $16. And I got like 6 boxes of it. So you can get it on Amazon for cheap. Oh, that's so funny. Look at this person. I don't know. I give like trolls like really like so much credit for their patience. Look at Black Dog Racing coming in here and saying this chat sucks. Well, Block Island is so lovely this time of year. Hang on, let me do it. Let me get back to it. So lovely. There's a lovely island off the coast of Long Island and Rhode Island, and you can take a ferry there. It's like Stephen King, Town from Hell, because there's like no newspapers and no TV. But for you to wait 48 hours to come in here and troll shows that you have great patience. So congratulations to you. You always give us a good chuckle so early in the morning. Yeah, okay. So this person has left 4 comments total in the past year. This chat sucks, and then peace out. And then yesterday said, he said he cut her up though. Sorry, no, I can't. Okay, you can't. Well, we can't either. We can't tolerate you. Ciao. I don't know what they're talking about. What do you think they could be talking about over there? He didn't say that though. I know. Perhaps this is the best chat on the internet. Have you ever tried to survive in law and crime or court TV? I don't think they're doing a plea deal. I don't think they're doing a plea deal. He said he moved the body. Exactly. He moved, disposed of the body or remains. Didn't say which. Bring it along, Johns. It's cold on Block Island, says Michelle. I don't know who called for the sidebar. Oh, Larry Tipton did. And I feel like they panned up to the fan because maybe they had to let the jury out. Maybe. And they can't get the jury on camera. I don't know why he would plead guilty, you guys. It's not going to plead guilty to murder 1. It's life in prison. There's no discretion. Let's just think. I think that they're talking about perhaps some things that Larry Tipton wants to get into with the witness who's currently on the shand. His name is Shannon. I mean, not Shannon, Sheehan on the stand. Maybe there's some things he wants to get into, some areas of cross that he wants to get into about Michael Proctor. I don't know. But it would be fun. Oh, you don't think the jury was brought in yet? Mama Cass, thanks for your 20, says, good morning, Mel and chat. Thank you, Mel, for the coverage and making my day at work with 1 earbud in, less boring. Go slap that like and subscribe, y'all. It's free. It's free. Thank you for your 20. Ash says, lots of crazy cases in Massachusetts these last couple of years. Any plans to cover Greg Groom trial? I'd bet some of the same MSP officers were involved too. Yes, he's the guy who allegedly killed Kylie Monteiro, who was pregnant with his baby. Is he like 19 years old or something? Every time I've tried to cover his arraignment or something involving his case, it's never been televised and they've never turned on the Zoom. So I've tried to cover it. His trial's a ways away because he just got arraigned. But yeah, I'm going to cover it. And we'll see how far it gets. We'll see if it gets to trial. We'll see what happens. Thank you very much for your 5. The Orlando, you guys are tongue twisting me too early. Orlando Sober Hipster has gifted a membership. Thank you so very much. Honey Bear says, I apologize for the confusion. No worries at all. No worries at all. That's why we like to just deal in facts. And if you tell me something and I have a question about it, I'll correct it because I don't like stuff spinning around out there because people say that I say it. That's the problem. People say that Melanie said blah, 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 blah. Like, you know, people were in Turtle Boys chat yesterday at the bus stop. Apparently, I don't know because I didn't get a chance to watch it. Saying Melanie says that Brian Walshe is innocent. No, that's not what I said. What I said is that the Commonwealth has to prove that Brian Walshe is guilty of murder. And so far, I'm not seeing it. People like to twist what I say. Charles says from South Africa, he went to Stop and Shop to get evidence bags. Well done. Well done, Charles. Thank you for tuning in from South Africa. You guys the world is watching. I don't know why everybody's freaking out that they're at a sidebar. We'll find out afterwards. Gypsy Soul Astro Photos. Oh, that's so cute. Says, I personally think Billy and Melanie would make such a cute couple. LOL. He's so cute. He's being 10. And CC Headband Cupcake Law Nerd says, Thank you for the gift membership. So excited, Melanie. Does the defense have to prove that he did not murder her, or if he did murder her, just that it wasn't premeditated? The defense does not need to prove anything. The defense could sit there and not say a word the entire trial. The entire burden of proof is on the Commonwealth or the state, always, in every case. The defense needs to prove nothing. Hold, please. What the defense tries to do is poke holes in the state's case or the Commonwealth's case to try and show reasonable doubt. Because the Commonwealth is required to prove each and every element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. It can't just be, well, he probably did it, or he's sitting in that chair, so he must have done it, or, I mean, I guess he did it. No, you've got to be, in Massachusetts, convinced beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And so the defense doesn't have to prove anything. Premeditation could come immediately before the crime. It doesn't have to be any certain period of time before the crime. And at this point, we don't know whether any lesser includeds are going to be included on the verdict sheet. That is something that the lawyers will talk about with the judge before the case goes to the jury. But the only thing that they have charged him with is murder 1. They did not charge him with manslaughter. They did not charge him with murder 2. So it's going to remain to be seen whether the jury's going to have an option or whether it's just going to be murder 1. You know what I'm saying? Thank you very much for your time. Hope that cleared it up. OG Kathleen says, I'm local, missed some trial. Did they confirm any DNA? Evident? No, they have not had the DNA expert come up and say whose DNA it was. They have some confirmatory purple spots that were confirmed to be blood. Some of them were QL, or what do they call them? QLIM, quantity limited. So I don't know if they could do further testing on them. We're still waiting to hear from the DNA expert. The expert who is on the stand right now is a forensic scientist who collected samples from the home and I think also from the rug. They cut up the floor. And then Kathleen says, evidence feels off or proctored to fit the narrative. If I were a juror, no DNA? Question mark. Staged for insurance? Question mark. Oh, that's an interesting thought. Staged for insurance. You mean they were both in on it? That's an interesting thought. And if you were on the jury, you would bring that up and you would have everybody thinking about it. See, this is why it's so interesting to get everyone's point of view. Here's Kelly JG, 76, doing the Lord's work for us. Says, I just sped through the plea hearing. ADA said Brian Walshe knew Ana Walshe, researched how to dispose of a body and dumpster locations, then traveled to them. No mention of dismembering. Thank you. Thank you.
Unmuted.
It's also.
Okay, they're back. Thanks for doing the Lord's work, Kelly, from across the pond.
All right, I'll see you back up here.
I'll see you back up here. So I don't know if she sent them out of the room to do something, because now they're going back up to sidebar. So maybe while we were looking at the fan, they weren't on sidebar. Brian Walshe is wearing, let's do a fit check. He's wearing a gray sweater. I don't know if it's cashmere, Georgie. Is it cashmere, Georgie? It's a light gray with a white button down underneath. He is a fan of the tab collars, I've noticed, which is classy, you know. Men with custom button-down shirts don't really wear button-down collars. I can't see right from here if it's a V-neck or whether he's wearing a tie. He has slimmed down a little bit for trial. I guess he's not eating the carbs in the Norfolk County Pokey. And his hands are raised in prayer. No rosary beads since day one. I think his mom is probably buying him his trial outfits because he does dress well. Desiderata says, my daughter just received her master's paralegal. Proud mama here. She loves you, as do I. Thank you for inspiring many and bringing all the papers. Oh, congratulations. Congratulations. Desiderata is one of my favorite poems. Maybe it's my favorite poem. We read it one day, remember, when we needed some guidance. And I think that's when you change your username from Canada. Congratulations to you and your daughter. And, you know, our kids' accomplishments is maybe the greatest thing that we can achieve as parents, right? Is raising good kids. Thank you, Christine, for becoming a member. Welcome. Kyle's here, and he says, I'm pretty sure OJ was guilty. Mark Furman blew that one, and it needed to be blown. Brian Walshe, I feel he did it too. But when you violate rights, ... Thanks, Kyle. For your 5. And Mama Cass says, could there maybe be a juror issue? Would that take this long? Could. It might, but I feel like she sent them, not the jury, but she sent the attorneys. Maybe the attorneys had to discuss amongst themselves something, because then she just called them up to the bench. I mean, could be lots of things. There's no reason to speculate or get worried about it. Thank you for your 5. Not that you got worried about it, but a lot of people in the chat were very worried about it. Like, he was taking a plea. What's going on? I mean, listen, I always thought, and I tell you this all the time, lawyers should be called waiters, because all you do is wait all day. You could wait all day for your case to be called and waste an entire day in court. It's such a time suck. Bethany White says, over 6,000 watching. Smash the like button, people. Thank you very much. Caleb became a new member. Welcome. Bridget said it would be fantastic if Melanie and Billy did a weekly show. Well, I would allow it. Thank you very much. For your 5, Kyle says, regarding defense/trials, quote, he that is first in his own cause seemeth just, but his neighbor cometh and searcheth him. Thank you very much for pearls of wisdom. And for your 5, Kathleen, thank you for your $12 chat. It's my favorite number, 12. Just listen to the ADA reading the charges for disinterment. He never said dismembered. Thank you. Thank you. See, everyone's going and doing the Lord's work for us. I don't know. I feel like I'm being gaslit most of the time. That's why I love having Mark Betterow on, because Mark Betterow is my soul lawyer, because he makes me feel like I'm not crazy. Because when I started covering Karen Reed, I started feeling like I was crazy. Why am I seeing all of these things that nobody else is seeing? And they're gaslighting me. And he was like, no, you're right. That's not the way it works. That's not the way we do it. And I'm like, okay. I thought maybe we lived in the land of the lost in New York. But that's not the way it's done. Thank you, Kathleen, for doing the Lord's work, for your super chat. And Gen X Jenny, thank you for your $10 super sticker. I appreciate you. And 302 Girl says, what caught my attention yesterday was the interview that you played. He said Ana called her mother, said she was in trouble, wanted her mom to come to Boston immediately. I think Ana was in trouble. There you go. Interesting, right? And I would like to hear from Ana's mother, because I think Ana's mother was a fan of Brian, right? I think. Also, something I found kind of disgusting yesterday. Yesterday was the 50th, what would have been the 50th birthday of Boston Police Officer John O'Keefe. And the House defendants were out there invoking his name in order to solicit donations to their defense fund. And I thought it was dirty. That's insane. Was John O'Keefe friends with those people, specifically Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins, Jennifer McCabe, and Matt McCabe? Should they be invoking his name to try and get donations? John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, so something else happened to him. Thank you, 302 Girl, for your 10. So I just wanted to take the pulse of you guys on that. Liz says, any updates on the John Kerry case? Oh, thank you for asking, because I think there's supposed to be a status hearing tomorrow. Status conference at 2 p.m. tomorrow. But we're going to be here, and I don't know if they have Zoom there. But that does remind me about that. John Kerry has been arrested for the 1986 murder of Claire Gravel in Salem. and we went over some of the very interesting pretrial stuff. And there were 2 police officers who should have been considered suspects. One of them, Claire Gravel, wrote about in her diary. And that is coming up for trial, I think, early next year in front of Judge Kathleen McCarthy Nyman, who was the judge on Kelsey Fitzsimmons, because of course you can't make it up. KDP says, thanks for spending your day with us. I love your channel. Also sent you 3 matcha lattes. I hope it went through okay. Korean banking can be difficult. Oh, thank you so much, sweetheart. KDP just came through. Thank you, KDP. AKA Dobie Mama. Just a little something to say thank you for all you do. Oh, you're the greatest. My days with Melanie Little are always better. Oh, that's the way I feel too. Thanks, Katie. Thanks for tuning in from Korea. Okay. I did see that. I saw that. An arrest was made in the Peaches and Baby case. Yeah, it was the father of the baby, from what I understand, in Florida, right? Haven't had a chance to dig into that yet. But I find it wild that the baby's remains and some of Peaches' remains were found in the same general area of where the Gilgo 4 were found. That is creepy to me. And that there could have been more than one killer dumping bodies on Ocean Parkway on Long Island. Hold on. Yes, allegedly he was the father, and allegedly they've been looking at him for a while, Scott, right? Did you have a chance to dig into it? And I remember that Peaches, the first parts of Peaches were found in Hempstead Lake Park, right? And then the baby and other parts of Peaches were found on Ocean Parkway. So I figured they were going to be able to maybe tie Rex Sherman to it, but apparently not. Yeah, he was on their radar for a while now. Right. Maddie Foley has finished wrapping all of her Christmas gifts during this sidebar. Here we go.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Well, that's good news.
Can I get a new one?
Elena says New York City is tied today with its own longest time of no homicides. That's
You want this
awesome.
back? Yes, please.
Judge is wearing her RBG eyelet collar today outside of her robe.
Mhm.
Thank you, Scott. Robin J says, not going to lie, Brian looks sort of sharp today. I want to see if he's got a tie on with that sweater, and I want to know if it's a V-neck or a crew neck. I don't know. I'm just curious. You don't need to lie. We don't lie to each other here. We tell the truth. That's why I don't understand why telling a witness to tell the truth is witness intimidation. I just don't understand that. Yeah, it was about an hour, that sidebar. Whatever they were talking about was about an hour long.
Madam Clerk.
So, Kim, if you're on your way to court, you didn't miss
do
a damn
you have
thing.
the, list?
Jurors entering.
Here comes the jury. Okay, let's say if he turns around, if we can say.
Thank you.
Did we not see us walk in today? So it just started. Nobody's missed a thing. They've been at sidebar for an hour. Thanks, Johnny Mike.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having ado for the Honorable Justice Diane Freniere, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, give your attention, you shall be heard. Let's have the call of the Massachusetts in this Honorable Court. Please be seated. Please turn up your cell phone.
Johnny Mike learned so much in
Morning,
here.
jurors. Welcome back. Happy Tuesday. We will start today, as we do every day, with the questions. Were you able to comply, jurors, with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Be able to comply with my order that you not access any social media or go on and take in any news media? Yes. And you still all have open minds? Yes. Thank you, all jurors. For the record, all jurors answering in the affirmative to all 4 questions. We can have the witness back on the stand.
I thought she was about to say the same thing, Sheila. Great minds. I thought she was about to say, let's start this Happy Tuesday with a prayer. That's what it reminded me of Catholic school too. I know. It haunts us forever. Back on the stand is Matthew Sheehan, the crime lab forensic scientist who went to the home, and he's still uncrossed.
Sir, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes.
You may proceed, Attorney Tipton.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm going to return to the home in a minute, but I want to ask you some very specific questions about some of the specific evidence that you testified to yesterday. Yesterday, you were asked about Exhibit 248 that you described as white powder residue on the portion of the rug that was labeled 16-7. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And this white powder residue, that has nothing to do with what we were talking about on cross-examination about this white coloring or discoloration up in the second floor bedroom, correct? That's completely different.
Yes, completely different.
And I think I heard you say on direct examination that the white powder residue on Exhibit 248 had been sent out to another unit?
Yes.
Examination?
Correct.
And was that the arson unit of the?
Yes.
And right now, as you sit here, do you know what that white powder was?
Yes.
And what was it?
From what I recall from the report, it was baking powder.
Okay, it's baking powder.
Baking powder, not baking soda.
And Mr. Sheehan, you've seen photographs of the rug that was found in Peavy in the dumpster area, and you've seen photographs where there are additional clumps of what appears to be baking soda or some other substance, correct?
Correct.
And if you know, on those other portions of the rug where you see those clumps, is it your assessment that that's also baking powder?
I don't know. It was not tested.
You would agree, wouldn't you, with me, Mr. Sheehan, that throughout the home that was searched in Cohasset, that not only was there certain items seized that may have been opened, for instance, bottles or containers found in the basement, but there was also items that appeared to be never opened or ever used, correct?
In regards to what bottles? What bottles are you talking about?
Well, I'm actually talking about some of the cleaning items that were located in the basement, the mops, brooms, buckets, pails, some of those having the label of Lowe's. They didn't appear to have been used for any reason.
Correct.
And so, if you recall, you testified yesterday about a cabinet that was up above the refrigerator in the kitchen, and you said that in that cabinet there was a knife and also a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, correct?
Correct.
And was that hydrogen peroxide that was found in that cabinet up in the kitchen above the refrigerator, had that been opened?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So it's fair to say, without going down an exhaustive list, that there were numerous items found in Cohasset that had apparently never been used for any purpose. They were still, in the lack of a better phrase, brand new, unused condition.
From what I recall, but I didn't specifically look at each and every item.
Okay.
That's not good.
It's fair to say, isn't it, that in an investigation like this, you're looking for red-brown stains because you told us on direct examination that you were looking for blood, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in no report that you wrote did you ever use the phrase blood spatter or anything similar to blood splatter, correct?
Correct.
And so it's fair to say that you did not determine that what you saw anywhere in the house was indicative of blood spatter evidence, correct?
That is correct.
And if you can, sir, can you tell the jury briefly, or in your own words, what you consider to be, as a forensic specialist, blood spatter evidence?
Blood spatter in general is blood in flight.
And it results from somebody, perhaps, stabbing someone with a knife, and in the movement of the knife, blood evidence flies off the knife and spatters onto a surface, correct?
Yes.
And then when you see blood spatter, then you would analyze it and you would look for directionality and things like that to determine the directionality of the blood flowing from an instrument, correct?
I wouldn't be doing that. It would be a assigned bloodstain analyst. It would be done in the lab, however, just not by me.
All right, and I apologize. I really wasn't implying that you would do it, but in describing what blood spatter is, you would agree that that's what some analysts that may examine biological evidence found at the scene, that they would analyze it in that way. They would look for directionality and things like that.
Yes.
And there was nothing in this home that you're aware of that could be described as blood spatter evidence.
That is correct.
You were also asked questions yesterday on direct examination about luminol toward the very end of the direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And you gave a brief definition for the jurors of what luminol is, correct?
Correct.
You saw no evidence of any container that had contained anything like luminol in the Cohasset home, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, you have no evidence that luminol was ever used in the home in Cohasset by anyone, correct?
Correct.
I want to ask you something a little bit about this testing, the instrument that you used for testing. Yesterday, you referred to swab K in Exhibit 216, photograph 1066. If I could have, if you don't mind, Exhibit 216, Ms. Gilman. And those are the swabs that you would then use, that you collected from some of the basement floor stains, the A through G, correct?
Yes.
And could I now have Exhibit 217, photograph 1067? What we saw yesterday that is a Ceratec instrument, so to speak, that the Mass State Police uses to then analyze something like a stain you would find on the floor, like you did in the basement, to determine if it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And with that, you tell the jury, when you talked about screening tests and confirmatory tests, was that the screening test or a confirmatory test?
This is the confirmatory test.
Now, there are certain protocols that you, as a forensic analyst, have to use the Ceratec product, right?
Yes.
And without going into it, I think it's fair to say, and you tell me if I'm wrong, whenever you use that instrument, you used it correctly, didn't you?
Yes.
And you don't have any reason to believe that the results that you relied on in testing the biological evidence in this case, that the evidence that flowed from this Ceratec instrument was erroneous, correct?
Correct.
You would agree, wouldn't you, that these instruments are very sensitive, correct?
Yes.
And the protocols actually suggest in using this instrument that you shouldn't use a liquid that is undiluted because it may overwhelm the instrument. So you dilute it, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the sensitivity of the Ceratec HEM instrument that you used, by the way, HEM, H-E-M, does that stand for hemoglobin?
It is I believe so. I'm not sure if it stands for hemoglobin or not.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. That is the substance of the blood that this testing instrument is testing for, correct?
Yes.
And it's sensitive to the point that it can determine the presence of hemoglobin at the quantity of 20 nanograms per milliliter. That's what it says in the protocols, right?
It sounds correct. I would have to review the protocol.
Okay. And just as I'm going to look for that, I'll just ask you this. 20 nanograms per milliliter. I'm correct, aren't I, that a nanogram is 1/billionth of a gram?
Yes.
So 20 nanograms is simply 20 billionths of a gram, correct?
Correct.
That is, and I'm not a scientist like you, but that's a pretty small amount of substance, isn't it?
Yes.
It's something that you can't even see with just your plain old eyes, right?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that in checking this home for blood evidence, that you were using an instrument that if you swabbed an area of the home, you could detect the presence of hemoglobin if it only was there in the amount of 20 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Correct.
And the only place in this home in Cohasset that you found anything of blood evidence of significance were those areas you told us about in the basement, correct?
Correct.
Thanks, Midnight Mike, for gifting a membership. You rock. Thanks, Kyle. You're right. He doesn't have a dog in the fight.
May I approach you?
You may.
You mentioned the protocols and then it sounded right when I said 20 nanograms per milliliter. I'm just going to show you page 2 of the protocols. Just ask you to read it to yourself. And after having done that, if you could just look up and tell me you read it. You ready?
Yes.
So having reviewed that document, do you recognize that document as protocols applicable to the blood testing instrument we've been talking about?
That is the protocol that comes with the Ceratec card itself. We also have internal lab protocols that we follow for the specific testing.
You will agree that the protocol that I just showed you, though, does specifically state that the sensitivity of this instrument is at 20 nanograms per milliliter, right?
Yes.
So when you collect biological evidence at the scene at Cohasset, you're not trying to quantify what it is you're finding, correct?
Correct.
So it can be a very tiny amount, correct?
Yes.
And that tiny amount, and we're talking about something of 20 nanograms per milliliter, you didn't find anything even in the amount of 20 nanograms per milliliter in that upstairs bedroom we talked about yesterday, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say as we moved through the house, you didn't find anything, a minuscule amount of biological evidence of hemoglobin on the stairway, correct?
Correct.
Nor did you find it in the living room area that you examined, correct?
Yes.
Yes, no, you did not find it.
Correct.
That's fine, it's my fault. And you did not find it anywhere in the kitchen area, correct?
Correct.
So somebody can try to clean a floor, and somebody can try to clean a bathroom area. But if they leave something as small as 20 nanograms per milliliter of biological evidence, this instrument that you rely on could detect it, correct?
Theoretically, yes.
Could I have exhibit number 97, please? You see the rug in exhibit 97?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that that rug is the rug that you testified to yesterday?
It looks similar, but I can't confirm if it is or not.
And do you recognize the room that that rug is in with the fireplace?
Hold on, I want to zoom in on the picture of the rug if you can come to your screen. Looks like Ana is doing yoga on the rug, but that's as much as I can zoom, and I can't really tell if it's the same rug or not. It does look similar, but he's not going to lie and say 100% it's the same rug.
Yes, this looks like the first floor living room. Similar, but I can't confirm if it is or not.
And do you recognize the room that that rug is in with the fireplace?
Yes, this looks like the first floor living room.
Okay, and that's the room that you examined, correct?
I did not do a full examination. It was one of those areas that I did a brief visual exam as I was walking through to the second floor and first floor.
All right, if you can take down exhibit 97. Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. In any event, when you went into that living room and whether you made a cursory inspection, and no one told you you could only spend a little bit of time in the living room, that's very simple, right?
Correct.
You could spend as long as you needed to find whatever it was you were looking for, and that was blood, right?
Yes.
And you could have torn up the floor in the living room like they did up in the second floor room if you had any reason to believe that there was blood or biological evidence in that living room, correct?
Correct.
And you could look for what we just talked about, the blood spatter evidence on the fireplace that you see in exhibit 97. You could do all those things. But what happened was when you went through the living room, you saw nothing that gave you pause to look at that room for biological evidence other than walking through it, looking, and then moving on to another area, correct?
Correct.
And that rug that is seen in exhibit 97,
So for those of you who thought she may have been killed on the rug in the family room, we will never know that because they never tested any areas of the floor in the family room because that was just an area rug. They never tested that floor to find out if there was blood there. All he did was a cursory look around. Do you find that interesting? Because a lot of people think she may have been stabbed on the rug because, you know, there's a knife and there's blood on the rug and stuff. We will never know.
lying on the floor, there was simply no evidence on the floor area in front of the fireplace that there was any biological evidence of any significance. And when you, right, let me cut that off, right?
Correct.
And when you were examining that area, and was that on January 9th or January 8th?
January 8th.
So when you were examining that area on January 8th, that rug wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
So that entire floor was in plain view, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it'd be pretty easy, wouldn't it, for you or any one of your colleagues to examine that particular area of the floor to see if there was any biological evidence on the floor where that was, right? And you testified yesterday extensively on direct examination that there are numerous parts of pieces of rug that you examined, and you told the jury about the red-brown stain you saw on that rug and those pieces, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever, as one of the forensic scientists involved in this case, did you ever piece together the fragments of the rug that testified to you yesterday?
I did not. That would not be my unit if it was requested for analysis.
Do you know if anybody did in the Mass State Police crime?
Not that I'm aware of.
Nobody ever put the rug together like a puzzle. They put that taillight together, and boy, that was so crazy how they got every single piece except for a few of the taillight in Karen Reed's case to put back together. They did it there because they really, really, really wanted to pin it on the girl. Thanks, Michelle Yerbell, for gifting 5. They didn't, nobody even tried to put the rug together. There was no intellectual curiosity to put it back together to see if it was that rug or to see if all of those rug pieces matched the rug, to see if they were all even the same rug. Okay, moving on.
I want to turn your attention now briefly to the knife that you testified to yesterday that was found in the cabinet above the refrigerator, okay? And if we can have Exhibit 201, please, Ms. Gilman. Once again, that's the cabinet, correct?
Yes.
And inside that cabinet, you found a knife, correct?
Correct.
And inside that cabinet, we see various items, including boxes, what appears to be bottles of hydrogen peroxide.
Yes.
And we also see can you tell the jury what they see in the right side of Exhibit 201, another container with a red label and white lid on it?
That is hydrogen peroxide wipes.
Okay. And were those wipes also in apparent brand new condition? They hadn't been opened?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could we have Exhibit 202, Ms. Gilman? And if I may, do you know, Mr. Sheehan, if then when someone was taking this photograph,
Okay, now I see it. I couldn't see the knife before because it's in a weird position, but let me just zoom in on this for you. You see the white handle of the knife is right here. It's propped up against this box of something. It looks like liquid ant bait. And then the blade is facing towards the back of the cabinet. And some people pointed out yesterday that they would hide big knives in high cabinets when their children were little. I don't know where he's going to go with this.
if that is the exact condition of how the knife was found.
Yes, it is.
And that was after someone removed, and I say someone like one of your colleagues, they removed that bottle of hydrogen peroxide and those wipes.
Yes.
You told us yesterday that there was a screening test conducted on that knife, correct?
Yes.
But there was no confirmatory test, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say then that you, as you sit here today, you can't tell us whether whatever you characterize as screening test results as possible blood, you don't know if it's blood or not, do you?
That is correct.
And since you didn't do a confirmatory test, you certainly can't tell us that it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And you told us that on item number 1-8, which is the knife, exhibit 215, that you otherwise didn't see any visible stains, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to say, if I understand your testimony from yesterday, that on this knife that was found above the refrigerator, you neither saw any visible stains, red blood stains, and you don't know what it was on the preliminary screening test, whether it was blood or not, correct?
Correct. It was only a screening test positive.
Okay, so the knife did not, they can't confirm that it's blood because they never did a confirmatory test, only a screening test. And we learned that certain vegetables and legumes can confirmatorily test positive as blood, correct? Let's hear it.
And if you know, Mr. Sheehan, that sample that you collected from that knife was never subjected to any further testing.
Correct.
It's never
So
tested.
there is no evidence whatsoever that that knife had any biological substance on it like blood at all, right?
Aside from the positive screening test, no.
But the screen test doesn't tell us it's blood.
That is correct.
Well, there's some more misinformation that's out there.
If I could have, Ms. Gilman, exhibit 208.
He didn't testify there was blood. He testified that the
Yesterday, you see that photograph, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
And you described that as the bottom basement step in the Cohasset home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how that step came to become broken, or however you want to characterize it?
I was notified that someone, when they were doing a preliminary search around the house, had stepped on it and it broke.
Okay.
Oh.
And
So the cops broke the bottom step. Well, that's interesting because there was blood found there. I wonder if they cut their ankle or something and it's someone else's blood. Do you see how things are made to seem to be what they are not? There's no evidence. There's no blood on the knife. They can't say that there was blood on the knife. And one of the law enforcement personnel broke the step.
so you don't know if it was cracked before that person you just described actually then completely broke this stair, do you?
I don't.
You have no idea, as you sit here today, what condition that stair was in when it then thereafter was reported as being broken by, I'm just going to say, one of your colleagues or one of the Mass State Police people?
Correct.
But you did say that there was a blood stain that's indicated there on the bottom piece of wood lying on the concrete floor.
It was a red-brown stain. I did not do confirmatory testing in the lab on this one.
Okay, so we don't know if that stain is indicative of blood or not.
It is indicative of blood, but so it had screened positive, but no confirmatory testing was done.
Okay, but you can't, it could be blood though.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, Mr. Sheehan, that who specifically from the Mass State Police Crime Lab, other criminalists, were there examining the home on January 8th and January 9th?
On January 9th, briefly, Davis Gould was there before he had went to do the Volvo and to do the examination at the trash collection site.
And also, do you know a trooper named Stephanie Devlin?
Yes.
And she was there, correct?
Correct. She's assigned to the crime scene services section. She's the one that took majority of the photos.
All right. And she was involved in also not only taking the photos, but was she also involved in conducting and assisting in conducting latent print examination?
Yes.
And who else was there?
I would have to refer to my notes. There was a large amount of people there from both the crime scene services section and the detective unit.
Proctor?
Do you know of anyone named Sullivan?
Heather Sullivan.
Well, there's two, I guess. Heather Sullivan. Tell us about Heather Sullivan.
She was assigned to the crime scene services section, and I believe she was the one who took photos of everything at the trash collection site.
Okay. Are you familiar with any other Sullivan who was a trooper that was at the scene examining the home at Cohasset?
Not off the top of my head.
All right. And could you just estimate, as the best you can from your memory, how many people from the Mass State Police were there examining the home? Let's start on January 8th.
I would approximate about 10.
And how about January 9th? Once again, we understand it's approximation.
I'd say about 15.
And it's fair to say that both on January 8th and January 9th, that those people were there for all day doing their work, correct?
Correct.
And their work included looking for any evidence and examining every single room in that house for it, correct?
Correct.
When you differentiate between the crime lab and crime scene services, can you just briefly, once again, tell the jury the difference between the two units?
So the crime scene services section is essentially the sworn division of criminalistics. They do all of the testing for fingerprints and any type of impression evidence, as well as documentation with both photo and video. We are both criminalistics and crime scene services are under the umbrella of the crime lab.
So they're trained professionals with combined years of experience looking for any and everything that could be significant in the investigation of a case, correct? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you're working with groups like that, number of people, 5, 10, is it fair to say that when you get together at a crime scene or where you think a crime was committed, you collaborate, you talk with each other about what you saw or what you might not see? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in the course of an investigation like this, you would then review perhaps your colleagues' reports or their notes, so you have a better idea of the entire scope of the investigation.
Correct.
And you rely on those reports, don't you, to be accurate and to reflect what was found at a scene, correct?
Yes.
And so there's something called field notes that you and your colleagues fill out, correct?
Yes.
Those field notes are handwritten, correct?
Yes.
And what you do is and tell me if I'm wrong, you fill out specific things in handwriting as you're making observations or shortly thereafter, and then later on you take those handwritten notes and you put them into a typewritten report, correct?
Correct.
And those field notes are included in the file and the case-related file, the criminalist file, the CSS file, regarding a particular case like this one, correct?
Correct.
Now, yesterday, I asked you if you were aware of the fact that in one or more rooms, if baseboards have been removed to examine a particular room, correct?
Correct.
And
Baseboards.
I implied that it was one of your rooms. You said, I don't remember that.
I believe so.
But it's fair to say that, based on your review of your colleagues' notes of examining this Cohasset home, in fact, the notes, field notes, and the reports do indicate, at least in some instances, that baseboards of certain rooms were removed as you and your colleagues were searching for any evidence of biological.
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
They're talking about whether baseboards were removed. I'm just going to
At the
take
bench?
that back so I can hear the question.
Removed. The notes, field notes, and the reports do indicate, based on your review of your colleagues' notes of examining this Cohasset home. In fact, the notes, field notes, and the reports do indicate, at least in some instances, that baseboards of certain rooms were removed as you and your colleagues were searching for any evidence of biological.
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the.
Okay, so there were baseboards removed in certain areas of the home, and it's contained within somebody's field notes. And there's an objection to that, maybe because they're not his field notes. We'll see. Going to the side of the bench for a sidebar, and we have a little bit of room to scooch. Brian Walshe is drinking water. Remember Sarah Boone really wanted Diet Pepper to drink during the trial, and they said no. We made a Dr. Pepper emoji for that. Thank you, Hope. Hope says Tipton is giving a Lessie vibes. Thanks for your 5. Thank you, Sherry, for your Cash App.
Judge, before I ask this next question, I think maybe I come to sidebar.
Oh, I think it's going to be
Yes, you may.
interesting. Okay. You just were out sidebar. What's going on, La, what's going on? Thanks, Carrie, for your super chat, tuning in from Canada. Appreciate you. Super sticker. JoJo's grave concerns says, thanks for being here for 8 months. If Brian Walshe takes the stand, can the prosecution ask him, where's the body? It depends. It depends on whether or not his guilty pleas are going to be allowed in. Depends on what that ruling is. It's a great question. Stay tuned. We don't know if he's going to take the stand yet. That could be a game time decision. Elf is here and says, FYI, I'm a nurse in New Mexico. Native Americans pick up their deceased. I've wrapped a body in blankets and with hospital security brought to loading dock and placed in pickup truck. Very interesting info. Out of New Mexico. A lot of filming of a lot of TV shows going on in New Mexico. Albuquerque is a big hub for film and television right now. So thanks, El, for being in the chat, and thank you for your 10. Deb pointing out he looked up how to clean blood off of floors. Check all the wood floors. Well, yeah, that would just be common sense, wouldn't it? I don't know. Especially since they went to, I believe they went to the house after pieces of the rug were already found in the dumpster. Nate Taylor missed all of yesterday. I felt lost all day. Well, you can go back. I have timestamp yesterday's video for you, so you can go right to the parts. Check out the Lowe's video, the first Lowe's video. All the videos are good. The second Lowe's video is good, where he primps in the security camera, looks right into the camera and like does his hair. It's weird as hell. Thanks for your super chat.
Mr. Sheehan, you told us a moment ago that you do collaborate with your fellow colleagues at a scene like this,
Yes.
and that you do review their reports and their notes so you get a better picture of the entire scope of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you said you acknowledged that you know who Trooper Devlin is, correct?
Correct.
And did you in fact review her reports in conjunction with all your other colleagues' reports specific to the examination of the home at Cohasset?
Yes.
And it would be pretty important, wouldn't it, Mr. Sheehan, for you to look at something in this particular home, Cohasset home, on January 9th, and it would be important to you to know that that's something like discoloration on the floor that you observed on January 9th had not been observed there on January 8th. Would that be important to you in assessing the scope of the evidence that was being looked at?
In regards to my examination, I don't believe so.
Do you recall reviewing Trooper Devlin's notes regarding whether the discoloration on the second floor bedroom was not seen on January 8th?
I would have to actually review her notes again. I definitely reviewed her report, but in terms of her actual field notes, I did not review.
I ask for the court's permission to approach with the report.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Another sidebar. Well, Trooper Devlin has not taken the stand yet, right? I think her concern, the judge's concern, is that he said he doesn't remember reviewing the field notes of Trooper Devlin. So she may not let him look at it, but we'll see. So I'll take it back a smidge.
Side of the bench.
Review. Definitely reviewed her report, but in terms of her actual field notes, I did not review.
He didn't review them.
I ask for the court's permission to approach with the report.
Yeah, she may not let him testify about Devlin's field notes. He may need Devlin for that.
You may.
Larry. That reminds me of how much I love Curb Your Enthusiasm. ADA and Yaz is like, Larry, show those to me. Let me see them. Who loves Curb Your Enthusiasm? That's one of the funniest TV shows ever.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sheehan, I'm showing you a 2-page report. Can you just tell us if that report indicates whose report it was?
It's the report, not the notes.
Yes, it does.
And whose report is it?
Trooper Stephanie Devlin.
And that would be one of the reports that you just told the jury that would be one of the reports you'd review in the context of the investigation.
Yes.
And I would ask you, if you would, sir, to read to yourself this second numbered paragraph. Just read it to yourself and then look up and tell us when you're done.
Genesis, do you think Curb is funnier than Seinfeld? I think they're so different because they were created during such different time periods. Seinfeld was so 90s and Curb is so current that I think they're both equally funny, but in different ways. Seinfeld is on every night at 11 here, so
Okay.
I've seen every episode a million times.
Does Trooper Devlin's report indicate that the discoloration that was observed on January 9th was not observed on January 8th up in the second bedroom?
As to that form sustained,
Does the content of that second paragraph of Trooper Devlin's report refresh your recollection about whether the discoloration in the second floor bedroom upstairs was not seen on January 8th, but was seen on January 9th?
In terms of her report, I did not visualize the bedroom on the first day, so I can't say for certain if it was there or not. I would have to go by her report.
So her report does not refresh your recollection?
Correct.
Her report says the discoloration on the baseboards was not there on the 8th, but it was there on the 9th. Are you surprised? Kind of like how there was no taillight found on the lawn of 34 Fairview during daylight hours by the Canton PD, who thoroughly searched the area, but it was found in the dark after the scene was left unsecured for like, I don't know, 10 hours or so. Interesting. Put Trooper Devlin on your wait for list.
I want to focus now your attention on what was described yesterday as dark gray slippers, item number 9-27. If I could have Ms. Gilman exhibit 230. You recognize that, don't you, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
And that is an item that has been marked as 9-27?
That is correct.
And you described for the jury yesterday that there was red-brown stains on both sides, correct?
Correct.
Top and bottom, correct?
Yes.
And you went into some detail on direct examination describing how you took pains to try to collect samples from the interior of exhibit 230, item 927, to try to find, quote, skin cells. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were purposefully trying to avoid collecting red blood cells or collect samples from what you perceive to be red blood cells. I'm sorry, red blood stains.
Yes.
You actually used the word control. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay. You did use the phrase to avoid, quote, cross-contamination, correct?
Yes.
What did you mean by cross-contamination?
During a sample collection, if there are visible red-brown stains in an area, I would try to avoid that when collecting for potential recovery of skin cells. Knowing that these red-brown stains could be potentially blood, I wanted to avoid combining a skin cell collection with a blood collection.
And what was the purpose then of trying to collect, quote, skin cells, epithelial cells?
The skin cells themselves would help identify a person who would have been using the item or wearing them, how they would normally be worn.
And you have no direct knowledge of how of who these slippers are, do you?
I don't.
And you have no direct knowledge how any of the red-brown staining came to be onto this exhibit 230, do you?
I don't.
And do you, in fact, know, Mr. Sheehan, exactly where these dark gray slippers were found?
I don't recall which trash bag, but they were recovered from the trash collection site.
And so do you know what specific bag these slippers were found in?
No, I don't.
And I'll just ask this. We understand. You then can't tell the jury what other items were found in the same bag that these slippers were found in, correct?
Correct. I would have to review the case file.
You are aware of the fact that a number of bags, black bags, were found at a dumpster site in Peabody, correct?
Yes,
Did you ever go to that dump site?
I did not.
And you are aware of the fact that there was a compactor. Aside from the dumpster, there was a compactor that was also searched that resulted in the bags being found, correct?
Yes,
And a compactor is different than just a dumpster bin. It's a compactor that pushes items and condenses them into a smaller physical size so it can collect more trash or garbage or debris, correct?
correct.
So it's fair to say that when you're concerned for cross-contamination, and you were taking pains, as a forensic analyst would, to try to avoid cross-contamination, it's fair to say that when things are put into a bag and compressed by a compactor, they are pressed together with whatever else is in that same bag, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
And so when they are pressed together in a compactor, they are pushed together and they can then be cross-contaminated, correct?
Objection.
You can answer it.
Correct.
And so when you look at these items as a forensic analyst, and you did so, when you see something like hair that may have been attached to an item like the slippers, you have no idea if that hair was on the slipper when it was put into the bag, or if it came to be on the slipper because of the compression that resulted from being compressed by a compactor.
That is correct.
So I guess the question, the next question is this. When we look at these photographs of various pieces of evidence, like these gray slippers, the dark gray slippers, and other pieces of evidence that you look at, the photographs are not representative of how that item may have appeared before it was placed in a bag, correct?
Correct.
As to that form, sustained.
The photographs do not depict how an item, if I may say, the photographs that have been placed into evidence of certain items may not depict the condition that a particular item was in prior to being deposited in the black bag.
Correct.
Could you take that down, Ms. Gilman? Thank you very much. And yesterday you testified to some hair that you examined, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to Exhibit 232, you examined 2 of the hair fibers that you found, correct?
Yes, from item number, I believe it was 9-18. Sorry, 9-28.
9-28,
Yeah.
yes. And one of the 2 hairs that you examined, you determined was consistent with human hair, correct?
Yes.
And then the other hair you examined was consistent with animal hair, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware, Mr. Sheehan, that, I've been calling you Mr. Sheehan. You're not a trooper, are you?
Correct.
Okay, so I've been right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware of the fact that there was an animal that also resided at the Cohasset home?
Yes.
During this period of time?
Yes.
And and are you aware of where this hair that you were examining, Exhibit 232, was found in the Cohasset home?
From what I recall, it was found from the trash area.
Okay. The trash area of Peabody?
Yes, the trash collection site.
Okay. And you also told the jurors yesterday about another exhibit of hair, Exhibit 250, correct?
Which exhibit is that?
That was a hair clump?
The item number was 16-12.
Okay, could we have Exhibit 250? Is that the item 16-12?
Yes.
And that would be Exhibit 250?
Yes.
And the hair found in this exhibit, what is that substance that we see in the photograph?
I do not know.
So it was never examined?
No.
And of course, it'd be very important to determine if that substance that we see in this exhibit, if that substance that the hair rests on was skin tissue or anything of the sort.
Visually, it did not have any visual similarities to skin tissue.
So there's no question in your mind, as a forensic analyst, that that has anything to do with someone's skin tissue. But as you sit here today, you don't even know what it is.
Correct.
Could be gum.
And the fact that we saw an exhibit, and it's Exhibit 233. Could we have Exhibit 233, please? This exhibit was indicative of Exhibit 232, and it's the hair that you described as consistent with human hair, correct?
Correct.
And it's the root section, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree, wouldn't you, that a hair that contains the root, that hair falls out naturally, correct?
Yes, it does.
And there's nothing to indicate nefarious about the fact that there is a root attached to this hair?
Correct.
It's just the fact that when you examine this, you examined it with the protocols that you use, and you made a determination based on its structure, as the term you used, that it was consistent with human hair, correct?
Yes.
When you use that phrase, consistent with human hair or consistent with animal hair, what you're saying is you can't say positively that it's human hair, but it's consistent, correct?
With this root, you can confirm it's a human hair. If it did not have a root, it would have to be consistent with.
Okay. With regards now to these various items and tools that you testified to yesterday, and I'm talking about the hacksaw and the hammer and things like that, correct?
Yes.
All of what they told this jury, without repeating, all of that is, it's fair to say that you're unaware of exactly where those tools were found, other than they were found in that compactor dumpster area that you, correct?
Correct.
And as you sit here today, you're not sure what particular bags those tools were found in, correct?
Correct.
And so, even though you detected the presence of red-brown stains and determined that some of those stains had hemoglobin, you can't tell the jury how that biological evidence came to be on each and every one of those tools. You just can tell us there was biological evidence on those tools, correct?
That is correct.
And once again, the biological evidence that you detected on those tools could have been on any one tool or more, could have been deposited as a result of transfer, correct? Or, as you called it, cross-contamination, correct?
That is correct.
Let me just ask you a couple of questions about the testimony regarding a hatchet that you testified to about yesterday, right?
Yes.
You did detect something that you described as greasy or oily film or something on that hatchet, right?
Yes.
You never did examine what that greasy or oily film was, correct?
Correct.
You never did any further testing of anything on the surface of that hatchet with regard to the greasy or oily residue that you saw to determine if in fact it was an oily residue that was deposited on a tool to prevent it from rusting or things like that, correct?
The testing that I did was the screening test for blood, and it was in the same area as the hatchet head.
But other than that, other than trying to determine if there was a presence of biological evidence, you did not specifically try to determine what the greasy, oily residue was. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you certainly didn't, well, I shouldn't put it that way. You didn't take any effort to try to go to a particular store, find the exact same tool, and see if that tool contained a greasy, oily residue, did you?
I did not.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chief.
Redirect.
Briefly.
And that's it for cross.
Mr. Sheehan, do you test all areas of a potential scene?
I do not.
Did you test all areas of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
No.
Why not?
I tried to identify the most forensically relevant areas and move from there.
And what are the reasons that testing could be negative?
It's possible that a particular biological substance was not present, and it's also possible that it was present at some point, was cleaned off, or it is present and to the point where it is not detectable by the tests.
So how does cleaning a house impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
If it was thoroughly cleaned, I would imagine the test results would be negative.
Does washing the walls
What?
impact your ability to find blood?
Yes, it does.
What type of cleaning materials would impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
Virtually any type of cleaning material, bleach, alcohol, ammonia, anything, even water if it dilutes the sample to.
You just list all the stuff that we know that he bought. Is there any evidence that it was cleaned? Has there been any evidence that it was cleaned? Okay. He's going to get up. He's going to recross. He should.
Extensive amount.
Would hydrogen peroxide impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
Yes.
Are there other ways that blood can be destroyed or diluted?
Really any type of cleaning materials, as well as environmental factors such as extreme heat.
Did you test? Actually, if I could have published for the jury, Your Honor, Exhibit 21. Well, that's not the right exhibit. One moment. Skimmin, we're looking for 7236. Photo 7236.
Did anybody smell any cleaning products in the house? Did they smell the ammonia?
Do you recognize that room?
Yes, this is the living room.
And this is the living room from when you were there during the search warrant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you recognize in front of the fireplace?
There is some looks to be a repair work around the brick, as well as a carpet.
So there was a carpet there when you were there over the hardwood floor on January 8th and 9th of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is not the carpet that you tested in the lab. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know what the objects looked like before they went into the bags that we just talked about, that you talked about on cross-examination?
I don't.
And do you know what the objects looked like if they went into the compactor at all?
I don't.
So do you know where those bags went?
The bags were, as far as I know, the bags were recovered from the trash site. I'm not sure where exactly they were recovered from before that.
I might have one moment.
You may.
It's a different rug. I think we're going to see video from a different store, maybe Home Goods, where he bought a rug, but they never tested that floor.
Just a couple of questions. When you looked at Exhibit 21 just now, you said you described that fireplace as having looked like repair work, right?
Yes.
Did you examine it?
I did not.
Would you agree that also what's depicted in Exhibit 21 could be foam that's taped around the fireplace to prevent a small child from hitting their head on the corner of brick?
Yeah,
Agree with that?
it's a bumper
Yes.
Thank you.
The witness may step down.
guard. That was a bumper guard. It's a child safety item. I noticed that too.
Jurors, in light of our late start today, I'm going to keep on. Everybody good? Thumbs up. You may call your next witness.
Commonwealth will call Bryce Raymond.
Bryce Raymond. Okay, I'm not sure who that is, but we will see.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good
Oh
morning.
my God.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Bryce Raymond, Raymond.
Could you please?
Could you, I don't know, spell Bryce? Is it an I or a Y? So funny when people just spell their last name as if we should know exactly how he spells Bryce. I'll guess.
Tell.
Bryce. Bryce.
Oh, thank you.
Could you please tell us your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from Penn State University and a Master's of Science in Biology from Tufts University.
And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 2 in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Since June of 2019.
And can you please tell the jury your present duties in the DNA unit and the nature of the work that you do?
Yes, as a Forensic Scientist 2, I am in charge with processing evidentiary items through our DNA lab processing, as well as interpreting and making any conclusions to known standards.
Do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I received at least 6 months of specialized training in which I read all the protocols and procedures at the lab. I attended lectures and took quizzes, as well as worked on mock evidentiary items through the lab processing. And at the end of testing, I take a competency test.
And did you pass that competency test?
Yes, I did.
So does your testing and training stop after that initial 6-month period?
No, every year we have to do at least 8 hours of continuing education in order to stay knowledgeable in the field.
And do you continue to be tested at the lab?
Yes, we do.
And what kind of testing is that called?
That's called a proficiency test.
And how does proficiency testing work at the lab?
Yeah, so twice a year we have to take a proficiency test to continuously show that we have the skills and knowledge in order to perform DNA analysis. This is given by an outside accrediting body, and when we complete our work, we send in the results to that accrediting body for them to grade.
And what are the results of your proficiency testing?
I have passed every one I have taken.
So approximately how many samples have you had the opportunity to analyze for DNA testing?
Approximately 2,000.
And have you testified before in Massachusetts about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Does the Massachusetts DNA unit at your lab follow standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes, we do.
And who sets those protocols and procedures?
They are based on some accrediting bodies such as the FBI, as well as validations that are done at the lab.
Well, you anticipated my next question, which is your lab, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, accredited?
Yes, we are. We are accredited by ANAB, which is the ANSI National Accreditation Board, as well as the FBI Quality Assurance Standards for DNA laboratories.
And what does accredited actually mean?
That means we are following a specific set of standards to make sure that the scientific work that we are performing is accurate and reliable.
And is that a national accreditation?
Yes, it is.
And does your work undergo any kind of review process?
Yes, all work goes under two different types of review processes, a technical review and an administrative review.
And is that review process required under the accreditation standard?
Yes, it is.
And so if you could just explain technical and administrative review, please.
Yes, a technical review is one that is done by a qualified analyst that takes a look at your work to make sure that you followed all the proper protocols and procedures and made sure that any conclusions you made are scientifically sound. An administrative review looks over the file to make sure there's no spelling mistakes, no grammar mistakes, all the pages are numbered and initialed, and other administrative things such as that.
And why is that all important?
That's important to make sure that we provide the best quality work that we can.
I now want to talk about DNA. What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the genetic blueprint of life and what makes you, you. You inherit your DNA from your parents, so you get half of your DNA from your mom and half of your DNA from your dad. And no two individuals have the same DNA profile except for identical twins.
Is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes, so whether we test blood, saliva, hair, skin, we should expect the same DNA profile if they came from the same person.
So what type of biological material can DNA be found in?
So that can be blood, saliva, skin, hair, sweat, urine, anything biological.
So can you explain generally the process that is used for forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, at the lab, we have a 4-step process. The first step is extraction. This is when we break open the cells and collect the DNA. The second step is quantitation or quantification. This is when we can get an estimate of how much human DNA is present as well as how much male DNA is present. And that's so we can target an appropriate amount for the third step. And that third step is amplification. This is when we make millions and millions of copies of specific areas on the DNA and are fluorescently tagged. And then the fourth step is separation and detection, also known as capillary electrophoresis. This is when we put the DNA on an instrument that separates out the DNA by size and has a camera to detect those fluorescently tags. And that produces raw data.
And what is the goal of that raw data?
The goal of that raw data is to then be read by an interpreting analyst in order to interpret the DNA profile.
And what is a DNA profile?
A DNA profile, so the specific areas that we are copying during amplification is called STRs or short tandem repeats. That is just areas on the DNA that repeat different lengths for a person. So one person could have 5 repeats, another person could have 6. And it's the combination of all those numbers is what makes up a DNA profile.
So how many locations are you testing?
We test 26 locations as well as a sex determining location.
And what is batch testing?
Batch testing is what we do at the lab and is a common practice in forensic science, in which if many items need to be processed for the same lab step, one analyst will process all those items at once on the same instrument.
So why do you use batch testing?
We do that for efficiency, as it is better for one analyst to process, say, 50 items at one time on one instrument than 50 analysts trying to process one item each on the same instrument, one after each other.
Is there a protocol that you follow prior to retrieving any evidence to prepare your lab area to avoid contamination?
Yes.
So how do you avoid contamination?
To avoid contamination, I first put on protective personal equipment, and that can include a lab coat, a mask, a hairnet, and for me, a beard net. When I go to my lab bench, I also put on gloves, and I spray the lab bench with bleach, clean that off, and lay down lab bench paper before I proceed with any testing.
So why do you use bleach?
The bleach is to destroy any DNA that may be present on the lab bench.
And why do you use bench paper?
We use bench paper to prevent any contamination from items that I may be testing to be deposited onto the lab bench for the next person.
And why are you wearing PPE?
The PPE is also to prevent any DNA that I may touch to go over to another lab bench, or any of my DNA to be deposited on the items.
And once your area is prepared, can you please tell us what you first did and what you first do with items that you're going to sample?
Yes, so for sample preparation, I get a list of items that have been selected for DNA analysis. I get those items out of storage in our secured walk-in room. I take that container of evidence back to the lab bench. I scan it into my custody and take a photocopy. I then open up the container, grab the items that I need, and put those aside ready for testing. I seal up the container with my initials and date and put the container away.
And did you work on lab case 23-00596?
Yes, I did.
And what did you initially do to prepare the samples for DNA analysis?
I did sample preparations on some items.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you specifically about samples. Did you prepare samples 5-1.1, sample from swabs of red-brown stained cave on basement floor? 7-10.3.1, sample from the stained area C on the blade of the hacksaw. 7-10.4.1, sample from the handle of the hacksaw. 9-22.1.1, sample from stain A on white towel number 1 with red-brown stains. 9-28.1.1, sample from stained area A on apparent hairs. 9-31.1, sample from cutting of red-brown stain from piece of rug from bag number 5 from 300 Forest Street. Did you prepare samples from those?
Yes, I did.
So after preparing the samples, what did you next do?
After preparing the samples, I then did the first lab step of extraction.
And how did you do the extraction step?
Yes, to each of the tubes, along with the controls, I added chemicals to the tubes and put them in an oven. And that is done to break open the cells in order to free up the DNA. I then take those tubes and put them on an instrument that separates out the DNA and puts them in a separate tube in liquid form, and that tube is called an extract.
Did you use equipment?
Yes, I did.
What equipment did you use?
I used an oven, and the instrument was an Easy One robot.
And how did you use the equipment?
For the oven, I just placed the samples in and took them out. For the Easy One robot, I put the samples on the robot and then programmed the robot with the proper protocol to use for the extraction and collection, and then got the tubes off of the robot when the process was done.
And I think you said that that is now called, well, what is that now called?
That is now called an extract.
Okay. And then what did you do next?
Next, I took a small portion of the extract, known as an aliquot, and put that into a separate tube and prepared that for the second step of quantification.
So now we're on step number 2?
Yes.
Okay. And what items did you do quantification for?
The same items that were previously mentioned.
And how did you perform the quantification step?
Yes, so for each of the aliquots, I put a portion onto a 96 well plate along with other chemicals. I then placed that 96 well plate onto an instrument, and that instrument does a series of heating and cooling, and that produces the data that gives us the estimation of DNA.
So I believe you just named the equipment that you used.
Yes, it is a real-time PCR system.
Okay. And so how did you use that equipment?
So I put the 96 well plate onto the instrument. I then used the computer program associated with it to say that to start the quantification process. And then after it was done, I collected the data off of the equipment and then put it on our computer drive.
And then what did you do next?
After that, I discussed the quantitation results with the interpreting analyst of this case, who is Suman Salim.
And then what did you do?
Then we came up with how to do amplification strategies for each of the items. And then once that was decided, I went forward with the third step of amplification.
So step number 3 is amplification.
Correct.
And what items did you perform amplification for?
Those same 6 items.
That we previously named.
Correct.
Okay. And how did you perform the amplification step?
Yes. For each of those items, I got the extracts, and I either used all of the extract or a portion of the extract to target an appropriate amount of DNA for testing.
Let me just stop you for a second. What's extract?
Extract was the product from the first step of extraction.
Okay. And now finish your answer. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes. So for those samples, I added chemicals and put them into an instrument known as a thermocycler. And that also does a series of heating and cooling, which makes the copies of the DNA that are fluorescently tagged. And at the end of that process, the tube is now known as an amplicon.
And then what did you do next?
Next, after the amplicons were done, I then proceeded on to the 4th step of separation and detection.
And which items did you do the 4th step for?
The same 6 items that were mentioned.
So you did all the steps of DNA for those 6 items.
That's correct.
And how did you perform the detection step?
Yes. Of the amplicons, I took a small portion of each amplicon and put it on a 96 well plate, added chemicals to the plate. I then put that plate onto an instrument known as a 3500 genetic analyzer. I then programmed the genetic analyzer to perform the separation and detection. And then the instrument separated out the DNA fragments by size and with the camera detected those fluorescent tags.
And then what happens next?
After that data is generated, I take the data off of the instrument and put it on our computer drive.
And then what happens?
After I'm done, I let the interpreting analyst know that data has been collected, and I hand over any worksheets that I generated to them.
And who does the interpretation?
In this case, it was Suman Salim.
So you did not do the interpretation here?
I did not.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, the jury really does need to hear every step. It's chain of custody. It's procedural. They do. I know. You might be bored, but it's got to be done
Nothing further,
to
Your
show
Honor.
that they did it properly.
Cross-examination.
Okay, so he didn't analyze any of the DNA.
Good morning.
Good morning.
He did the bench work and he did it well.
You've taken a lot of proficiency tests, you've passed them all, correct?
Yes.
You take pride in what you do, don't you?
Yes.
And you're running these machines, the analyzer and everything else, and you're running them consistent with the protocols that are required to be followed to run them accurately, correct?
That is correct.
And what you do is you depend on the fact that the samples that you get for testing are samples that will result in reliable results, correct?
Correct.
But what is your height at the lab?
I am a forensic scientist 2.
Okay. And are there forensic scientists 3 and stuff like that? Forensic scientists 1?
Yes.
Okay, but you're a 2, right?
Correct.
And with your knowledge and experience, you would be, it's fair to say, isn't it, that you have no idea where the samples that you subjected to DNA testing came from, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you have no idea how they were collected, wherever they were collected from, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you can tell the jury that at times when you conduct testing like you just described, the results will indicate that there are mixtures of different DNA in a particular sample, correct?
That is correct.
And whenever you get the results that result in a mixture, you can't determine, as a forensic scientist 2, or for that matter, forensic scientist 3, you can't tell how those 2 different substances came into contact with each other, resulting in a mixture, correct?
Our testing does not determine how DNA got onto an item.
And hopefully it's a simple question. Your DNA results do not tell you anything about what happened at a, let's just call it a crime scene, what happened at a particular scene or where they were collected, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Steve.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
There will be an analyst to talk about the DNA and if any DNA was found, whose it is.
So jurors, with that little extra bit, we'll take our morning break. We'll be back in 20 to 30 minutes.
He did the bench work. He did the bench work. I want to know if Brian's wearing a tie today.
Close your notebooks, follow me.
Good job, Bryce. Well done. I don't know. Do you think he and Jessica Hyde were in the same study group? I feel it. No tie today? Has he turned around at all? And it is the cashmere, the sweater. No suit jacket today. He's got a sweater. And slacks. White
Does anyone need anything?
button-down shirt.
One housekeeping order to Your
Yes.
Honor. Defense had asked for potential voir dire of Mr. Mutlu, and we can he's going to be available here. So I thought before the jury comes back from the luncheon recess, we could do that brief voir dire, and I could call him as the next witness in order after that.
From the lunch recess or from this recess?
Mutlu.
Well, I don't even know if he's physically here right now.
All right.
But
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly.
yes, but I thought the lunch recess, I thought that he was going to be here either by 11 or 1. I just want to make sure he's in the building.
All right. Speaking of that, I'd like to talk to you about scheduling. Why don't I talk to you at the side of the bench?
Yes, Ron.
We're getting Mutlu today, you guys. Gem, G-E-M, like a stone. Gem Mutlu, M-U-T-L-U. He's going to be testifying today. Defense wants a voir dire of him. They want to do a voir dire outside the presence of the jury to see what he's going to testify to. He is the former boss of Ana Walshe, who came over for dinner that fateful, that terrible New Year's Eve before Ana Walshe died. Spelled M-U-T-L-U. And so I don't think he's in the building quite yet, but the judge said perhaps at the luncheon recess, they will do a voir dire of Gem Mutlu, M-U-T-L-U. I don't know why scheduling has to be in sidebar. That wasn't my call to make. That wasn't my call to make. I'd love to hear it all, but I can't hear it all. That means we can't hear it all. And so there's that. Thank you, Vicki Watkins, for your super sticker. Kylie is here. Thanks for your 10. She says, Mel, this is reminding me of a well-known case in northeastern Pennsylvania. Hugo Selinski, early 2000s. In 2003, he escaped the county jail. In 2006, he was acquitted of murder, convicted on abuse of a corpse. In 2015, convicted of 2 other murder counts. Thanks, Kylie. Haven't heard of that one. Hugo Selinski. Whoever wants to go fall into that rabbit hole, go do it. Thanks, Kai, for your 10. I love the papers. Said, hey, Melanie, my husband and I just love your channel. Super jealous of your invite to Rob Thomas tonight. I know. Have a flippin' blast. Oh, I will. A blast will be had. Thank you, Gail Taylor, for tuning in from across the pond, who says, waiting for Yuri, expecting a big change in his demeanor on the stand. No snark allowed with this fabulous judge, not like Judge Cannone. I wonder if he will be so relaxed. Well, I guess you didn't watch the evidentiary hearing with us, because Judge Freniere, unlike many other judges in the Commonwealth, held an evidentiary hearing on this motion to suppress the evidence that I told you earlier I thought was outside the scope of the consent. Yuri Bukhenik did testify at that hearing. We watched it together. And he was very different. In fact, the evidentiary hearing occurred during Karen Reed's second trial. And it was wild to see the way he testified on the stand in front of Judge Cannone and the way he testified in front of Judge Freniere in that hearing. It was crazy. Thank you, Gail, for tuning in from across the pond. Any of you who watched that evidentiary hearing with me, tell Gail how different Yuri was. We can't wait. Thank you, Hannah, for your 2 super chats. She said the DA's voice is distracting. I think a lot of people feel that way. We try not to disparage her, in case she watches the chat later. We don't want her to feel bad. However, Hannah, thank you also for the compliment, because you're amazing. And Midnight Mike gifted another membership. You're amazing. Thank you so much. And Skybell said, we missed the part where the expert in the Karen Reed case, Crash Daddy, I think it was Crash Daddy. Which Crash Daddy was it that said, we built a cannon, and it was awesome. It was awesome. I missed that too. Not all experts can be like the Crash Daddies, though. We got to understand that. And Shan415 said, can this guy ever stand in front of the mic? No, he can't. No, he can't. You have to understand also that us being able to watch this trial as the public, Dr. Wolf, it was Dr. Wolf, Crash Daddy, thank you, with an E. Us being able to watch this trial as the public is a privilege, not a right, to be able to watch it streamed. And so it has been my suggestion for a very, very, very long time that the pool camera operators should give the attorneys lapel mics, especially because they have wireless mics now. They can just clip it to your lapel. And also, it would make it easier for us, but it's not about us. It's about the jury. So when you hear the judge say, Mr. Tipton, can you speak up? Witness, can you speak up? That's not for our benefit. That's for the jury's benefit. And look at what happened in Colorado. The cameras are coming out of the courtroom for Barry Morphew because a couple of YouTubers streamed a hearing that said clearly no streaming. And so I guess you get what you get and you don't get upset. What are you going to do? Brenda said, and also earbuds are your friends. Earbuds help a lot. He's a wanderer. That's a style that a lot of attorneys have. They like to walk around. I kind of like it. I think it makes it more interesting. I find that attorneys who stand at the podium the whole time are a little stiff. And I think the jury is really, I know that the jury is really paying attention every time Larry Tipton gets up to talk. And so they are interested in what he has to say. Brenda, thanks for your Canadian 20. Hello. Did you look into Sarah Grace Patrick trial? It's for January 5th. It's interesting to me. I've been watching you for a couple of years. My first super chat. Thank you very much for sending me your first super chat. You're awesome. Sarah Grace Patrick. I remember we covered that trial. I mean, not the trial. We covered the case. She was the young girl who allegedly killed her parents and went to TikTok to try and get people to talk about it. Right? Refresh my recollection on that. Is it actually going to happen January 5th? That sounds like it's kind of fast. But I'll put it on the list. I don't remember what jurisdiction that was in. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much, Brenda, for tuning in from Canada and for gracing me with your first super chat. You're amazing. January 5th trial. That is correct. As of right now, it's coming in January. She was a minor, right? Carrollton, Georgia. Oh, it'll definitely be. It'll definitely be televised because they love cameras in the courtroom in Georgia. Carrollton or Colleton? All right. I'll take a look. Hannah, again, coming back with another 5, says, I expected Bryce to get off the stand, pause to put on a cape, and push his wheelbarrow of evidence out of the courtroom. That would have been great, right? Thanks, Hannah. Again, Quinn's Quest for Justice says the items could also have been from a woman who needed to disappear, right? Did they find her passport? She has Serbian ties. Just playing devil's advocate, right? She had dual citizenship. I believe she had 2 passports. And I do not know. I do not know. But some people do think that. And again, all it takes on the jury is one to hang, right? Or to not be willing to give in. Thank you, Quinn, for your 5. Will he be calling Proctor, says Jen Fox. Proctor is not going to be called by the prosecution. They've stated that in open court. He is, however, on the defense witness list, and it has been said in open court that Proctor's messages or whatever it was found on Proctor's phone has absolute relevance to this case. So I do believe that they will be calling Proctor in the defense's case in chief. Thank you very much, Jen Fox, for being here for 2 months. And Hannah says, thought, could the reason he didn't get rid of the knife like the other tools, because it was the only tool with both his and Anna's DNA, so he cleaned it? No idea. I mean, anything is possible, right? Thank you, B-Mac, for being here for 12 months. Let me know when I need to be ready for the concert. We'll have a blast. 2 moms of 5. Look out, world. Oh, mothers of 5 are so special, right? Thanks for being with me for a year. Is that why? Because you know what I lived through. Nobody's all happy ever at the same time, right? Crazy. FS Coelho, after seeing all the receipts and videos so far, I feel like his plan was to cut her up, but he chickened out due to the mess it would cause. Yeah, I mean, has anybody ever watched one episode of Dexter? I've been saying that too. Thanks for your 5 and for validating a thought that I had. He may have done all the Google research. He may have done all the shopping with his little shopping list. And he may have just decided, you know what? It's too much work and it's going to make too much of a mess. And that whole thing about the cleaning products, there was another great comment in the chat, and I'm going to pull it up now. Well, you know, you might not have found biological evidence if the place was cleaned and if the walls were wiped down and stuff. And was there ever any evidence that he did a whole bunch of cleaning? Did anybody smell the bleach? And so Kristen Pino said this. I feel like Tipton may have made a mistake by not asking every person if they could smell cleaning products. It would be very strong if they all said no. Yes, but what if they said yes? That's the thing. A good lawyer never asks a question that she does not know the answer to. So the risk that you run by asking a question like that is they could say yes. Even if it's not in their report, you don't want them changing their testimony at trial like we saw happen with so many witnesses in the Karen Reed trial 1 and 2. What they said on the stand was completely different than what they said in the reports that were written by Michael Proctor and others, right? And so that is the risk that you run when you ask a question that you don't know the answer to. Going back to yesterday and Kim's thoughts from yesterday, she sent me an email regarding her wrap-up thoughts from yesterday from inside the courtroom. And these are her observations. She had the thought also, because remember we saw on the, oh yeah, let me look at the Venmos, Jenny. Let me do that before I go to her notes. Hang on 1 second. Lori, thanks for your Venmo, says, thank you for all you do. Thank you very much. for your generosity. Lisa says, hi, Melanie. I work remotely as a corporate paralegal for a nonprofit in Boulder, Colorado. Yes, go Buffs. And I've learned so much about criminal law from you. Thanks for that gift. Well, we've got a Buffs emoji in the chat. Go Buffs. I mean, it wasn't a great season, but there's always next year, Lisa, right? There's always next year. Jenny, thank you so much. Says, thanks for being the voice of reason to the trials we watch with you. We appreciate you. Oh, thank you, Jenny. You're a sweetheart. Sherry, thank you so much for your Cash App. Commonwealth didn't charge AB of corpse. Can't SC. Oh, you can't super chat. Oh, Sherry, send me a link to your YouTube channel and I'll check it out on my phone. But I need a link to your actual channel to see if somehow YouTube blocked you or something like that. Cynthia, thank you for your $75 Venmo. You're super generous. Says, I can't adequately explain to you how much I appreciate you. You keep me company during the long days as I work from home full time. Having you on in the background has helped me in so many ways. I listened to you and cried with you when Karen Reed was acquitted. Wow. There was not a dry eye in the house that day. We cried. We cried also. Did you watch when Brian Camp was acquitted? Because we cried then as well. Thank you, Cynthia. I'm so glad that I'm able to keep you company during your workday. It is absolutely my pleasure. Thank you, DEK007, for buying me 3 matcha lattes, and it says, thank you for being a friend. Oh, you're very sweet. That reminds me of, was that the Golden Girls? And if anybody's been watching Pluribus, that seems to be the only thing she's got on DVD because she's watching Golden Girls all the time. Katie P, thanks for your 3 matcha lattes. I'm going to need them. She says, thanks for spending your day with us. Enjoy the matcha lattes. You're awesome. Betsy, good morning. Says, sorry I missed yesterday. I love you with all of my heart. I love you with all of my heart too. And Amanda's saying, no crying here if Brian Walshe is found innocent. If he's acquitted. Yeah, right. Exactly. Thank you, Betsy. April, thanks for your Venmo. Says, thanks for doing God's work and for your fair coverage of this trial. Thank you. I mean, listen, every defendant is entitled to, the presumption of innocence until proven guilty. It is the Commonwealth's burden to prove guilt. And I feel very, very, very strongly about that. Dobie Mama, thanks for your 3 matcha lattes. Just a little something to say thank you for all you do. My days with attorney Melanie Little are always better. You're awesome. Kyle's coming in hot with a lot of emails today. All right, I'll have a chance to look at them hopefully when I have a little bit more time. But right now, I have to entertain the people while we wait for the break to be over. It's 11:38. Lone Star State says, do your eyes change with what color you wear? My husband's do. Sometimes they look more blue than others, depending on the color. Yeah, I would say. I mean, you guys can tell better because you see me on camera. Like today, I'm wearing green and they look more green, I think. Thank you. Thank you very much for your 10. I appreciate that. We put some prayer hands in the chat earlier for JoJo. She says, prayers urgently needed for a fellow cupcake. My sister is a cupcake and her son, age 20, was listed in August as status 1 for a heart transplant in Boston. So prayers up for the family of JoJo since 1980. Sending you all the prayers and all of the good luck to get off that transplant list and get the transplant. Blessed Beyond says, MSP has been doing sloppy crime scene work. This should backfire on them. They just wanted to hurry up and arrest this man without doing a good investigation. It's the Norfolk DA's office culture for you. And then Misbehaving in Florida says, we know Brian Walshe is a liar, all caps, so I don't understand why everyone wants to see him on the stand. Well, lots of reasons. Like, we got to hear not his confessions. That was Harry Turk. We got to hear his statements to the police, but we didn't get to judge his demeanor to see if we thought he was lying. We didn't get to see his facial expressions. We didn't get to see we know he was lying because he admitted he lied to the police. And I think it would be riveting to see him on the stand. I think it is always far more exciting when a defendant testifies. Remember Sarah Boone? Thanks for noticing me, said Devin Michaels showed us how little blood there may be when this cutting up is posthumous. I did not watch that trial, so I can't opine on that. But if anybody in the chat did, let us know what you think. Holly Johnson says, is it possible that the Serbian mob did something to her on New Year's Eve through the boss and her husband panicked because he thought he would catch the blame? Just a thought. Some people think that. Some people think that. Although apparently they're not going to get into, or not going to be allowed to get into what happened at the Crossing Apartments with the fake federal agency that those guys, I think one was Iranian and one was Pakistani, that they are now serving time in prison. We read the article yesterday from the New York Post. And in fact, I linked that article in yesterday's video description in case anybody wanted to go back into it to do a deeper dive into it, because it was very, very interesting. I don't know that they had ties to the Serbian mob, but they may have had other ties. She may have been involved with some very dangerous people. The jury's not going to hear about that, I don't think. But we heard about that because we've done a really deep dive. So thank you, Holly Johnson, for your 10. And thank you, Mama G, for your 50. You're amazing. And she says, just because I love your face so much, but not as much as I love yours. You guys are amazing. And thanks you guys for taking the interest in this case and so many of the other ones that we cover. Oh, and Sherry, yesterday, thanks for your Cash App, says secret agent man to add to the list, to the playlist, for being interested in this case and for not being willing to just, convict somebody automatically on feelings, and for actually reading court documents with me and making up your own minds. Thank you to How Dare You from Canada, says Melanie Mods in chat. Merry Christmas and a blessed 2026. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for your super chat. Yes. Little cupcake. Thank you for reminding me. I know. It's hard to pay attention to everything. The jury caught wind of the FBI swooping into her office building shortly after she was hired there. That's right. That's right. They did. So they're going to be like, the FBI was there. The guy who, Hugh Dunleavy, the guy who heads up security at Tishman Speyer, used to work for the Secret Service. Interesting, right? Yes, and the jury also caught wind of Brian being involved with a federal fraud case. Well, did they say fraud, or did they just say federal case? I hope they said fraud, because they could be sitting there being like, he's on home arrest or home detention for federal charges. Was he on federal murder charges, right? Because we know Matthew Farwell is charged with federal murder for Sandra Birchmore and her unborn baby, because the state didn't want to charge. Massachusetts didn't want to charge Matthew Farwell because he was a cop. Cops covering for other cops. God, I hope Fanning takes the stand. He's on the witness list. Holly Johnson says, even if Brian testifies, he can't talk about it. Talk about what? Because I've talked about 10 things since you put that chat in. Talk about... It depends on what he opens the door to. There's been certain pretrial rulings that we are not privy to. And so there may be some things that he can't be asked about. But again, if he opens the door, he opens the door, right? We saw that in the Robert Tellis trial. Mama She. Yes. Did you guys watch the Robert Tellis trial? That was a great trial. We watched it together. It was our palate cleanser trial after Karen Reed, I think, number 1. And Mama She says, do you think if Brian Walshe testifies, it will be Rob Tellis style? Well, Rob Tellis, the boss baby. That's why we have a boss baby emoji. That was for him, because his employees hated him so much. They called him the boss baby. And remember, he was shoe shamed. That's when we met Kathy from Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo, because she talked about his little tiny moccasins and his fake sneakers. He was the one with the fake sneakers. And somebody said, yeah, I definitely know him. I know those sneakers anywhere, because he was wearing like a beekeeper's outfit when he was on surveillance video. He was allowed to testify narrative style. There was no questions asked of him. And the reason for that is because as an attorney, you're not allowed to suborn perjury. And so Rob Tellis was allowed to testify in just one long narrative. He got to do his thing. He got to make a speech. How long did he testify to? It was a long time. He testified for a long time. And that was wild. That was our palate cleanser trial. That was a fun one. I mean, God rest in peace, Jeff Gehrman, the reporter, coincidentally, that Rob Tellis has been convicted of murdering. Katie Wiggles says, I believe 95% he's responsible for all of it, but part of me wonders if someone else did it and threatened the kids if Brian said anything. Good point. Did they have any Ring doorbell footage from their house on Chief Justice Cushing Highway? Was there a Ring doorbell there? Did they have any surveillance footage at all from that house? Did law enforcement even look for any surveillance footage? I can't wait to hear Jem Mutlu today. That's today. Of course it's going to be today. And he's probably going to be testifying like right when I need to leave to get on the train to go to this concert, but hopefully it's going to be worth it. We may have to break like right when this is over today at 4. Not a whole lot of conversation after today. Because, you know, I have a date with Rob Thomas tonight. And the Goo Goo Dolls. There was no Ring doorbell. Casey Paralegal. Thanks, Katie. And Bethany, thank you, says, besides affirmation. Oh, badass affirmation. I feel like it's been a while. Well, we just did one earlier. Did you come late? Today's badass affirmation is, if love turns lonely, let go. We can only do one a day. Those are the rules because we only have one per day. If we do 2 streams, then we do 2. But if love turns lonely, let go. Thanks, Bethany. We pulled it earlier this morning. Sometimes we forget and we pull it in the middle of the stream. Holly Johnson says, the Serbian mob and what she did for work. It would seem Brian should be able to say what he wants if he's willing to testify. Yeah, I mean, if that's his story. Although I feel like if he was going to testify about that, perhaps Larry Tipton would have brought it up in opening. But perhaps not. So I don't know what his story is going to be. But I'm interested. I'm not muted. If you think I'm muted, go out of the stream and come back in. But if you think I'm muted, you can't hear what I'm saying. So hang on. No, Brian called the landlord asking if he had video cameras because Brian's landlord, remember he testified, Capizzoli, owned another building around the corner. He owned a building, like I don't know if it was auto sales or some other building. He wanted to know if that building had video cameras. Not if there was video cameras at the house that they rented that they were living in. Right? East Coast Candy says for a dirty Dr. Pepper or a Charlie Sheen Wild AF alcohol-free beer. First of all, I think that's genius marketing to call his beer Wild AF for alcohol-free beer. I don't think you can buy it anywhere. I've looked, like I've been looking for it. I don't know if you can buy it. Going to try my own dirty Dr. Pepper with eggnog. Well done, East Coast Candy. Thanks for your 10 from Canada. I'm coming back.
You have a non-Mutlu witness ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call that witness. I'll have the jury back in.
A non-Mutlu.
I'll have the jury back in.
My apologies.
That is Greg Connor. He is
Jim?
No,
a
you didn't hear me.
I'm sorry.
I asked you, do we have, maybe I shouldn't be so abbreviated with my words. Do you have a non-Mr. Mutlu witness ready?
Yes.
Let's call that witness and get the jury back in here.
Yes, Your
I've had a little lumpy morning and I want to continue keeping the flow.
Yes, Your Honor.
I just want to make sure they're still sitting out on the bench. I'm not sure that they are. Could I have 1 second to check?
Sure.
Can you tell she was in the military? She's like, yes, I'm going to hang with Rob Thomas. Well done. I hope he plays. I love that song. Oh, I deleted that by accident. Can you put that back? My fingers are stubby and on my phone. I went to say that you could say it and then it deleted it. But that was a great play on words. Belinda J.
Great.
He's going to hang.
Let's get the jury back in. We'll do Mr. Mutlu over the break.
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
over that, I mean, over the lunch break.
Yes, Your Honor.
She wants to be very clear because he misunderstood her. Creating through chaos is a crush on Rob Thomas. See if we can FF it a little bit. That redhead says, for anyone to call Brian Walshe a liar is hypocritical. We've all lied for various reasons. Aren't we all liars? Thank you, that redhead, for your 5 and for being the voice of reason. I mean, the federal crimes that he pled guilty to show fraud, and I guess he lied about what that painting being an original Andy Warhol, but you're right. You are right. Thank you, that redhead, for calling it out like you see it. East Coast Candy with the dirty Dr. Pepper with eggnog. Let us know how it is.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors entering.
Gail's been out of action, but all good now. Playing catch up. Glad to be back. Glad to have you back. Thank you very much, Gail. Tuning in from across the pond. Judge Lucci. Judge Susan Lucci keeping it classy. Boss Baby should not have been a palate cleanser. I know. It shouldn't have been.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
But after Karen Reed.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Brianna Kiesel.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state your name for the court and spell your first and last name?
Sure. My name is Brianna Kiesel, Brianna. Last name Kiesel, Kiesel.
And what is your educational background, ma'am?
I have a bachelor's in biology from Arcadia University and a master's in forensic science from Towson University.
And what is your occupation?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist too with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And what unit are you assigned to?
The DNA unit.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
6 years.
And what are your responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
I am authorized in processing, interpreting, and reporting samples that were collected from crime scenes, as well as standards collected directly from an individual. I can also technically review other analysts' work when it concerns batch files, which we call files that have standards collected directly from an individual.
And do you have training for this position?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me about your training?
Sure. Our training is a minimum of 6 months, and during that time we have lectures, quizzes, and this all culminates into a final written exam. We also have a practical component in the laboratory where we take several steps for sample sets forward, and that all culminates into a final written exam, as I mentioned, and a final lab practical.
And did you pass that written exam?
Yes, I did.
And that's called a competency evaluation?
Yes, that is a competency, the lab portion of it.
And do you also have to take proficiency testing?
Yes, we do.
And can you explain that to the jury?
A proficiency test is an ongoing competency test where we have to take samples forward twice a year to prove that we are that we are knowledgeable and still performing that skill or method according to the laboratory's standard operating procedures.
And have you passed your proficiency testing?
I have, yes.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
I have.
So I want to now talk to you about this case, 23-00596. Prior to retrieving any evidence in 23-00596, how did you prepare to process the evidence?
So once I was assigned the samples, I cleaned my bench space with bleach and wiped everything down, every instrument that I was using. And once that was done, I laid down a piece of fresh bench paper.
And directing you now to lab number 23-00596, did you work on items 9-27.2.1, the sample from the interior of the dark gray slippers from bag 4 of 300 Forest Street, and item 9-27.3.1, stain A of the exterior left gray slipper?
Yes, I did process those samples.
And what work did you do on those two items for sample prep?
For sample prep, they were already prepared by our criminalistics unit. So I just went into a secure freezer area to retrieve the packaging. I removed the tubes from the packaging and just visually examined the items within the tube.
Did you also work on item 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cuff of the Tyvek suit? 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of the Tyvek suit, and sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit?
I did, yes.
And what work did you do for that?
Those samples I performed just like I previously mentioned, where I went to the secure freezer area, retrieved the packaging, removed the tubes from the packaging, and just observed the samples within the tube.
So you also just did the sample prep for that?
Yes.
Did you also work on item 16-13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this item?
So in this case, this item was still in a specimen jar. So I retrieved the packaging, just like I previously mentioned, made sure the seal was secure as I did with the other samples. And then after that, I opened up the jar and sampled a few items from the jar and placed it into a tube for processing.
So you actually had to make the sample for this?
I did, yes.
Okay. And how many samples did you make?
So this was 16-13.1. There were two tubes we referred to as 16-13.1A and 16-13.1B.
And did you do any further work?
No, that is where my work ended.
Okay. And where did the samples then go?
I then passed the samples off to Madison Frank for extraction.
Cross-exam. The witness may step down.
No results, just procedural.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Madison Frank.
No cross. I just made her do a little dance. We're here to help, Carol.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can proceed.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Can you please state your name for the court, spelling your name?
My name is Madison Frank. That is MADISON FRANK.
And what is your educational background, ma'am?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic and Investigative Sciences from West Virginia University.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I've been employed there since October of 2019.
And what are your responsibilities?
As a forensic scientist too, I will perform DNA analysis on either known or evidentiary biological samples, interpret those results, and report out my results in a case file.
And have you had training for this position?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed your proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed the competency testing that was part of your training?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab number 23-00596, did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you now about items 9-27.2.1, the sample from the interior of the dark gray slippers from bag 4 of 300 Forest Streit, 9-27.3.1, the stain A on the exterior left gray slipper, 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cuff of the tie-back suit, 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of the tie-back suit, 9-32.5.1, sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the tie-back suit, and 16.13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster. I believe I just gave you 6 of those samples. Did I mention 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior leg pant of the tie-back suit? So those would be the 6. What work did you do on those?
DNA analysis is a 4-step process, so I perform steps 1 and 3 of that process on those samples.
Okay. And what are 1 and 3?
Step 1 is extraction, and step 3 is amplification.
Okay. And how did you do step 1, the extraction step?
For extraction, I received the samples and I added chemicals to the samples and the controls, and then put them in an oven so that we can break open the cells to obtain the DNA. Then those samples will go on an instrument that helps to clean up the sample so that we're only dealing with the DNA and no other cell parts. Then after the extracts come off of the instrument, then I will take a small portion of that sample and I will put it in a new tube to be used for the second step.
And which instrument did you use or equipment?
An Easy One robotic instrument.
Okay. And how do you use that instrument?
The samples will go onto the instrument in tubes, and then there will be new tubes where the samples will go through processing in the instrument to put out just the liquid and DNA portions of the sample.
And then what is that biological material then referred to?
An extract.
And what is that extract then ready for?
The extract is then ready to be quantified in the second step.
So did you do that second step quantification?
No, I did not.
Who did that second step for those 6 items?
Troy Adams did the second step of quantification.
And why is that?
We use a batching process when we are processing our samples so that it is a more efficient and streamlined processing.
And are you qualified to do all of the steps of DNA, the 4 steps that you described?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And then did you do more work on this case with the 6 samples?
Yes, I also did the third step of amplification.
On all 6 of those samples?
Yes.
And that being 9-27.2.1, 9-27.3.1, 9-32.1.1, 9-32.2.1, 9-32.5.1, and 16-13.1. Did I get that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So you did the third step. And how did you do the amplification step?
So I took the extracts that were generated from the first step, and I took portions of those samples and added chemicals to the tubes with these samples, and then I put them onto an instrument called a thermocycler, and this will have the samples go through periods of heating and cooling, and this is to make millions of copies of the specific DNA that we are looking for to be able to visualize it in further down in our processing.
And which equipment did you use for that?
A thermocycler.
Okay. And then how do you use that equipment?
The samples just go on, they are in small tubes, and they will go on into small holes in the thermocycler, and then it is a metal plate that they are in, and it will go through different steps of heating and cooling.
And what happens next to the DNA process?
So the next step will be that those tubes that just went through the heating and cooling, that those tubes will be used for the fourth step of separation.
And who did that step?
Troy Adams.
So you did not do that step?
No, I did not.
And did that end your work on this case?
Yes, it did.
Any cross-examination? The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
They're showing chain of custody with each person who touched each item of evidence and before it was tested and what steps they did, and they have to do it. It's important.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Troy Adams.
I don't think that she was self-important. I think that she's smart. She's a woman in STEM. They're trained to look at the jury. They're testifying for the jury. There's nothing unusual or about that. When lay witnesses look at the jury, that's what creeps me out. The experts, no, that's what they're explaining. They need to teach the jury what they know and what they did, so it doesn't bother me.
Testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Can you state your name for the court, spelling your first and last name?
My name is Troy Adams, Troyadams.
Thank you. And what is your educational background, sir?
I have a bachelor's degree from Pennsylvania State University in forensic science.
And what is your current occupation?
So I currently work as an investigator for the Lehigh County Coroner's Office in Pennsylvania.
And how long have you been in Pennsylvania?
I've been in Pennsylvania for approximately 3 years now, 2 years working in my current job.
So prior to moving to Pennsylvania, did you work in a different field?
No.
Did you work for forensic sciences in Massachusetts?
Yes.
And can you detail your working history as it pertains to forensic sciences?
Yes. So out of college, I joined the Massachusetts State Police crime lab there as a DNA analyst. I completed all my training protocols and was tested for competency. And then I began performing casework on samples.
And then did you work for a different company in Pennsylvania as well, doing forensic sciences?
Yes. After I left the Massachusetts State Police, I joined Quest Diagnostics as a forensic scientist in their toxicology division.
And just keep your voice up so everyone can hear you.
And have you had training for your position at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab and also for your position at Quest?
Yes.
And have you had ongoing training as well?
Yes.
And have you taken proficiency tests?
Yes.
And what were the results of your proficiency tests?
I passed every proficiency test.
And do you have any certifications in your current job?
Yes.
And where are those from?
So I am certified as a national medical legal death investigator.
And how did you receive that?
So I received that after a certain amount of training at my current job, and then going through and taking a certification test.
I want to direct you now to when you were working in Massachusetts. Did you do work on lab number 23-00596?
May I refer to my file?
You may.
Yes.
Here's a file.
And did you do work on items 9-27.2.1, a sample from interior of a dark gray slipper, 9-27.3.1, stain A on the exterior left gray slipper, 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cup of a Tyvek suit, 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of Tyvek suit, 9-32.5.1, the sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit, and 16-13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster.
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on those 6 samples?
So I performed the second and fourth step of the DNA analysis process, quantification and detection.
And can you tell us how you did the quantification step?
So I took a sample, I was given samples from the extraction step, and then I added a mix of chemicals and went through repeated processes of heating and cooling, which quantified the DNA.
And then the process was then next ready for the third step, is that correct?
Yes, it was ready for amplification.
And who did the amplification step?
I believe that was Madison Frank.
Okay. And after Madison Frank did the amplification step, what did you next do?
I took the products of the amplification step and performed detection.
And did you do the detection on those same 6 items that we just discussed?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you do the fourth step, that detection?
I added a mix of chemicals and placed the samples on the detection analyzer.
And then what happened?
And then electropherograms were generated, which were then interpreted by the interpreting analyst.
And where did that data go?
That data was transferred to one of our servers at the State Police Crime Lab.
And did you do the interpreting or did someone else do it?
Someone else performed the interpretation.
Damn. Did you do any other work on this
Your
case?
answer.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination of this witness? The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Nope.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Emily Oliver, please.
There's another one, I bet, from the crime lab. Charles from South Africa says, this DA sounds like the person who calls people to the gate at the airport.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thanks, Charles.
Thank you.
This way. Let's watch your stuff.
I don't think Brian's mother's house was ever investigated,
You may
Kathleen.
proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the court?
My name is Emily Oliver.
And can you tell us your educational background?
Yep. I received a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven in 2019.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a Forensic Scientist 2 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since December 2019.
And can you please tell us your responsibilities?
So at the lab, I perform DNA testing on samples as well as DNA profile interpretation, and I write lab reports.
And what training have you had for this position?
So when I was first hired, I did an in-house training program that lasted over 6 months that involved testing mock casework samples as well as lectures and exams.
And you also have ongoing training?
Yes.
And have you taken competency tests and proficiency tests as well?
Yes.
And have you passed those?
Yes.
Prior to doing any work, how do you prepare your work area?
So first I clean the area and all the tools I'm going to use with bleach, and then I lay down clean bench paper.
And how are you dressed before you work?
I have a lab coat, gloves, a face mask, and a hairnet.
And why do you take those precautions?
To prevent any contamination from myself onto the samples.
I want to direct your attention now to lab case number 23-00596 and asked if you worked on items 7-13.1, sample from area A on the head of the hatchet, item 7-13.2.1, sample from the handle of the hatchet, and item 9-20.1, the sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stain. Did you do work on those items?
I did.
And what did you do?
So for 7-13.1, the head of the hatchet sample, I did the first 3 steps of our 4-step DNA analysis process, which is extraction, quantification, and amplification. And on the other 2 samples, I did the first 2 steps of our 4-step process in the lab.
Okay, I also want to ask you if you did any sample prep.
So I did, in the sample, it was more so just making sure I pulled the correct tube with the correct case number and item number from our cold storage room. It was previously prepared by someone else.
Thank you. Can you tell us what you did for the first step for the items that you did the first step for?
So extraction is the step where we add chemicals and heat to the sample to release the DNA from inside of the cells in the sample.
Okay. And which items did you do that for?
For 7-13.1, 7-13.2.1, and I believe it was 9-20.1.
Okay. So for all 3 of those, you did that. Okay. And did you use equipment for the extraction step?
Yes.
And what equipment did you use?
It's called an Easy One extraction robot.
And what is the biological material now referred to?
A DNA extract.
And what is it now ready for?
The second step, which is quantification.
And how did you perform the quantification?
So I took a small droplet from the extract tubes and put them into a new tube. And then I add different chemicals to that new tube and put it through an instrument that estimates the amount of DNA in the sample.
And was that for all 3 of those items?
Yes.
Okay. And did you use equipment?
Yes. It's called a 7500 real-time PCR instrument.
Okay. And then what happened in the DNA process?
And after that, the samples go to the 3rd step if they have enough DNA, which is amplification.
Okay. And for which items did you do the amplification process? Did you just do that for 7-13.1?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you not do amplification for 9-20.1 and 7-13.2.1?
Just due to scheduling reasons, that was worked best for me.
Okay. So who performed the amplification process for 9-20.1 and 7-13.2.1?
My coworker, Mary Nagel.
Okay. So talking now about what you did do amplification for, item 7-13.1, the sample from area A on the head of the hatchet. Can you tell the jury, how did you perform the amplification process on that item?
Sure. So I add, again, different chemicals to the extract tubes and put it onto an instrument that creates millions of copies of these specific locations on the DNA that we're looking at.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, it's called a thermocycler.
And what happens next in the DNA process?
The last step is the separation and detection step. And that after that last step, we have the DNA profile.
And did you do that 4th step, the detection step?
I did not.
And who did that last step for 7-13.1?
My coworker, Yoli Bregu.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I just have a few.
Go right ahead.
And first off, Oliver, I didn't hear your name correctly.
Oh, Emily Oliver.
And you have a title?
You can just call me Miss Oliver if you'd like.
Miss Oliver. Can you tell this jury a little bit something about your knowledge of inhibitors that might affect the amplification?
Sure. So different materials in the environment can kind of limit the reaction and which could affect the DNA profile that we get in the end.
And can you just tell the jurors what are some of the known inhibitors of DNA amplification?
So dye from blue genes can be an inhibitor. I don't recall any others off the top of my head.
All right. The fact of the matter is that the DNA molecule is a pretty robust molecule, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that things as common as oil and things like grease, they don't inhibit the amplification of the DNA molecule in this testing, do they?
I'm not sure.
What about the quantities that you're dealing with? Is it fair to say that the quantity that you're amplifying can be measured in nanograms?
Yes.
And what's a nanogram?
I believe it is, so it's just a very small number. I believe it's 1 × 10⁻12.
So is it fair to say that it's about a one billionth of a gram?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And what about a picogram? Can you define a picogram for the jurors?
It is a slightly larger number, but still a very small quantity.
Okay. And in the amplification process that you just told the jurors about, what happens is that you separate the alleles from the molecule, the DNA molecule, and then you amplify those alleles, and then they reunite into a molecule, and a DNA molecule, and then your machine and apparatus that you use, it's able to process it and give a result, correct?
Correct. And that's mostly referring to the fact that DNA is a double helix, kind of looks like a ladder that's twisted, and it becomes single-stranded during part of the process and then comes back together again.
All right. And finally, you're familiar with the term electropherogram, correct?
Yes.
And can you just describe for the jury what an electropherogram is?
So it's just a graphical representation of the DNA profile, kind of like an EKG. There's a bunch of different peaks that correspond to the DNA. That's a printout that we get and that we look at the end of our testing.
So in the State Police Crime Lab, when you look at the electropherogram, does the analyst interpret the peaks to determine the results of the DNA testing, or is it another piece of apparatus that does the analysis of the electropherogram peaks?
So we put our electropherogram through a program called Gene Mapper that does help the interpretation, but a person is still looking over the profile.
All right. So is it fair to say that in the State Police Crime Lab that the final call, so to speak, the final determination of what is or isn't interpreted as DNA, that's done by the analyst, not by the machine?
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect? The witness may step down.
I imagine that there was a cross on this witness because whatever it is that this witness touched is going to be part of the items
Commonwealth
that may
may call
show
its next
positive
witness.
for
Commonwealth will
DNA
call Mary Nagel.
of Ana. That's my guess. That's why he picked her. Okay, somebody named Nagel. We'll see how you spell it.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please sit.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Can you state your name for the record and just spell your last name?
Yep. My name is Mary Nagel, Nagle.
And what's your educational background, ma'am?
I have a bachelor's of science in biochemistry, cell and molecular biology from Drake University, as well as a master of science in biomedical forensic sciences from Boston University.
Can you just pull that microphone a little bit closer? Thank you. And what is your...
Julie Nagel's name is spelled Nagel. Therefore, no relation to Ryan and Julie.
Your occupation?
I am a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 3 years.
Can you tell us your responsibilities?
Yep, I am capable of performing all of the lab work as well as reporting and interpreting single source profiles and writing up other reports as well.
What training have you had for this position?
I underwent a 6-month training program that included lectures, exams, and about 50 mock samples for lab practice.
And did you pass the exams that you during your training period?
Yes, I did.
And do you also have ongoing training?
Yes, I do.
And as part of your ongoing training, do you have to take proficiency tests?
Yes, we take 2 proficiency tests a year.
And have you passed those tests?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab case number 23-00596. Did you do work on item 7-13.2.1, the sample from the handle of the hatchet, and item 9-20.1, the sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stains?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do on those items?
I performed the 3rd and 4th step of the DNA analysis, which is the amplification and detection process.
And how did you do the amplification step?
For amplification, I was made aware of which samples to process from Emily Oliver. From there, the samples were set aside in a tube, and I took whatever amount was needed specific to that sample item and added chemicals to that. The samples and the chemicals were then put on an instrument that went through a series of heating and cooling, and this process makes millions of copies of that DNA.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, for that, it is mostly just the heating and cooling instrument that is used, and then the pipettes and tubes and instruments like that as well.
And then you said you did the 4th step detection?
Yes, I did.
And which did you do the detection for both of those items that we previously discussed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you do that?
So after the 3rd step amplification, the samples are in smaller tubes, and a small portion of that sample is then loaded onto a plate with another set of chemicals. That plate is loaded into an instrument to run, and that instrument then detects the DNA and produces a profile for interpretation.
And did you do the interpretation?
No, I did not.
Who did the interpretation?
That was Saman Salim.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions of this witness? You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I need to speak up. Ms. Nagel?
Yes.
Just have a few questions for you. Once again, there are certain known inhibitors that affect the ability to amplify the DNA molecule, correct?
There are, yes.
But there's not very many.
Correct.
Because it's a robust molecule, correct?
Right.
One of the inhibitors is, interestingly enough, the blue dye that we see in things like Levi's, correct?
It can be, yes.
Okay. But it's not something like oil or grease or things like that. The molecule doesn't get broken down by oil and grease and things like that, correct?
Correct.
And if bleach is used on an item that contains DNA, and the bleach breaks down, that molecule will not properly amplify using your equipment.
It will still be amplified, but parts of that DNA will probably drop out at the end of it, but there is still usually DNA at the front of that profile.
When you say at the front, you mean that the shorter alleles, after the molecule is broken down, the shorter alleles will amplify, but the longer alleles won't, because they were broken down by the bleach.
Correct.
And when you look at the results of their amplification, a trained analyst can see that the longer alleles didn't amplify properly, and they may conclude that something like that particular sample might have been affected by bleach or something like that, correct?
We do not look into what could possibly affect the degradation, but we are capable of seeing the fact that the DNA profile will begin to slowly drop in what is present.
Okay, thank you. One other question. Am I correct in saying that an nanogram is 1/billionth of a gram?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Am I correct in saying that a picogram is 1,000th of a nanogram?
A picogram would be 1/millionth.
And when you're using the quantities that you're using to get the results that you complete in the lab, we are talking about quantities in nanometers.
Yes.
Tiny, tiny amounts, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any redirect of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
I think she rubbed up against the mic. Picogram. A picogram.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Yoli Bregu.
Yoli. Didn't Yoli do some interpretation?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
Right this way.
Counsel, can you hold up for a second?
I'm loving all the women in STEM. Is the lab closed today, says Sam? I know, right? They're all here.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your entire name for the record?
My name is Yoli Bregu, Joli Bregu.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Boston University and a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences, also from Boston University.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm a forensic scientist too with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the DNA unit.
And how long have you been there?
Since June 2019.
Can you tell us your responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
Sure. I perform forensic DNA analysis on evidence samples submitted to the lab. So my typical workday consists on processing those samples in the lab, doing the data interpretation, making comparisons with the reference samples, writing reports, testifying in court as needed. I also do administrative and technical reviews.
And what training have you had for this position?
So in addition to my education during my master's degree, I followed a forensic biology and forensic DNA analysis track. And then when I got hired, I was trained at the Massachusetts State Police, specifically in the DNA unit in forensic DNA analysis. The training consisted on lectures, reading of relevant literature, laboratory experience with practice samples, data interpretation, written and oral exams, followed by competency tests.
And did you pass those competency tests?
Yes.
And do you have ongoing training as well?
Yes, we have ongoing training. Every year we are required to take at least 8 hours of continuing education, which is offered in forms of seminars, webinar, workshops. We usually take more because there's more offered through the year. We're also required to read at least one scientific journal article relevant to our field.
And you have to take testing as well?
Yes, we have to take proficiency testing every year. They are taken twice a year.
Notice how after Maureen Hartnett, was it Maureen Hartnett who failed her competency exam or proficiency exam? It was one of the Karen Reed crime analyst people. Notice how they're very careful to ask each and every witness whether or not they've passed their competency exams. And I wonder if that's new after the Karen Reed trial, 1 and/or 2. It was trial 1. That's when it came out. And I think it was Maureen Hartnett, but correct me if I'm wrong. Everyone at Norfolk County DA's office learned what to do and what not to do after that trial.
That proficiency testing?
Yes, I have passed the proficiency testing required throughout my employment. The last one is still in the grading process.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab number 23-00596, did you do work on item 7-13.1, the sample from area A on the head of the hatchet?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this item?
I performed the 4th step that is used in forensic DNA analysis, which is detection.
And how did you do the detection step of the DNA process?
So I took the samples from the analyst who had done previous work, Emily Oliver. I prepared those samples, mixing them with the required reagents. Then I loaded them in our instrument that does the detection, known as genetic analyzer, and I started the run. And that's where my role ended. After the run is done, the data is saved automatically in the computer and can be imported by the interpreting analyst for data interpretation.
Did you do the interpretation here?
No, I did not.
Who did the interpretation?
Salman Salim.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination of this witness?
Just a couple.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Yes.
Did I see that right?
Yes, you did.
Couple of questions. You're familiar with the term in the context of DNA testing, allele, correct?
Correct, yes.
And the allele is, why don't you just tell the jury what?
The allele is a variant of a DNA fragment that is amplified during our 3rd step. So it's a person has 2 alleles, one they inherit from the mother and one from the father.
Okay, and the allele then is the section of the DNA molecule that is then looked at once you've separated the molecule, and it's the part of the molecule that then gets amplified, correct?
Yes.
And so if you have an allele that repeats at a certain locus on the DNA molecule, then you may be a particular type at that particular location on the molecule, depending on how many repeating alleles you have.
It's how many repeats are within the allele. So the allele itself is the entire fragment, and within that alleles, there are we call them short tandem repeats. There are repeats, they repeat themselves different numbers for different individuals, and that's what it's assigned to an allele. How many times the fragment repeats itself within the allele.
And people can have the same repeats of alleles in the molecule, but generally speaking, they don't have the same number of repeating alleles across the molecule, various different loci.
Yes, correct.
And the loci is just plural for locus, right?
Yes, the loci is the location of that particular allele in the DNA molecule.
In the testing that was done in this case, you're using 26 different locations plus the sex area.
Correct, yes.
And that's a melogene.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect of this witness?
No.
The witness may step down.
All right, Kate.
Thank you,
Office
Your Honor.
space.
Thank you.
What is it that you say you do here? What is it that you say you do here? Office Space is one of my favorite movies, and I will watch it every single time I pass by it on television. It's on a lot.
You, the judge. Days ago, I told you, and I think I read you another stipulation, but I'll remind you, a stipulation is just an agreement between the parties, and I'm going to read you now an agreement that the parties have made. This is a stipulation regarding DNA samples of Ana Walshe and Brian Walshe. Reads as follows. On May 9, 2018, FBI Special Agent Tyler Delorme obtained a DNA sample from Brian Walshe. Special Agent Delorme brought the sample to the FBI headquarters in Boston, where it was placed into evidence storage. Also on May the 9th, 2018, FBI Special Agent Matthew Riportella obtained a DNA sample from Ana Walshe. Special Agent Riportella brought the sample to the FBI headquarters in Boston, where it was also placed into evidence storage. On January 10th, 2023, Special Agent Kristen Koch took the sample of Ana Walshe and the sample of Brian Walshe from evidence storage at the FBI headquarters in Boston and brought both samples to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. The samples did not leave the custody of the FBI until Special Agent Koch submitted them to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab for testing. That's Exhibit E for identification.
People have been asking in the chat, I've seen it a lot. How do they get a sample of Ana Walshe's DNA? How do they get a sample? Sometimes they get it from a hairbrush, sometimes they get it from a toothbrush. However, in this case, there are two DNA samples from both Ana and Brian that were taken by FBI specialists. And instead of having all of these witnesses come in, and that was in connection with his federal charges, and instead of having all those witnesses come in to talk about chain of custody, the attorneys have stipulated that these samples from Brian and Ana are real and authentic and accurate. And that answers your question. There we go.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Karen Jacobson. Solemnly swear.
Another one with beautiful hair. Another witness with beautiful hair.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Could you please give us your name and spell your name for the record?
My name is Karen Jacobson. That's KarinJacobsen.
And if I could just ask you to pull that microphone a little closer to you. Thank you.
Sure.
What is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm currently employed as a forensic scientist 2 within the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been there?
Since August of 2021.
And what are your duties?
I'm responsible for receiving items of evidence associated with known individuals, taking them through the 4-step DNA process, and making those DNA profiles available for use in comparisons.
And what is your educational background?
I have both a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from Bowling Green State University.
And do you have specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us about that training?
The training program within the DNA unit is at least 6 months long. It consists of lectures covering all of our protocols, literature readings covering current and historic methodologies, laboratory processing of at least 50 mock samples, and all of this is wrapped up with a competency test.
And did you pass your competency test?
Yes, I did.
And have you also had ongoing training?
Yes, I have.
And as part of your ongoing training, do you have proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And have you passed your proficiency training?
Yes, I have.
I want to ask you, about lab number 23-00596. Did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this case?
So the DNA testing process is 4 steps long. I performed the 2nd step and the 4th step for 2 items.
And what were those items?
These were items 13-1.1 and 13-2.1.
And what were those?
These were the DNA saliva collection kits for Ana Walshe and Brian Walshe, respectively.
Okay. So how did you do the step 2? That be the quantification step?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that, please.
In the 2nd step, quantification, I received a portion of the extract created in the 1st step. I applied a set of chemicals to it and put it on an instrument that goes through cycles of heating, cooling, and this produces an estimate of the amount of human and male DNA present within each sample.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was that?
This is a 7500 real-time PCR machine.
And who had done the previous step?
The previous step was performed by Katarina Stashin.
Okay. And why didn't you do that step?
We batch our samples in the laboratory processing for the sake of efficiency.
Okay. And then when did you become involved again in this process for these samples?
I then performed the 4th step, separation and detection.
Okay. And can you please tell this jury how you did that 4th step?
So the same person, Katarina Stashin, performed the 3rd step. I received the product produced in the 3rd step from her. I applied another set of chemicals to it and put it on an instrument that separates each of the copies of the DNA by size. And then with the help of some special software, it turns it into a visual representation of the DNA profile.
And did you use any equipment?
Yes, I did.
And what equipment did you use?
This was a 3500 genetic analyzer.
Okay. And then what is the data next ready for in the process?
After the data is reviewed, it's ready for use in comparisons.
Okay. And who did the interpretation and comparison here?
In this case, it was Katarina Stashin as well.
And did you do any other work on these samples?
No, I did not.
I have no further questions.
Cross-exam? The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Katarina Stashin.
Okay, maybe she interpreted something? Ana Long, thanks for your 5. Could they, after trial, go for Ms. Adelson? I mean, Walsh? I'm nearly certain he didn't act alone. Still haven't seen proof of murder or even death. Thank you, Anna. No statute of limitations on murder.
Testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
I was
truth, so help
confused
you
by the
God.
chain of custody and scales and
Right this
evidence
way.
bags. Thanks, Kyle.
Just watch your step forward. Step all the way. A little bit further. There you go.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state your name and spell your whole name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Katarina Stashin. First name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashyn.
And what is your current occupation, ma'am?
I'm currently a criminalist in the biology section at the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Crime Lab located in Reno, Nevada.
And can you please detail your work history as it applies to forensic sciences?
I was previously a forensic scientist in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for about 3.5 years, from 2021 to earlier this year, 2025, when I got the opportunity to move back to Nevada to be closer to family and pursue a job still as a DNA analyst.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I received training at both the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab and at my current job in Washoe County. In Massachusetts, I completed an approximately 1-year-long training program that consisted of reading scientific protocols, scientific literature, textbooks, all on the topics of forensic DNA analysis. I also took written exams and oral exams on those topics. I also practiced sets in the lab, both for laboratory processing and for DNA interpretation. Put together practice case files, wrote reports, did comparisons, and all of that training completed with a competency test, of which I passed. And then at Washoe County, I completed an approximately 6-month-long training course due to my experience, where I also did review of scientific literature, textbooks, protocols, practice sets, writing practice reports, performing comparisons or interpretation, etc. And that also completed with a competency test, of which I passed.
And have you also had proficiency testing?
Yes, I have also completed proficiency testing.
And have you passed those tests as well?
Yes, I have passed all competency and proficiency testing that I've taken so far.
And have you testified in Massachusetts about DNA?
Yes, I have.
So what is a single source DNA profile?
A single source DNA profile is a profile that originates from one person or one contributor. And you can identify this in a profile. Just by looking at the profile, you can see how many people are in there.
And what is a known standard?
A known standard is a sample.
Kat, the FBI, and I see a lot of this flying by in the chat. The FBI had saliva swabs or DNA samples from both Brian and Ana from 2018. That is when he was arrested on his fraud or indicted on the fraud charges for selling the fake Andy Warhol paintings. And so I imagine they needed samples from both of them to test evidence and other things. And so that is how we know that they were collected properly and that they are the actual DNA of both Brian and Ana. Thank you very much for your compliment. And hey, guys, instead of talking about in the chat, I don't know, this is just a friendly suggestion, since you are the snark tank, instead of talking about how bored you are and how you want to go have a nap and how the jurors are falling asleep, why don't you try making jokes in the chat? Why don't you try making jokes? Don't let us keep you awake. If you're bored, go take a nap. It's not an airport. You don't need to announce it. I love all the beautiful witnesses. And it doesn't surprise me that she went to Nevada, because when we covered the Robert Tellis trial, that was in Vegas. And the witnesses that came up to testify from law enforcement and everywhere, each witness was more gorgeous than the next. Remember, that was the good thing about one of the fun things anyway about the Robert Tellis trials, that all the witnesses were gorgeous, every single one, men and women. Remember? Okay. Moving on.
That's taken directly from an individual. For example, a sample from somebody's mouth, a saliva swab, or a blood sample. It's taken directly from a person to be used for comparison purposes.
And how is a known standard developed into a DNA profile?
A known standard will go through the four-step laboratory process to result in a DNA profile that can then be used for comparisons.
And the four-step process is what?
The four-step laboratory process for DNA analysis is extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection.
So prior to doing any work, how do you prepare your work area?
So when you first get into the lab to do any of those steps, you're going to clean your lab bench. So that involves using a bleach spray to wipe down your area. You're going to clean all of the equipment, utensils, your pens, pipettes, any equipment that you're using. And then me as a person or any lab analyst, you'll be wearing a lab coat, a face mask, a hairnet. You're in full PPE, wearing gloves, changing gloves frequently.
Why do you clean your area and wear PPE?
We do this just to keep everything perfectly clean, or the cleanest that we can, just to help the integrity of the evidence and help produce the best possible profile.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to Massachusetts Case Lab 23-00596. Did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do on the known standards in this case?
I performed the sample prep, the extraction, and the amplification on the known standards in this case.
And did you also do interpretation on this case?
Yes, I also reviewed the profiles that were obtained from that process and made sure they were able to be used for comparison purposes.
So I want to ask you about each of the things that you just told us about. So were you working on 13-1 and 13-2? Is that correct?
Correct.
And what were those?
Those were the known saliva standards for both Ana Walshe and Brian Walshe.
And so what was 13-1?
13-1 was the known saliva standard for Ana Walshe.
And what was 13-2?
13-2 was the known saliva standard for Brian Walshe.
And how did you do the sample prep for 13-1?
So both of these samples were known saliva samples, so a swab from the mouth, and I just cut up the swab and placed the cotton part of the swab into a tube, a labeled tube with those item numbers that I said.
Okay, so that's what you did for 13-1, and then did you give it another number?
So once I cut that swab off, it then became 13-1.1.
And so did you do the same thing for 13-2?
Yes. So then the cotton that got cut off of the whole swab became 13-2.1.
And then after you did that sample prep, what did you next do?
Then those samples went through the extraction step of the process.
And how did you do the extraction step?
So extraction consists of adding chemicals to the samples and going through heat variation to help break open the cells present in the sample and release the DNA that is present. And then that DNA is isolated.
And did you use equipment for that?
Yes.
What equipment?
An incubator was used for that heat variation that I mentioned. And an Easy One robot was used for the extraction part, meaning that after it sat in the incubator with the chemicals to break open the cells, a robot is used to isolate that DNA from the rest of the cellular debris left behind.
She's a good witness.
So you told us about sample prep and step 1. Did you do the next step, step 2?
No.
Why not?
Just based on scheduling at the lab, who was assigned to do what step that day.
Oh.
And who
Everyone
did that
say hi
next step?
Everybody say hi to Harrison. Harrison is watching with his bouquet. He's home. Hi. Hi, Harrison. Hope you're doing well. I feel like the lab is, I don't know, you guys, I know there's a lot of forensic scientists in the chat, a lot of people who do lab work. I feel like the lab is like for lack of a better term, an assembly line. Certain people do certain steps and then they pass it on to the next person who does another step, and then they pass it on to another person who does analysis. And that is like the levels of forensic scientists that there are: level 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me if I'm wrong, but that's the impression I'm getting. And somebody said that recent case law in Massachusetts has set forth the fact that every single person who touched the evidence has to come in from now on. I have to find that comment, but that's what it sounds like to me. And so it's not the most exciting testimony in the world, but we're still sitting here all day. So let's at least try and make it fun.
The second step of quantification was performed by Karen Jacobson.
It's batched for
Were you qualified to do all of the steps?
Yes.
And so what did you next do?
I next did the amplification step, that third step I mentioned.
And how did you perform the amplification step?
So amplification is the third step, and this is when we make millions and millions of copies of certain fragments of DNA. So this is done by, again, adding certain chemicals and going through heat cycles to make these many millions of copies of DNA. Because we're usually working with a smaller amount of DNA, you need to make a lot of copies to make it visual and able to be detected.
Did you use equipment?
Yes.
What equipment?
We use what is called a thermal cycler, and this is the instrument that performs those heat cycles needed to make the copies.
So did you do the next step, the fourth step?
No.
Who did that?
Karen Jacobson also performed the fourth step of detection.
So then what did you do next?
So after that full laboratory process was completed, I looked at the data that was produced from those 4 steps, and both items resulted with DNA profiles that I reviewed and made sure were acceptable to be used for DNA comparisons.
And could you visualize a single source?
Yes.
And did you generate a DNA profile for Ana Walshe?
Yes.
And did you generate a DNA profile for Brian Walshe?
Yes.
And were profile sources developed that were appropriate for comparison?
Yes, the profiles developed were acceptable to be used for comparisons.
And they were both single sources?
Yes.
What does appropriate for comparison mean?
When I'm saying appropriate for comparison, I mean that the profile is full, as in data is obtained at every location that was tested, and that it is single source.
And what do you do with the profiles?
That profile is then made into a text file that is made available for the analyst that's going to be doing the comparisons.
And were the profiles assigned a number to identify them?
Yes. So the numbers for the profiles are the same as their item number. So the text file profile for Ana Walshe also had the number of 13-1.1, and the text file profile for Brian Walshe was 13-2.1.
If I might have 1 second, Your Honor.
You may.
Nothing further.
Nothing.
Cross-exam. The witness may step down. Thank you.
No cross.
Thank you all.
Oh, she said thank you all. That was nice.
We'll take our lunch break now. See you at 2 o'clock.
All rise for the court, please.
All right, are we gonna get Jem Mutlu? Mutlu, I'm sorry, I keep saying Mutlu. It's Mutlu because it's M-U-T-L-U. We're gonna get his voir dire now or like the end of lunch. I think the judge sounds a little bit hangry. She might want to go eat her
Does anyone need anything?
a little bit lunch.
Anything from the defense? You all set? Very good.
Very good. I don't know. So she didn't really say if we're going to do Jem Mutlu's voir dire at some point. But as of right now, it is 1:02 on the East Coast. And they usually go to lunch until 2. But at the end of the lunch break, I think we're going to hear the voir dire. We would like the analyst to testify. How long that's going to take, I don't know. But for now, let's go back to the chat. Holly Johnson says, every time they respond with sure, it reminds me of Shannon Burgess from the Karen retrial, and it makes me cringe. Are they trained to say sure? No, I think they're probably, they're supposed to answer yes or no, and that would be a better way of training. If the answer is yes or no, say yes or no. However, sure is not the way they're trained, I'm sure. I'm sure. Thanks for your 5. Kay Huber, thanks for your 5, says I would be a great candidate to work at the crime lab. I have ADD, and no one there ever seems to finish anything. That is because the work is batched. And it's kind of like an assembly line, like I just said, sorta. And everybody's got a different role. And so that is why now they need more witnesses because of some recent case law. Jeffrey Mann says, new member here. Awesome channel. Great chat and interesting insight from Melanie. Thank you. Thank you, Jeffrey. Thanks for joining, Jeffrey Mann. And thank you for your 5. Ashley says, usually a lurker, but love you and your channel. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your super chat. You guys are awesome. Let's go and see if we've got anything over here. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, never mind. I don't know. You guys are hilarious. Well, some breaking news from Kyle Sharkey. It looks like the U.S. attorney in the Matthew Farwell murder case on for the murder of Sandra Birchmore and her unborn child has announced that they will not be seeking the death penalty. They will not be seeking the death penalty for Matthew Farwell. That's interesting. And we've got a notice from the U.S. District Court of the District of Massachusetts. Notice of the United States regarding the death penalty. I think a lot of people thought that they were going to seek the death penalty in that case. Except for Masdad. He said, I never expected that they would seek the death penalty. But I'm sure this will have people up in arms. Massachusetts doesn't really. I don't know. Some people might be up in arms, but I think that I don't know. I can't really opine on that. It has also been announced that the Department of Justice can unseal Ghislaine Maxwell's grand jury records. So that should be interesting. That should be interesting. Mary, thank you very much for your Venmo. Says thanks for covering the Walshe trial. Happy holidays. Happy holidays to you too, my dear. I know we're gonna have to wait until the end of lunch, I think, to get to the Midnight Mike. Thanks for gifting a membership. And Gypsy Tanya, thank you for your 10. Says didn't have Darth Vader Bryce on my bingo card today. Thanks for keeping everyone honest, Melanie. You're welcome. Thank you for your 10. This trial is expected to run, Mimi, in Texas through the end of next week. But I don't know if they're ahead of schedule. I don't know if they're behind schedule. I think we'll find out more as the case goes along. But the last status that we had from the judge and the attorneys was that it will run this full week and next full week, which means maybe the jury will get the case maybe by a week from Friday, which means, let me just check my calendar. That would be the 19th, which means they could have a verdict before Christmas. And so we will see. This I thought was a great question here. Jay Starfish said, Melanie, I wonder if Brian pays for trash removal. I lived on the Cape for 8 years and we had to take our own trash to the dump, right? Maybe he's cheap and doesn't pay for trash and just toss it in nearby dumpsters. And then Zoe had a good response to this and said, Starfish, if there wasn't trash service for the rental property, I would think that the defense would have asked questions related to that of the landlord to give a reason for Brian using dumpsters around town. Dun, dun, dun. How many of you in Massachusetts do not have trash pickup in your taxes, or it's private sanitation and you don't pay for it and you have to go to the dump? Here, parts of Long Island anyway, it's included in your taxes, your trash pickup, your property taxes. And some towns on Long Island have private sanitation. So that is interesting. Some people use the dump. Crime Genie uses the dump. That's interesting. Mashpee, Heather says her mother goes to the dump. The town in Norfolk says we have to go to the dump, Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes says they got to go to the dump. So that's interesting. Could that be a reason that he was going to the dump? I don't know. Could it be? There were other things in those bags. Can they convict solely on circumstantial evidence, says Anna Long? They can. Many juries do. Remember, I don't know. I guess I always point to the West case in California because the classic instance here, those two adorable little boys, their bodies were never found. And the two monsters who fostered them and then adopted them were convicted of their murders. Thank you for your super chat. And Magnolia Gypsy said it's a complete waste of time for all these lab people to come in one by one to explain to the jury the process of the lab. No, they gotta do it for chain of custody purposes. Each person, each witness who came in, and I'm sure you know this, you've been around here a long time. Each witness touched different pieces of evidence. And that is why Emily C. came in with a joke, and a lot of people got the answer. How do you get a tissue to dance? You put a little boogie in it. Dun, dun, dun. I meant like, you know. You're very funny, Emily. You're very funny. Oh, Emily, I saw Emily just released a video. Emily, do you want us to play your video and then I'll send everyone over to go like and sub? I did get an alert that you did some sort of openings. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Tiffany Archibald says you have to take your trash to the dump yourself. What do old people do? Confused from California. Confused from California. Okay. Emily C. did some comedy on YouTube. I'm going to play it because I know she would allow it to entertain you guys for a moment or two. How long is this? Let's see. And then what you need to do is get on over there to Emily C's channel. It's Emily S-E-E-E. Because she's not just beautiful and wicked smart. She also does comedy. And this is the Brian Walshe Trial opening statements. Let's see if we can make this bigger. How do you? Oh, it's one of the. It's in a different orientation. Give me a minute. And this is entitled Brian Walshe
If a lawyer
Trial.
says objection.
Brian Walshe Trial opening statements. Here's Emily's channel in the corner there. Emily S-E-E-E. Enjoy.
You will either hear me say sustained or overruled.
Wait, I got to go back to the beginning. This format is hard to rewind. Hold on. It's not you, Emily. It's me. Brian Walshe Trial opening statements by Emily C.
If a lawyer says objection, you will either hear me say sustained or overruled. Because under the rules, those are the only two responses a judge can give. And in this courtroom, we follow the rules. ADA Connor, you may proceed. Brian said Ana left their Cohasset home and had to fly back to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. At the same time, he was searching for the best way to dispose of a body, can you throw away body parts, how to saw a body, how to dismember a body. But you guys should keep an open mind. It really doesn't make a difference either way. Whatever you decide is fine with me. Okay, jurors, everybody up. It's shake a leg time. He began to get in bed with Ana, and he sensed that something was wrong. He nudged Ana, and she didn't respond. He nudged her again a little harder. She didn't respond. He nudged her now in a frantic and panicked reaction to where she actually rolled off the bed. It didn't make any sense that someone that he loved, that he had just spent New Year's Eve with, would suddenly be dead. So he did what any one of us would do. He went to Lowe's, he bought $500 worth of tools, and he went back home to dispose of the woman that he loved, just like any one of us would have done. If a lawyer says objection, you will either hear me say sustained or overruled. Because under the rules, those are the only two responses a judge can give. And in this courtroom, we follow the rules. ADA Connor, you may proceed. Brian said Ana left their Cohasset home and had to fly back to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. At the same time, he was searching for the best way to dispose of a body, can you throw away body parts, how to saw a body, how to dismember a body, but you guys should keep an open mind. It really doesn't make a difference either way. Whatever you decide is fine with me. Okay, jurors, everybody up. It's shake a leg time. He began to get in bed with Ana, and he sensed that something was wrong. He nudged Ana, and she didn't respond. He nudged her again a little harder. She didn't respond. He nudged her now in a frantic and panicked reaction to where she actually rolled off the bed. It didn't make any sense that someone that he loved, that he had just spent New Year's Eve with, would suddenly be dead. So he did what any one of us would do. He went to Lowe's.
Is this playing for a second time? Did this? Okay, I'm gonna let it play out, and then I have another something else from her that I'll play.
He bought $500 worth of tools, and he went back home to dispose of the woman that he loved, just like any one of us would have done. If a lawyer says objection, you will either hear me.
Okay, that's going to repeat back from the beginning. Who wants to watch Lally's Diary? Let's watch Lally's Diary. This is Emily C. started, I think, on TikTok. She's amazing, and she's hilarious. And we got to meet an actual person at the Wilbur Theater. Let's watch Lally's Diary. And this will give me 9 minutes and 30 seconds to go refill my coffee. And so please get on over there and give Emily C. a like and a sub and all the love.
Roses are red, smoking is fun. I convinced 9 jurors, Hank convinced none. April 25th, 2025. Think positive. Dear Diary, who, if anyone, finally got to talk today? Me. Hank gave me a carton of cigarettes because no one fell asleep. You know what, though? That was enough. I don't want to have to work anymore. If they want to pay Hank $1 million to do what Jen McCabe says, just let me relax in the courtroom in peace. I don't even think anyone has noticed the curtain I hung up so I can nap without the sun in my eyes. XOXO, Lally. P.S. Free Karen Reed, because then I win. May 5th, 2025. Speak up today. Dear Diary, finished my second witness this morning. Bev forgot who I was, but thankfully Hanky had my back and reminded her that it was my time to shine. Things went downhill from there. I lost the key to Katie's dungeon, so we had to let Sarah go first. I swapped Katie's little cross necklace for the one I stole from Laura's office, so people wouldn't notice that she was wearing the same outfit as last year. I think it worked. Ended the day with Gallagher. Now that he's retired, I'm going to see if I can borrow some of that ego booster he's on. XOXO, Lally. P.S. We're not going to talk about Ryan and Heather, but I think she smiled at me. May 8th, 2025. Life is good. Dear Diary, can you keep a secret? I think Hank might be blowing it. Yes. XOXO. Lally. Wednesday, May 14th, 2025. My voice matters. Dear Diary, Hank taught me how to project my voice, and now I'm the loudest louder you've ever heard. Say goodbye to the days of jurors falling asleep while your boy is talking. I'll scream in their face. My witness was Zachary Clark. He took a lot of pictures of the scene. Of course, I wasn't going to show them to the jury because they make it so obvious that the goon squad didn't just find taillight as it revealed itself. So we looked at pictures of Karen's steering wheel for a while, and then I was exhausted, so I took a nap. XOXO, Lally. P.S. When we were leaving, Bev seemed really mad at Hank. May 16th, 2025. Seize the moment. Dear Diary, to understand how good today was, I need to tell you about yesterday. I told Hank we shouldn't call Squirty Bello, but of course he didn't listen. During his redirect, the jury started laughing at him. They never laugh at me. Then Bev let Bob talk for like 8 minutes. It made Hank so mad he smashed his laptop shut and stole my pack of Reds on the way out. I heard him blasting his Alanis Morissette tape all the way down High Street. This morning he said his throat was raw from belting out, you, I don't know. So I had to carry the show. It was Adam versus David, the two cutie pies, all day. Classic. Biblical even. XOXO, Lally. May 21st, 2025. Long weekend. Dear Diary, well, this was a new experience. Christina Hanley was still recovering from her brain surgery from Dr. Isaac Wolf. How cool that we convinced him to come testify before he went back to Miami. But she couldn't remember anything or even how to speak, so I just started saying random numbers and dashes and apparent red plastic until Bev finally said, "Stop, let's go to lunch." When we got back, it wasn't any better, so I said some more 7-3- clear apparent glass, and then Bev sent us home until Tuesday. Oh yeah, AJ made a great chart, but his face is so handsome. I'm sure no one was even looking at how it proved Proctor planted so much evidence. XOXO, Lally. June 10th, 2025. Oh, I'm actually really proud of this. These are some pictures I posted on my Lally Baby Instagram account of all the different paperclip chains I made that day. My followers loved it. XOXO, Lally. Oh, this? So I was happy the day Hank lost. Sue me. July 21st, 2025. Forgive yourself. Dear Diary, so apparently I'm really bad at my job. Actually, scratch that. Apparently the whole district attorney's office is bad at our jobs. Who knew? Honestly, not me. I started working here right out of law school. I never worked anywhere else to see how it's supposed to be done. I thought it was normal to go down the hall and ask the cops for search warrants and discovery. And then they yell, "Fuck off, dweeb." And then they all start laughing and high-fiving and then go back to searching random phones for nudes. Until Rosemary Scapicchio was grilling me about it today, it did not occur to me that there are lawyers out there that don't get shoved into the big rolling trash bins by Brian Tully every day. I picked a bad week to try to quit smoking. I'll try again after my next face-off with Scapicchio in August. At least stupid Proctor has to take the stand then too, so I won't look like the biggest idiot. XOXO. Lally. August 5th, 2025. Start fresh, dream big. Dear Diary, my lawyer got me out of having to testify today, so my anxiety pack of Marlboros became my celebratory pack. There's just one problem. Mr. Betterow has been telling all the kids in Twitter Law School that I should lose my job immediately. And when those kids get fixated on something, they do not give it up. Imagine what I could do if I had a quarter of their motivation. Mom picked up a few job applications for me to get started. Gonna go fill those out now. It's really a bummer because I love working at the No Fucks District Attorney's Office, and I'm not really qualified to work anywhere else. XOXO. Lally. This was my job application to work at Subway. I didn't end up getting the job. Adam Susan Lally. Address, Norfolk County District Attorney's Office basement. Date of birth, I forget. I haven't gotten a present in a while. In case of emergency, contact Michael Meatball Morrissey. I could work every day. It wasn't until I got to hear on the application I realized I was applying for work in Australia, but that seemed like kind of a good idea. I just hope that they don't look up what I've been doing at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. That's why I put the Friendship Club in there. I was really good at the Friendship Club in high school. XOXO, Lally.
How funny is Emily C? Big hand for Emily C. Thank you, Emily, for keeping the class busy while I went and got my bowl of yogurt and granola for lunch. I hate to eat on camera, so when you see me go off camera, it's usually because I'm taking a bite of my breakfast or something such as like that. And the fan is still up. And Emily says, "You guys, I just got a free second. Turn this back on, and there I am. Melanie and Cupcakes, you made my day. So thank you so much. Everyone, hop on over to Emily C's YouTube channel. Give her a like and a sub. Watch some of her other stuff later. And follow her on all the things like TikTok. Right? TikTok? I don't think you're on Instagram, but wherever else Emily is, you can find her. And we are so happy that she has graced us with her presence on the tubes of you. Because there are so... Not every creator is kind and generous, and Emily is one of the kind and generous ones, in my opinion. Dun, dun, dun. We love it. Oh, you want to hear Brendan's diary? Okay. That'll give me some time to eat my granola, so hang on. We got Hank's diary, the finale, and we got Hank's diary. Oh, she's got a lot of episodes on Hank's diary. Where do you want to go? You want to go? She's got the beginning. You want the beginning or you want the finale? Let's do the finale. Okay, I'm gonna have to just while I'm eating, I'm just gonna watch Law and Crime on my phone in case they come back to do the voir dire of Jem Mootlu. Hang on a second. Emily, they love you. They want more. They want more. It's all hilarious. It's all hilarious. This is Hank Brennan's diary, the finale. You should have seen, first of all, there was no cameras allowed at the Wilbur, but you should have seen Emily at the Wilbur roasting Aiden Carney, aka Turtle Boy, dressed alike and impersonating John DePietro. That guy who's like, I don't know. I don't know. If you don't know who John DePietro is, somebody else in the chat will tell you. But it was hilarious. Well, nobody asked you. We need entertainment that I'm allowed to play during the break, and that's what I'm going to play. Listen, Turtle. That was Listen, Turtle. For those of you who are at the Wilbur, wasn't it amazing? Actually, somebody said to bring somebody from Nevada is crazy. They're bringing in witnesses from Israel. Listen, Turtle. All right, here's more Emily. Thanks for letting me eat, you guys. I love you.
Children, before we conclude, Listen, my children, before we conclude, I need to advise, in this chapter, I'm rude. I don't know what got into me. I was about to lose, and my massive failure would be all over the news. So I started doing things of which I can't be proud. But in defense of all of it, Bev said it was allowed. I asked the Arcahati if his wife followed the case. I cheered on when my witness said a car could fly to space. I put a shirt into a frame and didn't let it out. I pointed to the holes in it. What was that about? I thought that I still had a chance to get that win in June until Queen La Posada said, 6 minutes till noon. She huffed and puffed into the mic. I couldn't even think. But when her turn was over, I was ready for a drink. Was it worth it? I don't know. Maybe you can see. Just don't forget that $1 million I made from Morris. June 6th, 2025. You fall and then you fly again. Dear Diary, today Mr. Yannetti sneezed and I said, bless you. I just know the jury loved that. I bet they think I'm so nice. I'm sure they have no idea that every time I was talking about the crash test dummy to Dr. Wolfwhistle, I was really calling him a dummy. I mean, I know he's not a dummy. Actually, while watching all his legitimate accident reconstruction experiments in his regular clothes, sans paint, I started planning a Trump-Elon-inspired breakup with Juddy. But then I remembered if I lose him, I don't have anyone else. So I decided to do some free consulting with Dr. Wolfwhistle. I just started floating some of our theories to see which ones he thought were plausible, so I can tell Juddy what to do in his bonus round. XOXO, Hank. P.S. Thank goodness Bev still sustains all my objections and overrules all of AJ's. I don't know where I'd be without her. I need to remember to get her a gift card to a salon at the end of this. She really looks like she needs it. June 9th, 2025. Stay fiery. Dear Diary, good news. We finished up with the hot ARCA guy today. Bad news. I still have to deal with the other sneaky hot one tomorrow. I can't quite figure out where I stand in this trial because every time I look around when AJ is talking, everyone is looking at him like the heart eyes emoji. But Bev keeps yelling at him, telling him everyone hates him. So maybe I'm better than him. I can't count on that though. So today I got out some scissors and cut up John O'Keefe's shirt a little. Then I made Dr. Wolfwhistle look stupid because he didn't notice. I almost got away with it if it weren't for Elise. Why was he even in the room anyways? I thought he'd be tied up with all the super late motions that Bev lets me file. I gotta go talk Juddy into getting hit by a car for real. It's the only way I can win this thing. Maybe if another $400,000 won't convince him, I'll just do it live outside the courthouse. XOXO, crank. June 10th, 2025. Never be ashamed of trying. Dear Diary. Ugh. Remember Elizabeth La Posada, that medical examiner I hired a few years ago? The one who said I was so creepy and she never wanted to see me ever again? Well, not only has that been the worst for my cases because she's the best at what she does, today, she completely screwed me. She destroyed the whole trial. No matter how much I tried to trick her, she just kept saying John was not hit by a car. The only hope I have is that she was breathing so hard, maybe the jury couldn't hear. But Bev has trained them for that by now with all her panting and sighing. So really, there's no hope left. That's all I can say for now because Juddy is here for a sleepover. He brought a bunch of paint, so it should be a fun night. XOXO, crank. June 11th, 2025. This is a little embarrassing. This is the day that Adam Lally got a hold of my diary, but it's in here, so I guess I have to read it. Hi, loser. Dear Hank's diary. It's me, Lally. Look at me. I'm the captain now. Oh, wait, you can't because you're in Morrissey's office getting screamed at. Ha, 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 ha. I did not like that. On the first day of this trial, you told me I was not allowed to speak. You said my only job was to look up every word in the dictionary. Alisi said that I didn't know. Well, I don't mean to be hyperbolic, but you have expeditiously ameliorated my lexicon while you've perpetrated atrocious mendacity. Translation? Yeah, maybe Rentschler admitted that he laughed at me over a ham sandwich last year, but today he laughed directly in your face in front of everybody. And maybe I asked who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance, but at least I never asked a witness what their theory was about who planted the evidence. That wasn't good. At least I didn't have back-to-back experts say over and over there was no collision, and still you kept asking about one tiny hair and a straw. Good luck in closing. Here, you can borrow an Alisi word. Untethered. Hope you don't choke on it. Free Karen Reed. F you. Adam Rockstar Lally. P.S. Ha 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 ha. You're not even calling your stupid new friend Juddy back, and he told me he's keeping the Lexus and you have to pay for it. June 13th, 2025. Dear Diary. Ugh, I chickened out. I wrote the best closing song, but at the last second, I got too nervous to sing. I'll share it for you here. It's to the tune of Graduation, Friends Forever by Vitamin C. So we talked 4 days about Haas long to die, but it didn't even happen. You heard Jessica Hyde. Not the part about the pizza and fries. I mean the part where it was in the wall files. Dr. Welcher left, he was supposed to come back, but we didn't even need him after ARCA was whack. They used Signal to communicate and ate a ham sandwich after court one day. Karen reversed and didn't slow down. It happened so fast like a film without sound, and I keep thinking how John never knew that hearing Bella's mom, she would lose her cool. As the trial ends, we remember Barrows lied not, Kelly Dever. I know our times changed to whatever, but cops can't solve crimes in bad weather. Now you have a big job, so forget Shano's money. When you look back now, his CV's just funny. Do you still remember everything you learned in school? He found the SD card so you can stop being cruel. Did Brainy Squirty Bello even know what to do? She had her eyes closed, didn't know John lost a shoe. So don't think too hard, don't even try. Just tell Miss Reed to say goodbye. As the trial ends, we remember Barrows lied not, Kelly Dever. I know our times changed to whatever, but cops can't solve crime in bad weather. I probably should have sung it because the jury didn't come back with a verdict today. Maybe I'll serenade them on Monday. XOXO, Hank. June 17th, 2025. I was a little drunk when I wrote this one. It was hard waiting for a verdict. I'll try my best to read it to you. You look like I need a drink. Dear Diary, sorry if this is a little hard to read. I spent the day at the Dedham VFW with the O'Keefes and the Alberts and the McCabe's. Oh my God, do they know how to drink? Wow. Good thing Lally is my Uber driver, because if I was driving, I would have backed into someone going 24 miles per hour. So there's still no verdict, but it's not looking good. Don't worry too much, though. The Alberts were plotting at the VFW, and they have some good tampering ideas they're working on. It does make me think they might have had something to do with this whole thing. But, oh well, at this point, I just want to win, and they're the only ones who like me. XOXO, drink. June 23rd, 2025. Second place. Well, diary, here we are at the end of the trial, and what a wild ride it's been. I got second place. First runner-up. Okay, I lost, but it doesn't even count. When I signed on to this case, Michael Morrissey told me all the evidence points in one direction. And that was true. Right into Brian Albert's house. They set me up to fail. Here's what's weird. Whitey Bulger was a cold-blooded killer, and everyone loved when I defended him. I'm not sure why they're acting all mad at me now. Actually, let me back up a little. When the trial started, all I wanted was a friend. Now I have a whole crew. Granted, they are the kind of people Granny would have called seedy. But she also told me beggars can't be choosers, so I'm a McAlbert now. And on behalf of my new crime family, I released a statement. Even though during the trial, the best argument that I could come up with was no one knows what happened to John, my statement said, I am disappointed in the verdict and the fact that we could not achieve justice for John O'Keefe. And the harassment of these innocent victims and family members is deplorable. So that's what everyone's mad about. But Granny also said, you made your bed, so now you have to sleep in it. And to be honest, it's a pretty comfortable bed because I made almost $1 million. Hello, swanky hanky. And now the cops are on my side for life, no matter what. I'm thinking about starting this next chapter as Skanky Hanky, or maybe Rob a Bank Hank. Actually, first, I'm going to teach them how to be better. I already made a PowerPoint about dipping evidence in blood before planting it, using AI to fake metadata, all the things I thought I was getting from Juddy for $400,000. Come on, he could have AI'd a video of someone getting hit by a Lexus and getting John's injuries. I keep trying to tell my new crime family they were stupid to ever pretend that Chloe's bites were from a taillight. They should have said John probably fell while walking in, hit his head, and maybe a random neighborhood animal found him during the night. But they're too busy retelling the same debunked story over and over on the news. So for now, they're a lost cause. In conclusion, you haven't heard the last of me. But right now, I need to go toilet paper Lally's house to get him back for covering my entire office with sticky notes that said, I win, you lose, and loser, loser, double loser, as if, whatever, get the picture, duh. XOXO. Henry, Hank, Veronica, Brennan, McAlbert.
Thank you, Emily, for allowing me to eat lunch. Love you. All right. They're not back yet. They said they were going to do a voir dire hearing of Jem Mutlu's testimony before the jury comes back from lunch. It is currently 1:44 here on the East Coast. 1:44 here on the East Coast. And when, if ever, they will do that, we will be ready because the fan is up. And there's a little buzz out there, and let me know what you think. Now that it has been announced that the feds will not seek the death penalty for Matthew Farwell. I have the papers, so let's take a look at that for a moment, shall we? Many times when they do agree to take the death penalty off the table, as in the Brian Kohberger case, it is because a concession is made in exchange for, a guilty plea or cooperating, perhaps. And so there seems to be some buzz out there about whether or not Matthew Farwell might be cooperating with the feds. Let me know what you think. Here it is. This is the U.S. District Court for the District of Massachusetts filed, let's see, today's the 9th, right? So this was filed today in the U.S. of A against Matthew Farwell. And it's a notice of the United States regarding the death penalty. It says here, the United States of America by Leah Foley, U.S. Attorney, and Elizabeth C. Riley, Brian Fogarty, and Tori Cummings, Assistant U.S. Attorneys for the District of Massachusetts, advises the court that the Attorney General of the United States, where's my cursor? Oh, here it is, has directed the government not to seek the death penalty in this case. XO, Leah Foley, U.S. Attorney, and everybody else signed it too. Elizabeth Riley, Brian Fogarty, Tori Cummings. What do you think? What do you think Matthew Farwell got in exchange, if anything, so that they would not seek the death penalty against them? Let me remind you that Matthew Farwell was a Stoughton police officer. He was also part of the Police Explorers program that was led by Robert Devine. You may have been watching some of those disgusting hearings for Robert Devine. Robert Devine was the head of the Police Explorers program, and that was made for children who wanted to become police officers or who wanted an after-school activity or wanted to do something after school. And Matthew Farwell was with Stoughton PD. He met Sandra Birchmore when she was like 11 or 12 because she was a member of the Police Explorers program. He groomed her, he carefully chose her, and he took her virginity at the age of 15. When she was 23 years old, she was pregnant. She told Matthew Farwell that she was pregnant, that he was the father of her baby. It has since been determined, or it has since been in the media, that he was not the father of her baby, but that doesn't change the fact that he thought he was. Doesn't also change the fact that there were something like 34,000 text messages in Farwell's phone between him and Sandra Birchmore, in which all of this was admitted, that he took her virginity when he was 15. He often reminisced about it. And on the night of Sandra Birchmore's murder, she was 23 years old. She was murdered in her own apartment in Canton by Matthew Farwell. She was found hanging from a strap, it's unclear, from a doorknob in her room with laundry. I think she had laundry in the washing machine. There was a lot of evidence pointing to the fact that she did not, in fact, take her life. However, Matthew Farwell was quickly cleared by Canton PD and Massachusetts State Police, including John Fanning, who used to also be a Stoughton police officer. He interviewed Matthew Farwell, from what I remember, in a car, in a parking lot somewhere, and quickly determined that he had nothing to do with it and that it was, in fact, a suicide. It took the feds to come in to investigate the investigation into the John O'Keefe murder to actually charge Matthew Farwell with murder of Sandra Birchmore. And they have recently upgraded the charges to include murder of her unborn child that we learned was a boy. And they said she was something like 8 to 10 weeks pregnant is what I remember hearing. It's you know what? Good Citizen is confusing. Some reports said it was a scarf, but the police reports that we read said it was a strap of some sort. And so Matthew Farwell sits in federal holding. His case keeps getting pushed and pushed and pushed, and he is eligible for the death penalty. And still the Commonwealth and Norfolk DA has not brought any charges against Matthew Farwell at all. And so does it mean something that they've pulled the death penalty? I don't know. Could mean something. Could mean nothing. But it is because of the Karen Reed case, maybe, that the feds got involved in the murder of Sandra Birchmore. Well, that's exactly what we're reading, that they're not seeking the death penalty. Yes, that is exactly what we're reading right now. That's what it took. It took the feds to get involved. So is Robert Devine pooping his pants right about now? Maybe. Is John Fanning? Maybe. John Fanning is scheduled to testify in the Brian Walshe trial. Remember, they took the death penalty off the table for Brian Kohberger in exchange for his guilty plea, so that the families would not have to go through a trial. They're moving the camera a little bit. Look at that beautiful coffered ceiling. No, I think the Police Explorers program is still in existence, Mrs. Bouquet, but I also know that when we first did a deep dive into Police Explorers, there was something like at least 200 claims across the country. At least 200 claims across the country for children that were abused while members of the Police Explorers program. And that was a couple of years ago when we first started covering that. Yeah. Oh, yes. Devine did victim blame. He absolutely did. We watched a portion of that testimony. Andrea Burkhardt has broken down, I think, all of the Devine hearings, or she's getting towards the end. And I love Andrea. She's a real life bestie. And yes, he did. He said that Sandra Birchmore propositioned him, and that's what she always did to a lot of people, and it was disgusting. He sure did. Guy in Ben's mob had a workman in her house earlier. He was confused and finally asked me, "Why are you watching a fan?" That's hilarious. And then Mariko True said, Guy in Ben's mom, please tell me that you made an OnlyFans joke. Blue L Eyes says, as many have said, Farwell won't fare well in prison. Miss Jessica says, I would love another duo stream with you and Andrea. Yeah, me too. Me too. Everyone's so busy. It's hard to plan anything. I'm so much better at being spontaneous than planning something. Because if I plan something for a week from now or 2 weeks from now, by the time it comes up, I won't be able to do it. Or something will come up. You know what I mean? Kristen says, oh, I got stories. Stories about what, Kristen Anderson? Stories about what? Yeah, there's only some people who know why we're watching a fan, right? Scobie. Full and real justice for Sandra Birchmore, please. That'll be interesting if Farwell's cooperating. Who knows? Thank you, Erica, for becoming a member. And thank you, Erica, for gifting 5 memberships. You're awesome. And to the 5 random YouTube viewers who are in the chat who were randomly gifted by YouTube. Welcome, cupcakes. Oh, Kristen Anderson says, Robert Devine was my boss for 12 years. And here's another one, another Anderson. Anderson Acres Farm says, my boss just walked by and said, are you listening to a fan? Mind your business, sir. Wow. Kristen, you got to change your name to something that's not your full name. Didn't Courtney Clenny's trial get pushed into the spring? Thank you, Friendly Farm Girl. There's one coming up before that we were just talking about earlier. And we will say, oh, and Kristen Anderson also graduated with Jen McCabe. You mean, wasn't she best looking or something? You went to Canton High? Oh, man, I'm sorry. But I do want to know what Jennifer McCabe was like in high school. Can you tell us? You graduate, so you were in the same class. Kristen was in the same class, and she's not scared one bit. Oh, Kristen, tell us everything. Tell us everything. Tina said Jen McCabe graduated. She was best looking in high school. Oh, 1994, class of 94. Was she a mean girl? Was she a talker? We stand with Kristen, says Miss Jessica. We stand with Kristen. We could get Kristen and Lindsay Gattani on the same show. Somebody said my ears just perked up. Oh, this will be interesting. That YouTube channel for the House defendants. Thanks for sending me this. The House defendants that started a YouTube channel that have 4 women on there that talk about stuff. I don't know if any of you guys have been watching it. I haven't. I watched the first one with you for like 2 minutes and then I had to turn it off. So they're on the 19th of December, and I'm sure that Glare will restream so that you can watch it there with the snark. December 19th, they're going to have a special guest interview with Kerry Roberts. December 26th. Oh no, then they're going to have an interview with Chris Albert on January 9th. That should be interesting. Yes, that is true, KBD. Did somebody ask that question? Federal crimes can still qualify for the death penalty, even if the particular state in which the defendant is charged does not have the death penalty. Kimberly says, Kristen is a cupcake with some tea to spill, and I'm here for it. XO Nicole says, my IT guy went to high school with Tully. Watch it with Glare is what I suggest. Yeah, let him talk, AJ will love that. Uh-huh. You think? I wouldn't call it a channel. We love Colorado. Woo, woo. Still throwing Carrie under the bus all these years later. Yep. Mm-hmm. The house that no one built. Yeah, well, I thought it was interesting that they were invoking the name of John O'Keefe to try and get donations yesterday. Because last time I checked, I don't know if anybody was friends with John O'Keefe, but they can just use his name, except for Jennifer McCabe. She was for a decade. She was friends with John O'Keefe. You know, the man cast out in the snow. She was friends with him for 10 years. There's a guy unresponsive in the snow. That guy. 10 years. Massachusetts doesn't have the death penalty, but the federal government does. And so that is why they can seek it in federal cases. Don't know. I don't know if they offered him a deal. I don't know. I guess we'll find out more soon. Maybe we'll find out more. Maybe we won't. Yeah, somebody asked if Brian had a job, and we learned some more yesterday about him from a reporter who did a deep dive into Brian Walshe's life and history. And so he said Brian's job was a professional con man. He fancied himself a self-proclaimed food and wine snob, and he claimed that he had a cybersecurity consulting company. So no, he only worked at not working. Also, his mom supported him. Also, he did some like, he would have these big restaurant dinners with a lot of food and wine, and the bills would be like $10,000 to $15,000. And one time, his credit card didn't go through a number of times, but one time we heard about yesterday, he left his watch, his $10,000 watch, as collateral because his credit card didn't work. And then the next day, the bill was $6,000. And then the next day, he went back with an extra $2,000 for their trouble and paid the restaurant in cash. A lot of his friends thought he was just showy that way. Also, he used the security camera at Lowe's as a mirror. Yes, that is true. Blue lies, that is true. Anna, thanks for your 5, says, high school Jen, gold-plated, double-barreled, star-spangled pain in the arse. Did you know her in high school too? Thanks for your 5. Thanks for your 5, Anna. But don't defame you, because she will threaten to sue you. I mean, she will threaten to sue you if you defame her. Mm-hmm. Carrie's a talker. Carrie's a talker. How long do you think that show is going to be? Pretty long. Kimberly says, thanks for suggesting Mass Corruption by Howie Carr. My husband ordered me one for Christmas. It's a really good book. It's really good. I have it right here next to my Angel Numbers book. There it is. Mass Corruption by Howie Carr. And this is just going to be the first of many. I have a feeling Howie's going to have books to write forever and ever. There's a lot of Brians. I think maybe a lot of Brians were born in, when was Brian the most popular name? Probably in the 70s. A lot of Brians. 60s and 70s, maybe Brian was a very popular name, right? Was the watch a Folex? That's a great point. I don't know if it was a imposter watch, if it was a dupe, or if it was a real. He was very into labels, and apparently Ana was too. But remember, he knew about the Prada purse, the Amaze watch. I mean, did he buy her this stuff, or did she buy it for herself? Questions. It is 2:02 here on the East Coast. Or were they gifts from other people? Listen, if she made a lot of money selling real estate, because I think she sold real estate too, right? Before she became like a managing person, you make like hefty commissions. Like, why not? Go buy yourself an Hermes watch if that's what you want, girl. All right, so we're going back at 2 as normal, says Kim. And she says, for the first time, Kim has noticed that somebody's in the front row, sitting in the front row with Brian's mother. They're not sitting close together, but she said it was odd because I guess she's been in she's been in the bench by herself, the pew, as it were. Daylight says, a friend of a friend was a chef at one of the dinner parties. It did not go well. Oh, tell us more. Tell us more. Tell us more. The credit card didn't go through. He didn't tip. He was a blowhard. Need to know. Nicole says you have to have the look to sell the property. Listen, $1 Million Listing is like one of my favorite guilty pleasure show. I love that show. I love the one in California, Selling Sunset. I love it. I love it all. I love looking at those ginormous homes in the Hollywood Hills and in other places in California. And I love New York $1 Million Listing. And I love, the guys that are in it. And that's my guilty pleasure reality show. I don't do the Housewives. I don't watch the Housewives, but I do enjoy watching those shows. And boy, they have the look in that Selling Sunset. Have you watched that one? And it's like 2 guys run the real estate. If that's what I'm thinking of, right? It's the 2 brothers that own the real estate brokerage, and all of the women who work for them are tall and gorgeous and tower over these guys. Look at that. Bears fan 7. See, we can always find a connection. It's like 6 degrees of separation with Kevin Bacon. Bears fan 7606 says, Emma from Selling Sunset is from Scituate, Mass, next to Cohasset, and I coached her in cheer. Are you a Cohasset mom? Because we have a lot of Cohasset moms in the chat. Cohasset moms unite. Remember, she sent a text to Jem. I just want to correct because his name is Jem, G-E-M, thanking him for the necklace. Was that the Gucci one? The Gucci necklace? Bears fan is from Quincy. Hmm. Yeah, the infinity pools do look cool, right? Overlooking the Hollywood Hills and such. Daniele says, will you be following the Dwayne Davis Tupac murder trial? I believe currently set for August. Girl, I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. Next August? Who knows where we could be next August? Thank you very much for your Venmo. But I cannot, I have no idea what's going to be happening next August. Who knows what's going to be happening then? Let's talk about like January. And maybe we can figure out what we're going to do in January. You have to understand too that these like gavel to gavel trials are absolutely exhausting to cover because I'm here for 8 hours a day. I can't get anything in my regular life done. Not that I don't love it here with you. And so, you know, I select the ones that I cover carefully, and I got to be really into it and passionate about it. Although today's been a pretty dry day of testimony so far. There's been nothing really much of substance today, has there? Did I miss anything of substance? Yeah, the gem necklace was it the Gucci brand? Was it the Gucci necklace? Snarktastic Sam says Housewives is a high school girls unresolved mean girls shite. Yeah, I just can't get into it. There's too much yelling and screaming. Like when I watch TV, I want to watch something that is interesting or funny, or I don't want to hear people yelling and screaming and fighting with each other. I don't know. Okay. Thank you, Kim. Kim says it's not a V-neck sweater. It is a scoop neck. You mean like a scoop neck or like a crew neck? A scoop neck would be like low in the front. He's back in court. Why are we still seeing the fan cam? Thanks, Kim. Love you. Maybe the camera will come up in a moment. We're on the road to nowhere. Not a V-neck. Yeah, okay, that's what we got. Got that. Is Jem in the building? Is Jem Mootlu in the building, Kim? See if you can find that out for us. Here we go.
You are unmuted.
I just have to be able to dedicate at least a month of my life a lot of times to these trials, you know, so it depends on what I got going on.
All right, where are we, counsel?
Your Honor, we can either do the voir dire of Mr. Mutlu, or we could continue on with DNA and do summons so on.
Well, if we go back, if we stay on DNA, which I'm happy to do, is that going to end the day, or we're going to hit Mr. Mutlu at some point today? Is he going to hit the stand at some point today?
I think DNA is going to go about another hour to 90 minutes. It could go 2 hours.
So I'm going to take it from that the answer is no.
It's possible, I guess is my answer. I don't like, I know we don't like to hedge bets, but I'm going to hedge my bet on this one because I don't want to be shy a witness when we can still do work.
Well, in light of what you've told me about the schedule, I will be happy to let the jury go at 3:30 today.
Okay.
If that happens.
Yes.
And we are still on the same schedule.
I like,
Yes,
got a
Your
date
Honor.
with Rob Thomas.
Yes, we are.
She knows. I see you.
All right, well, we'll talk about that again at the end of the day.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what I'll say with regard to that is you're in a better position to evaluate how long a voir dire would take. I don't need the jury in the building while we're doing a voir dire.
Yes.
So I guess it would be my mild preference to just continue on where we are today, talking about DNA, and then tell the jury that they can come back later in the day tomorrow instead of a 9 a.m. start. Maybe we'll do a 10 a.m. start for them and do the voir dire of Mr. Mutlu in that time while the jury's on their own time and not on our time. How does that all sound?
That sounds like a very good idea, Your Honor. And I can tell you, I have the keeper of records from Home Goods here just in case. So And that would take about 20 minutes if we did envelope it.
All right. And how long, I won't hold you to it, but Mr. Mootlu's voir dire, as I understand it, and frankly, I had to remind myself through the pleadings what exactly it is we were voir diring him on. Now that I have reminded myself of what we're voir diring him on, how long do you anticipate, and I'll go to your brother in a second, but how long do you anticipate it will take you to present that evidence?
They're not really brothers.
I think about 5 minutes, 10 minutes at the outside.
All right. I was thinking it was relatively short. More, I was checking to make sure that there wasn't a big disconnect between my expectations and what you're thinking. Do you agree, Attorney Tipton? Do you agree, Attorney Porges?
I do.
All right. So there's other matters we could handle in the morning tomorrow as well. Be prepared for those, including what I said to you at the side of the bench the other day with regard to the first 2 or 3 pages that I was looking for from you. Do you understand?
We do, Your Honor.
Attorney Tipton? Excellent. All right, we can bring the jury in.
She has her Matchbox 20 shirt underneath her robe. Maybe that's what it is. Also, Goo Goo Dolls. Also Goo Goo Dolls and Lisa Loeb. It's going to be fire. And I know you're jelly. Oh, see, now we can see the front of his. It is a crew neck sweater. He does have a tie on. It looks like to me. He does have a tie.
Hold them
Kim,
up for a minute.
Can you confirm?
Not you,
tie?
them.
You. Them. It's the thing
I
they
just
say in
don't want
Massachusetts.
the Commonwealth not at their desk.
They refuse. They call their adversary my brother, my sister, instead of opposing counsel. It's sometimes they do it. It's wearing a
You're all
pink
set
tie.
now. Thank you.
Sticky Doll says, I actually like this look for him. There's giggles in the courtroom. I think it's weird too, that brother and sister stuff. Under his eye. Okay, hot mic, we can hear you. This should not be a fashion show. Well, sometimes we got to fill the air, you know. People don't like dead air either. I'm not a cupcake. I can't make everything happy. Although I noticed you have one next to your name. That's why I'm not a cupcake, because I can't make everybody happy. Cupcakes make everybody happy. Thank you, CB. It's okay to enjoy fashion. A lot of people are also listening to the show and they can't watch the screen because they're driving 18-wheelers or mail trucks. So I have to narrate for them what's happening. My narration yesterday of him going down the aisle with his list, I thought was some of the best narration that I've done. I'm just saying.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering.
Thank you, Tom Gully. Courtroom wardrobe has been conclusively proven to have an effect on jurors. That's right. That is true. Remember Brian Albert in his cardigan, his Mr. Rogers sweater? Right? Did you think the Mr. Rogers sweater made him look more credible, Brian Albert? Anyone?
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Summon Salim.
Will we get to anybody who actually interpreted
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Thank you.
Deanna?
Right this way.
Maybe, please?
Just watch your step.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your full name and spelling your name?
My name is Saman Salim, S-A-M-A-N. Last name is S-A-L-E-E-M.
And could you please tell us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Boston College in biochemistry and a master's of science in forensic science from Boston University.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I currently work as a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab within the DNA unit.
And what is a forensic scientist 3?
A forensic scientist 3 is a supervisory position within the DNA unit, where I manage other analysts, forensic scientist 1 and 2, that work within the DNA unit.
So how many people do you supervise?
I supervise 6 people currently.
And what are your responsibilities in supervising those people?
As a supervisor, I manage their caseload by assigning them cases to work on in the laboratory, as well as for interpretation of DNA profiles for evidence items that are submitted to the DNA unit. I also train them in the methodologies for DNA testing. For example, if there's any new hires in our laboratory, I would be part of their training program where I would teach them about the laboratory work that's conducted, as well as give them presentations on the theoretical background of DNA testing. In addition to that, I also work on my own cases, so where I'm assigned cases by my manager, and I do the interpretation of DNA testing on those cases and review the cases of other people and what they've worked on.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I've been there approximately 10 years.
Do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
When I first began at the DNA unit 10 years ago, I went through an 8-month-long training program where I learned about the theoretical discipline of forensic DNA testing, as well as the practical application of it. I tested mock evidence samples in the laboratory to determine what those DNA profiles were and learned about how to do that testing. Additionally, since that training, every year we go through continuing education where we learn about new methodologies that we're adopting in the laboratory and also any kind of changes that are happening in the field of forensic DNA analysis.
So you said that you've had testing, is that correct?
I'm sorry.
Have you had testing?
Yes.
And what kind of testing have you had?
So every time there's a new technology adopted or there's new training that I go through, at the end of that training, we do a competency test where we are tested on if we have understood that methodology by taking a written exam or oral exam, as well as a practical exam in the laboratory. In addition to that, twice a year, we go through proficiency testing.
So have you passed the competency testing that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
And you said that twice a year you have proficiency testing. Who monitors that or provides that proficiency testing?
So the proficiency test samples are provided by an external agency, and those samples are tested in our laboratory as we would process any casework samples as well. And then the answers for those items of evidence, the DNA profiles we obtained, are submitted back to that external agency who will then grade us to ensure that we obtain the correct DNA profiles.
And have you passed that proficiency testing?
Yes, I've passed all the ones I've taken over the 10 years.
Thank you. Are you familiar with lab case 23-00596?
Yes, I am.
And what type of DNA testing was conducted in this case?
In this case, we conducted a type of testing known as STR DNA testing, which follows a 4-step process in the laboratory, at the end of which we obtain a DNA profile.
Okay, so just generally, can you discuss that 4-step process?
Generally, that 4-step process starts with extraction in the first step, where we break open the cells in which the DNA is found. This is similar to like cracking open an egg where the DNA is found within the yolk of it, and we extract that DNA. We use heat and chemicals to do this. The second step is known as quantitation, where we determine how much DNA is present in that sample so that we can proceed with the next step. The next step is known as amplification.
In that third step, we make millions and millions of copies of the DNA that is found there, targeting certain locations within the DNA. In this case, we target 26 locations that are found throughout the chromosome, as well as a sex determining locus as well. And then the last step is capillary electrophoresis. During that step, we analyze those copies of DNA to generate a DNA profile, which can then be interpreted for comparison purposes.
And then once the raw data is generated, you said that you're able to make some comparison here?
Yes.
And how is that done generally?
So generally, the first thing we would do is interpret the DNA profile, which means that we would observe that DNA profile to see what is in that DNA profile. So what are the different characteristics of the DNA that we're observing at these 26 locations that we have tested? We will determine how many individuals are in this mixture. So the number of people that make up this DNA profile, is it coming from one person or multiple individuals? And then that profile, once we've determined what it is, we can compare it to a known standard or somebody whose DNA profile we know to see if they would be included in that sample or excluded from it.
And in this case, 23-00596, there were many items that were tested by multiple people in the lab for DNA testing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And all of those people did the 4-step process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was your role here?
At the end of that 4-step process, data is generated on a computer. At the end of that process, my role comes in at that point where I look at that data. So it comes off in a form that we have to interpret using a software program. So that's where my role starts, where I interpret that data.
So I'm now going to start to ask you about what you did here and about each individual piece of data that you looked at with each individual item that you looked at. Is that okay?
That's okay.
So let's start with the first round of testing and the first items that you looked at. I want to ask you about item 9-27.2.1. What is that item, ma'am?
Do you mind if I look at my notes?
You may look at your notes.
Thank you. That is a sample of an interior of dark gray slippers found in bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 270 million times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion of Ana Walshe to this profile.
Which slippers, though?
So what does that mean?
So the statistic we report is known as a likelihood ratio. The first part of this is determining what the DNA profile is. In this case, the DNA profile is a mixture of 3 contributors, meaning that the profile that was observed on this item came from 3 individuals. In this profile, when we do a comparison, we compare the characteristics at each of these 26 locations to see if the profile that is Ana Walshe's profile matches those or is consistent with the ones that are observed in the DNA profile. And through the statistical analysis, what we learned is that it is at least 270 million times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it originated from Ana Walshe than if it did not, and 2 other individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. The likelihood ratio is a statistical calculation that shows us how likely it is to observe a DNA profile given two propositions. One, that the person would be included in the DNA profile, or the other, that the person is excluded or not included in the DNA profile. And the value of that likelihood ratio can tell us which of these propositions is more likely to observe this DNA profile given either of these propositions.
So how do you calculate the likelihood ratio?
That is calculated using a software known as STR mix or star mix. And in that software, we use calculations that we derive from the general population of how common or rare certain characteristics are at these 26 locations observed. And we use that in the general population in the US, and we use that information to calculate the likelihood ratio.
Can you explain when you said this was a mixture of 3 contributors?
So that just means that the DNA profile that we observed at these 26 locations, what I observed is that I would see DNA from multiple people, in this case, 3 individuals. We receive half our DNA from our mother and half from our father. So we would expect to see for a single source profile or something coming from one person would either have one characteristic or 2 characteristics at each of these locations. In some of these locations, I saw 5 or 6 characteristics, which means that there's at least 3 people here in this mixture.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 12 quintillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion.
What is a quintillion?
Quintillion is 1 followed by 18 zeros.
Can you tell when the DNA was contributed?
I cannot, through the testing that we do, we cannot determine when or how the DNA was deposited on an evidence item.
Does DNA have to be contributed at the same time?
No, it does not.
Moving to item 9-27.3.1. Can you tell me what that item is?
That was a sample from stain A on the exterior top left of the gray slipper, bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
And can you tell me what's the DNA profile?
I have a problem when she says gray slipper, and the ADA should be fixing this, because remember they called what looked like men's slippers, they also called those gray, but like dark gray. They look blue to me or black. And there was a pair of light gray slippers with polka dots on them. So we're all confused because I didn't write down the evidence item numbers because I didn't think that was going to be a test that I was going to have to do today. So I still don't know which slippers they are. If anybody has actually written down the item numbers and knows, this is slipper bag number 4 at 304.
I'll result for this item.
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 16 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion of Ana Walshe to this profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 77 times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals, unknown unrelated individuals. This provides limited support for an inclusion. Our DNA unit valid
77 times more likely is a hell of a lot less than 12 quintillion times. Did you just say 77 times? Hold on.
Of Brian Walshe.
The DNA profile from this item is at least 77 times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals, unknown unrelated individuals. This provides limited support for an inclusion. Our DNA unit validation studies have shown that there is an inclusion of non-contributors in this range, likelihood ratio range of about 2 to 1,000, and adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion.
So what does that mean?
So when we do these calculations for the likelihood ratio, we're relying on the DNA profile that we observed in that evidence item. The more data we have there, that means the more of these 26 locations where we observe this DNA profile, the higher the statistic will be for an inclusion. And that's because there's more support and more data observed. When there is limited support for an inclusion, it means that the data for that contributor in that mixture, so it doesn't mean everyone in that mixture was had less DNA, just that one contributor, one or more contributors had less DNA available there for comparison, so the statistic is lower because of it. In our validation studies, what we did see, because all humans do share some DNA with each other, that we would see some non-contributors, meaning that people who really shouldn't, we made mixtures where we knew who was in those mixtures. And so we would have some non-contributors get a positive likelihood ratio that's inclusionary, show that they're included when they really shouldn't be included. And it's because they happen to have some alleles that are common with what was observed in the DNA profile. So in this case, for the statistic, even though there is support for an inclusion, that support is limited, meaning that there is less data available.
What is an anillion?
An anillion is 1 followed by 30 zeros.
What type of cells is DNA found in?
It is found in all kinds of biological cells that we have, such as our blood cells, which are our white blood cells, our hair cells, skin cells, saliva, anything we could have in our body that has a nucleus. Any cell that has a nucleus would have DNA in it.
And what of those is potentially found in a shoe?
From a shoe, it could be if there's a biological process that's deposited on there, that biological fluid could contribute DNA, or more typically for clothing and shoes, it would be from skin cells that are from wearing that shoe multiple times.
Do your results tell you what type of cells these came from?
No, they do not.
And do the individuals have to contribute the same type of cells?
No, they do not. One of the things that could cause a mixture of DNA profiles is if there's different types of cells from different individuals that are contributing to the same evidence item.
What is item 9-32.1.1?
That is a sample of an interior sleeve cuff of a Tyvek suit that was found in bag number 6 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile for this item was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 4.8 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is at least 100 trillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
So when you say things like this supply provides support for an inclusion, is that standard language that you're using?
Yes.
And standard language for whom?
The standard language for forensic DNA analysis in general, and then at our laboratory, we've adopted this language as part of it. Many laboratories would use very similar language.
What is item 9-32.2.1?
Sample from stain A of the exterior left pant leg of the Tyvek suit from bag number 6 at 300 Forest Street.
And is this the same Tyvek suit that we just discussed previously in 9-32.1.1?
Yes.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
For this item, there was the DNA profile was a female DNA profile originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known?
No, this is the Tyvek suit. This is an exterior pant leg stain on the Tyvek suit. Is that something that was confirmed to be blood? Saying that it's Ana's blood on the exterior? I don't know. I guess maybe we'll find out.
Profile of Brian Walshe.
Brian Walshe is excluded from this single source female DNA profile.
What does that mean?
So the single source DNA profile is probably the easiest ones for us to do a comparison, because we should be able to see if the single source profile we have from the evidence matches the one profile we have from our known standard or the reference we have. So when I say somebody's excluded, it means that the two profiles don't match each other.
What is item 9-32.5.1?
And that is a sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit.
And is this the same Tyvek suit as discussed with items 3 and 4 that we previously discussed?
Yes.
But is this a different stain?
Yes.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 110 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion.
And what is sextillion?
A sextillion is 1 followed by 21 zeros.
I'm sorry.
21 zeros.
Thank you. Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is estimated to be 6 times more likely if it originated from two unknown unrelated.
13.1.
This was an unknown tissue that recovered from the Swampscott dumpster.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This was a female DNA profile originating from a single contributor.
A bloody tissue?
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
Just to recap, a nonillion is a 1 plus 30 zeros.
So I want to move on now to the next round of DNA testing. What is item 5-1.1?
This is a sample from swabs of red-brown stain K on a basement floor in 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 15 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. And again, this provides support for inclusion of Ana Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 7-10?
Stain. See, now we have to go back and remember the other guy's testimony. The stain on the basement floor, the confirmatory test was blood. And now she's saying that's Ana's blood. That was like a drop of blood, right? I don't think it was skin tissue because they didn't find any skin tissue in the dumpster at all. They did find some what looked like bloody tissues. There was no skin tissue found at all. I don't want to confuse everybody because the medical examiner said there was no tissue. And so we have to differentiate between skin tissue and Kleenex.
Point 3.1.
This was a sample of stained area C on the blade of a hacksaw, placard number 8, 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
For this item, a female DNA profile was obtained originating from a single contributor.
Uh-oh.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for inclusion of Ana Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this
Right, because
DNA
it was
profile.
female. Ana's DNA was found on the blade of the hacksaw. That's the most important part so far for me.
What is item 7-10.4.1?
That is a sample of the handle of the hacksaw, placard number 8 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The female DNA profile was obtained originating from a single contributor.
On the handle
And were
of the
you
hacksaw.
able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe than from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support that Ana Walshe is included in this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
So his DNA was not on the handle of the hacksaw, but Ana's was. Could have been wearing gloves, I guess, right? Okay. Is the jury, there's a juror looking slightly puzzled, says Kim, about him being excluded from the handle of the hacksaw and Ana's hand on it, Ana's DNA on the handle and the blade. Must have been wearing gloves, right?
If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Sounds like gloves and transfer. He even wore gloves to the store. It's true. I mean, you know whose DNA could have been on that hacksaw is the self-check cashier that helped him load all the stuff into his cart.
What is item 9-22.1.1?
That is sample from stain A on a white towel number 1 with red-brown stains on it that was found in bag number 2 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe than from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Ana Walshe to this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
I mean, it looked like a bloody towel to me.
What is item 9-28.1.1?
Somebody's going to
This
make
was a
chart.
sample of stained area A on apparent hairs found in bag number 4 at 300 4th Street.
What was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed on this item originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Ana Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 9-31.1?
That is a sample from cutting of red-brown stain on a piece of rug from bag number 5 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Ana Walshe to this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
Moving on to the third round of DNA testing. What is item 7-13.1?
It is a sample from area A on the head of a hatchet, placard number 8 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result from this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 33 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion of Ana Walshe to this DNA profile.
I mean, her DNA is on the head of the hatchet. I think now I might be leaning a little bit towards dismemberment. He did not plead guilty to dismemberment, though. I'm still dying on that hill. He didn't plead guilty to it, but now to me, the fact that her DNA was on the head of the hatchet makes it more likely to me that he did actually dismember her. But let's keep going.
Conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe.
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 7-13.2.1?
That is the sample from the handle of the hatchet, placard number 8 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile from this item was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors. Due to limited information available, contributor 2 was deemed not suitable for comparison purposes.
So, were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is at least 2.6 octillion times more likely if it originated from Ana Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unrelated individuals, and this provides support for the inclusion of Ana Walshe to this profile.
Could be cross-contamination.
And what does it mean due to limited information? Contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison.
Could be transfer DNA.
It just means that in this mixture DNA profile, the data that is observed for one of these two contributors is so low level that we would not be able to make a comparison to any known reference standards. So we test 26 locations. We require in our DNA processing that data must be observed at a minimum of 3 locations for us to be able to do any comparisons to it.
I'm not saying they were all put in the same evidence bag, but they were all in the same garbage bag or compactor, because the witness couldn't really tell us this morning, Mr. Sheehan, where these items were found, if they were all in the same garbage bag, if they were all in the compactor, if they were all compacted together. Is it reasonable doubt? And again, this still goes to everything that allegedly happened to her body after she was already dead, as Tiffany points out.
This case data was observed at less than 3 locations for this second contributor.
And what is an octillion?
An octillion is 1 followed by 27 zeros.
And you said that you were able to provide support for Ana Walshe, but were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from the first contributor that's suitable for comparison in this DNA profile.
So what does that mean?
So since it's a mixture of 2 contributors and I can only compare one of the 2, that one contributor, the DNA profile shows that it's the likelihood ratio shows support for inclusion of Ana Walshe to this profile, but Brian Walshe is excluded from that suitable for comparison first contributor in this profile.
What was item 9-20.1?
That was sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stains on it, found in bag number 2 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
Brian.
There was a male DNA profile obtained on this item originating from a single contributor.
Because they put gauze
And were you
around his
able to
finger.
come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Ana Walshe?
Ana Walshe was excluded from this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
The DNA profile is at least 23 octillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support that Brian Walshe is included as a contributor to this DNA profile.
And what is an octillion?
An octillion is 1 followed by 27 zeros.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
So Brian made sure to, put some gauze around the cut on his finger. So we got that. Yeah, we're still waiting. There was only one person at their New Year's Eve party. His name is Jem Mutlu, and he will be testifying tomorrow after they do a voir dire of him in the morning. So what do we know? We know that Ana Walshe's DNA was found on the head of the hatchet and the handle. And here comes Larry with his cross.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you pull a rabbit out of a hat? You can't tell when the DNA got there, can you? You can't tell if it was cross-contamination, can you? I mean, that's where he's got to go with this, right?
I think you said it in your, in some of your answers in regards to the first round of testing that you testified to. And was that testing, was the report issued on January 13th of 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
And in the context of some of your answers to the testing results that you told this jury about, for instance, sample 9-27. 0.2.1 at paragraph 1 on page 2.
Mm-hmm.
You indicate that it was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors.
That's correct.
Now, as you were explaining that and some of the other conclusions and the results of testing, you used the phrase at least 3 people, correct?
That's correct.
So when you write this report, and you include the phrase, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, it's more accurate to say the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of at least 3 contributors?
No, when we are doing our testing, we are using the information that we have in our profile. And in order to do any comparison analysis or further any kind of interpretation on it, we have to determine the number of contributors. So in this case, the data that I observed showed that there was 3 individuals in this. There could be more, but it's not in the data that I observed.
There could be more, though.
Yes, obviously the instrumentation we use, there could be contributors that are there that are not detected, but the ones that I observed, the profile showed a mixture of 3 contributors, which is how I interpreted this profile.
And when you interpret the number of mixtures, like you've just explained to the jury, am I right in saying that since we each inherit 1 allele from our father at a particular locus and 1 allele from our mother, then we typically have 2 different alleles at that one particular locus. Is that fair to say?
We could have 1 or 2 alleles at a locus, depends on if you inherit the same characteristic from both the mother and the father, or you inherit 2 different characteristics from the mother and the father.
And when you inherit the same allele, your father gives you the same allele as your mother, that would be a homozygote. That would be another way to frame that.
That's correct. That's a scientific term for that.
as opposed to two different alleles. Your mother gave you one allele, your father gave you a different allele, then you'd be considered a heterozygote at that locus.
That's correct.
So what you're doing is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, what you're doing is you're looking at all the alleles that you have in front of you on a particular sample, and you're trying to determine how many, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, you're trying to determine how many peaks you have at a particular locus. And for instance, if you had, for instance, two heterozygotes combined in a two-part mixture, you would probably expect to see 4 different alleles there.
If we were looking at a mixture of 2 contributors, we would expect to see up 3 or 4 characteristics at the location. When we are looking at the DNA profile, he mentioned the word peaks. They kind of look like an EKG. If you can imagine like peaks and valleys on an EKG, that's what our data looks like. And so when we're looking at that, we are trying to just not only look at how many of those peaks are present, but what the level of each of those peaks is, because that can also tell us if it's coming from different individuals. So you would expect that if the same individual is contributing DNA to it at all of these 26 locations, they would contribute similar amounts of DNA at all the 26 locations. And so if we see some high peaks in one location and low peaks in a different one, that could also tell us that there is a mixture present as well. So not only looking at the number of peaks that are present, but also the level of these peaks.
And so there are some assumptions being made about the way you interpret the data.
The assumptions we're making is based in science that we inherit half our DNA from our mother and half from our DNA, half our DNA from our father. So we expect to see 1 or 2 alleles or peaks at each of these locations. So we're using that information to then assess the profile to see how many contributors are in this profile.
And without complicating this too much, and I don't intend to do that, but there is observed in DNA testing data, not just at a particular allele, 1 allele if it's a homozygote or 2 alleles if it's a heterozygote, but there's actually times when there's a triallelic allele, all right?
That's correct.
And so that's all I meant about the assumptions. And I understand they're scientifically based, but there are assumptions being made, correct?
Right. So if there is something like a triallelic pattern, there is a pattern to them. And we do know what those patterns look like. And what triallelic is that during the process, during the cell formation that happens, there's a mutation that occurs in the DNA that causes an extra copy to be present, either of either the allele from your mother, or allele from your father, or a form of that allele. And that would cause, instead of seeing 1 or 2 peaks, we would see 3 peaks present for that person. But those usually have a pattern to them. And we can look at that, especially in single source profiles, and determine that. I did not observe any such things in the profiles that I saw in this testing that we did.
It's very clear, isn't it, that you have in a lot of these samples, if not most of these samples, you have concluded that a profile that was associated with Ana Walshe from a known sample, you could see the same profile in many of these samples, correct?
For any of the ones that were single source contributors, meaning there's only one person, that's where I can make that exact matching from the reference.
And then the ones that are mixtures?
The ones that are mixtures, those we would have to compare the whole profile as a whole. So it wouldn't always just be a matching of the 2 different peaks that we see. It would be a matching of looking at that plus the information we have on the levels of that contribution to see how likely it is to observe that profile if they were included in this mixture versus not included in this mixture.
Thank you. We appreciate your very clear answers. And what I would like to ask you now is something that you said earlier on direct examination. Your DNA testing and your results that you're reporting to this jury, it does not inform you of how a particular biological substance or a nuclear cell that resulted in the DNA profile, how it was deposited on that particular object that appears here in the reports, correct?
That's correct. We cannot determine how the DNA was deposited.
And if I were to tell you and suggest to you that for many of these items that were tested, if they were found combined with other items in a bag, and those other items came into contact with each other, you would agree with me that you can't tell this jury if the biological substance that was tested on one object might not have been transferred simply from another object that it came into contact with in that bag, correct?
Overruled.
That's correct. It could be transferred from one item to another item in a bag.
And would that transfer that word you just used, would that transfer also occur if two items or more were placed in a single bag, and then that bag was actually compressed by a compactor that compressed that bag very tightly to reduce its size? Would it be even more likely that there would be a, quote, transfer between those two objects of biological material?
Objection to the hypotheticals? Rephrase your question.
Would transfer be more likely if two or more objects were placed in a bag, placed after that into a compactor, and compressed together where the items within that bag were compressed together?
Objection, same question.
Same result.
If two items come into contact with each
Is it
other,
possible?
there's a possibility of transfer of biological material on those two items, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And does the possibility of transfer between two items, would it increase if those items are pressed together tightly for a period of time?
I'm not sure if the chances would increase or decrease if they're pressed together, but if two items were to come in contact with each other, there would be a likely transfer of DNA.
So based on all of your based on all of your observations of the data and the results here, once again, you can't say how any of the biological material was deposited on any of these items, correct?
That's correct.
And you cannot tell the jury, and it's the limitation of the DNA testing, you can't tell when it was deposited, correct?
That's correct.
And for instance, if there is a particular object like a tool, let's say a hatchet, you cannot tell from your DNA testing if that hatchet actually ever came into contact with the biological material.
Objection.
I didn't finish, but maybe I'll start over again.
Penelope's calling you guys stupid. She's got to go to another chat.
Let me
You're
start
all
over again.
Stupid. The fact that you held down for 48 hours, you, Penelope,
The DNA
are
testing
super
on
patient.
a particular object does not tell you that that object was ever used against a person whose DNA profile appears on that object.
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you have told us that the biological substance that was tested does not tell you anything about how that biological substance got on that item, correct?
That's correct. The DNA testing that we do cannot tell us how or when the DNA was deposited on an item.
And I think you told us this on direct, but I just want to make sure I understood it completely. The DNA testing that you conducted here on the biological samples, that can result, the DNA profile can result from any nucleated cell, correct?
That's correct.
And so we heard you refer to skin cells, correct?
That's correct.
And we heard you refer to blood cells, correct?
Yes, except for red blood cells, all other types of blood cells do have nucleuses.
Okay. And so when you are given samples to test, you do not determine in your laboratory, and you can't determine based on your DNA results, whether your DNA results are the result of a profile coming from a skin cell or a blood cell or some other nucleated cell, correct?
That's correct. We would not be able to determine the cell type from which that DNA profile was obtained.
And even though sometimes you might get a sample that's identified as a red-brown stain on an item, especially an item of clothing, even if you got a full profile from that particular stain, you still don't know if the profile you got came from epithelial cells or skin cells versus blood cells, correct?
That's correct. We would not know if it came from any blood cells that were present on that item or skin cells that might have been present on that item as well.
And on sample 7-13.2.1, I think that's the sample that you explained to the jury that it was a mixture of two contributors, correct?
That's correct.
And even though you concluded that it was a mixture of two contributors, you said that due to the limited information, the contributor two, and you put in, you actually refer to it as contributors, and you put the S at the end of contributor in parentheses, contributors, two is not suitable for comparison, correct?
So a contributor is just, it's just one contributor. Contributor two is not suitable. The reason there's a parentheses S there is because we use similar conclusions when we have multiple contributors that may not be suitable for comparison. The wording that we use, like I said, it's from our protocols that is designed to sort of kind of cover all different types of DNA profiles that we can see. So in similar conclusions can be written where we would say contributors 2 and 3 would not be suitable for comparison, which is why there's a parentheses S there. In this case, the only contributor that I'm talking about that is not suitable for comparison is contributor 2.
I put a poll in the
That's all I
chat.
have.
So
Thank you very much.
come take a look and participate in the poll if you like. Yeah, if we can get a lot of votes on this.
Redirect.
Nothing, thank you.
Nothing.
You may step down.
If you were on the jury right now, would you vote guilty of murder 1, not guilty of murder 1, or you're still not sure?
See at the side of the bench.
She's going to see him at the side of the bench, and we're going to FF a little bit. You know, over on Law and Crime, it's 100% guilty, I'm sure. So please take part. Please participate. Kindly, if you will. I wonder if, I wonder what they're going to do. If this is the last DNA witness that they have today, since they are finished with her. I wonder if they will. I'm sure they told Jem Mutlu that he could leave. Probably, because she did say they were going to do it tomorrow morning, the voir dire. And that's some testimony I really want to hear. Jem Mutlu. Wait, Penelope, we need your vote. He's guilty, but the Commonwealth hasn't proven it. Okay, then if you don't think that they've proven it, then you, if being on the jury, would have to vote on not guilty, right? Because we're supposed to be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty that he absolutely committed murder in the first degree, requiring premeditation. He does not have to tell them what he did with the body because he did not take a plea agreement. He just pled guilty. Or pleaded guilty, whichever way you like to say it. I like to say pled. Just flows better in my brain. Yeah, that's an interesting comment, Johnny Mike. Johnny Mike says, I wish that the, wait, did you say I wish that the, oh, no, it was Karen who said, I wish the prosecutors spoke with more passion, right? Like you're saying, you would feel like they believed in their case more. Johnny Mike says no searches until January 1st. It was accidental or crime of passion. Not guilty doesn't mean innocent. In limousine. Did you change your name to in limousine? I'll allow it.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Michael Roddy.
Oh, Michael Roddy.
Hearings to do the truth.
No, we're a little tiny bit behind. Not anymore. Sorry, guys. I did what I could.
There you go.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. It's Michael Roddy, R-O-D-D-Y.
And where do you work, sir?
I work for Home Goods.
And what do you do for Home Goods?
I'm a district loss prevention manager.
And can you tell us what is Home Goods?
It's the place you go when you want to buy stuff for your home.
Yeah.
Okay. So I take it by buying stuff for your home, it's a retail store.
It is.
Okay. Now, Home Goods, is it part of a larger corporation or umbrella of stores?
It is.
TJ
It falls
Maxx.
under TJX, which also has TJ Maxx, Marshalls, HomeSense, and Sierra.
And how long have you been with Home Goods, sir?
Home Goods itself, 9 years, TJX 19.
And can you tell us about your responsibilities for Home Goods?
Sure. At the core, it's really protecting the assets of the company and the business.
And so how many, do you have a geographic region that you're responsible for?
I do. I cover 11 locations.
And of those 11 locations, are you familiar with a location in Norwell?
I am.
What location does Home Goods have in Norwell?
It's store number 122 in Norwell. I believe it's on Washington Street, Washington.
And that store in Norwell, are there any other TJX properties in that same plaza?
There's TJ Maxx right next to it. Same plaza.
Now, sir, are you familiar with surveillance videos that were turned over by Home Goods in this matter?
I am.
And have you had the chance to review them prior to coming to court today?
I have.
Have they been altered in any way?
They have not.
Now, sir, Home Goods, does it maintain its surveillance videos in good faith?
It does.
And does it do so in the normal course of business?
It does.
And when it's surveillance videos, I take it they're recorded digitally, correct?
They are.
So when they're recorded, they're going to a server?
They do.
And who has access to the server of surveillance videos?
Myself, direct reports of mine, and home office loss prevention.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Mr. Roddy, do you recognize this thumb drive I'm showing you?
I do.
Did you have the opportunity to review the videos from this thumb drive?
I did.
And they have videos from the Norwell Home Goods store for January 2nd and January 4th.
Yes, they do.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this drive with the Home Goods surveillance videos for January 2nd and 4th marked as the next exhibit.
Come back to your screen if you want to see the
objection to
video.
that?
Home Goods.
I believe we're at 251. Is that correct, Madam Court Reporter? That thumb drive is now admitted into evidence. The Home Goods Norwell.
Thank you, Brigitte,
Thumb
for your
drive.
5. She's very interested right now.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could the Commonwealth publish videos from the drive?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Shuda.
So Ms. Gilman, could we have the first video for January 2nd of entrance?
Shuda thinks Tipton's doing a great job. And
if you could pause right there, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Roddy, what is it that we're looking at here?
This is the camera. It's a public view monitor. When you walk into the building, this is the one you can see yourself on.
Now, Mr. Roddy, the date and time at the bottom for Home Goods, are those accurate or are they off in any way?
No, those are accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Here is somebody who looks like maybe it's Brian Walshe. Coming in the store, no mask, no gloves, pulling up his sweater.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video register home?
Did we get a date on this?
And Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store in Norwell?
So that is the front in our queue line. It's another public view monitor as you're walking towards the registers.
And when you say queue line, so are there items for sale in this line?
There are, yes.
And all the Christmas items are out. They're probably 50% off if this is after Christmas. So still have a lot of stuff left. Don't forget to come and vote in the poll if you will. 44% of you are still not sure yet. 45%. Only 29% of you are guilty of murder one and not guilty 26%. It's kind of split. Almost half of you are, and we only have 1,692 votes. We can do better, you guys. There's almost 7,000 people here. Come on in. We promise nobody will get your DNA if you smack the button. And also hit the like button while you're remembering, while I'm reminding you. Okay, where is he? Is he going to shop the 50% off Christmas aisle? Got a couple things in the cart. They look like they're rolled up. Maybe they could be rugs. It looks like maybe a rug and two runners. I'm sure we're going to see the receipt.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could stop for the record, we're stopping at 1 minute and 16 seconds on the media player. And Ms. Gilman, could you go to the third video, purchase home?
I don't think they sell tarps at home.
Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store?
That is the register. I believe that's register number 8, and it's a camera right above the registers behind them.
He's got a couple of smaller items that he's putting on the counter there. One thing got scanned. She's wrapping it in the paper, which means it's breakable. Putting it nicely in a bag. He likes to bag his own things, I've learned. Did he use his loyalty card again? I don't know. Looks like she's wrapping a second item in paper. That also must be breakable. Yeah, no self-checkout at the Norwell Home Goods. All the jurors are trying to figure out what the hell he's buying besides the rug. Well, thanks, Kim. Kim, don't get in trouble for having your phone in there. They're squinting at the screens, trying to figure out what it is. Let's see if I can zoom in on it a little bit more for you. Something else that she's wrapping, and then she's handing him a paper bag with 2 handles. Can't really see his face, but now it looks like that's a rolled up. It could be a runner. I'm going to say it could be a runner. And then it looks like there's a much larger item that looks like it's possibly a rug. Maybe they're candles. Oh, yes, the candles. Remember, weren't the candles on his list of things to buy? Right. Candles to get the cleaning supply smell out. Okay. Could be candles, but we'll find out. Do we have a date on this, anyone? I don't think they've told us about the date. Brian Walshe is definitely a Dexter fan, says Brigitte. And how's he going to pay for this one? I don't know. It looks like he was going to pay with cash. She was motioning. Oh, because the thing is back there. Oh, he's using. He had to physically hand her a card, like a credit card. And she's looking at it and typing numbers into her thing. Do you think she suspects? I don't know. He's like, man, all I wanted to do was come in here and pay and get out. And now she's handing him a receipt. We can't really see his face because it's blocked by the monitor. And he shoves it in his right hand pocket of his jeans or his khakis or whatever it is that he's wearing and takes his
Ms.
card.
Gilman, if you could close out of that
He
video
leaves.
and bring us to the fourth one.
Did he use a gift card? I don't know.
And pause if you could. Mr. Roddy, where is this in the Norwell store?
So that is an exit mullion. It's in the vestibule between both sets of doors to go outside.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play, please.
And he just walked
And
out.
Mr.
with all
Roddy,
that
what
stuff
is
in
the time upon exit? If you need to see it again, we could just bring it back up.
Yes, please.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. What is the time upon exit for the record?
It's 9:48 and 2 seconds.
And it's January 2nd?
January 2nd.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth approach?
9:48 a.m. Yeah, it has to be because it looked like it was light out. South Boston Kev wants to know why it's TK.
Mr. Roddy, you
Maxx in the
recognize
UK.
this document I'm handing to you?
I do.
What is this?
This is a receipt for a purchase on January 2nd.
Does Home Goods maintain its receipts in good faith?
It does.
Normal course of business?
Yes.
And I take it it's generated at the point that the sale occurs?
Correct. Once it's completed.
And this was also turned over to law enforcement in January 2023?
It was.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from January 2nd the receipt from January 2nd at Home Goods as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The home goods receipt from January the 2nd is now in evidence as 252.
Maybe the receipt will tell us if it's AM or PM because I don't think they're open before 10 a.m. I could be
Your Honor,
wrong.
the Commonwealth published 252?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, I have some questions about 252, Exhibit 252. At the top, it says TGX. Is that generated internally or is that what's given to the customer?
That is internally.
And so the customer would get a Home Goods at the top?
It would say Home Goods, correct.
And store 280122, is that the Norwell store we were talking about?
Yes, that's the Norwell location.
And now, sir, what does POS 8 mean? POS 8?
That is register number 8, point of sale.
And then cashier, the number, and then there's a name underneath it. What is the significance of that?
The cashier number is the identifier to the associate who's ringing the register.
And sir, are you familiar with the codes with the S underneath them next to the items?
Yes, those are the department numbers.
What is the 35 significant of, S35?
Department 35 is our candle department.
Lots of candles.
And going further down, what is S75 significant of?
Those are rolled rugs.
What was the total for the sale, sir?
3 rugs.
Total's $245.35.
And how was it transacted? Was it cash or charge?
It looks like 2 store value cards.
We used gift cards.
What are store value cards? And I'm sorry, I was interrupting you.
Hit credit.
No, those are just, they're cards. They work just like a gift card would work. Same thing.
Wow.
And if we could scroll all the way down to the bottom, there's a date and time.
Yes, January 2nd, 2023, 9:44 and 36 seconds in the AM.
So keeping this up on the redemption area, you had mentioned there are store value cards?
Yes.
So with these store value card numbers, were you able to track down when these cards were issued and where?
Oh,
Yes,
man.
we were.
No. It's like, is it like if you return something like after the expiration date for returning something, they give you like credit in a TJ Maxx card and you can use that at any of the stores? Okay, they tracked them down.
Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Okay, so you tracked them down. How did you, whose were they?
Mr. Roddy, I'm
was
showing
hanging.
you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's another receipt.
It's another receipt, but is it from Home Goods in Norwell?
It is not. It's from Marshall's.
And this Marshall's receipt, what does it have to do with the store value card?
Store credit.
So this looks like a return without a receipt at a Marshall's in Maryland. So when a return is done without a
Maryland?
receipt, the customer receives a store value card, store credit.
They were honest.
On this receipt, does it denote the last 4 digits of the store value card?
It does.
And so, sir, understanding that, do they bear any similarity to the redemption cards used?
They were honest. Of course they were.
Receipt that was done on January 2nd.
Yes, it does. On here, it shows the last 4 is 0256, which matched the purchase receipt.
And as a result of being a member of the TGX umbrella, are you able to get access to the marshal's receipts to find out which card was issued in corresponding to the redemption that was done?
Where's your store credit?
Yes, we can see each brand.
And this is the card that was issued. That was one of the 2 cards that was issued to do that redemption.
Correct.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this receipt from Marshall's as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The marshal's receipt.
I'm catching flies.
Is there a date on that so I can identify it for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. I apologize.
I mean, he can't go to Maryland. He's on house arrest.
Marshall's receipt, sir, before I get the date wrong, can you just...
It is December 28th, 2022.
Marshall's receipt from December 28th, 2022 is now in evidence as Exhibit 253.
And she was in DC at that time.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 253, the Marshall's receipt from, it's labeled Baltimore receipt.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, what's been marked as 253, where is the location of the Marshalls?
It shows it's in Baltimore, Maryland.
And this is the type of receipt a customer would receive, right? Because it doesn't have the TGX brand at the top?
Correct.
And what is the name of the customer?
Ana Walshe.
And could we scroll all the way
Got
down
her
to the
name
bottom?
on it even.
Pause. I'm sorry.
He returned a bunch of kids'
So
toys.
in there's issue of merchandise credit. Is that the card that you were speaking of?
It is.
Okay. And could we go all the way down to the bottom? And sir, can you tell us what you see as far as a date and time for the receipt?
Yes, it's December 28th, 2022. And the time is 4:30 p.m.
So, sir, that was for one of the 2 cards ending in 0256. Were you able to find card that you were speaking of?
It is.
It doesn't seem that they're going to look at it any more carefully than this, but it appears
the location of where is the location of the Marshalls?
That it looks like there's a credit here for 1, 2, 3, 4 children's toys and for some seasonal decorations.
It shows it's in Baltimore, Maryland.
So in there's issue.
And then some more children's toys and some stationery, maybe some Christmas cards she didn't send out or something. I have no idea. But there's $175 in store credit that she was issued for returning. No, she was returning things. These were returns on December 28th.
This would be Washington, D.C. receipt as far as the second redemption.
I do.
Is this a TGX receipt that corresponds to the issuance of the card we were just talking about as far as the second redemption card?
It does.
And again, these are kept in the normal course of business and in good faith?
Yes, they are.
The Commonwealth will seek to have this receipt marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor. This would be Washington, D.C. receipt. And can you tell me what type of store this is for? This is a TGX at the top.
This one is TJX. That one I couldn't be positive about.
You can just tell me it's a TGX store, but you can't tell me the brand.
Exactly, correct.
But could I mark this as the TGX Washington, D.C. receipt, Your Honor?
There's a date on that one?
The irony.
Mr. Roddy, can you tell us if there's a date on this one?
There is. Also, it's December 28th, 2022.
Any objection? The Washington, D.C. TJX receipt 12/28/22 is in evidence as 254.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 254, the Washington, D.C. receipt?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, where is the location of this store that issued the card?
It is Washington, D.C.
And if we could scroll down, Ms. Gilman.
Wait, don't scroll down too fast because we want to see what it is. I can't really read it.
See? And if we could scroll down, Ms. Gilman, how much was the card for, how much was issued as far as a card?
$216.44.
And what are the last four digits of the card?
4563.
And
Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm too nosy. Looks like apricot face scrub, but that doesn't look like a return. What was the return?
issued as far as a card?
$216.
For, how much was rolled down, Ms. Gilman?
Stop. Oh, man. Okay. Circuitry action, experiment, kids room, projector, laser. These look like purchases. They don't look like returns. Looks like stuff for the kids. Dance maker, game, playmat.
How much was the card for, how much was issued as far as a card?
$216.44.
And what are the last four digits of the card?
4563.
And if we could continue to scroll down, where it says returned refund, is there a date as far as what is the December 2nd date that we're looking at opposed to a December 28th date?
The December 2nd date would be the date of the original purchase of the merchandise being refunded.
And so the date at the bottom, December 28th, is when the refund was actually issued.
Correct.
Yeah.
You can take that down, Ms.
It's
Gilman.
hard for me to see the minus. The other receipt had parentheses
Now,
around it.
Sir, you also had the opportunity to review videos from January 4th. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is also what's already been marked into evidence. And at this point in time, Your Honor, I would seek to publish videos from January 4th, Norwell Home Goods Store.
Oh, more? He did more
Is that on the
shopping?
same thumb drive?
Same thumb drive, Your Honor.
251?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may publish it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, can we have the first video for January 4th?
Here he comes again. Oh, this is the same day that he went to that other Lowe's with his child. He's wearing that same members only jacket. That's when he fixed his hair, but he doesn't have a child with him this time.
And pause, Ms. Gilman. Sir, Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store?
That is the public view monitor again at the entrance.
And looking at the bottom of the image, can you see a date and time?
I can.
Can you tell us what the date and time is?
It is 9:57 a.m. on January 4th, 2023.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video? Mr. Roddy, what view are we looking at here, sir?
This is another register view right behind the registers.
Yeah, they don't have self-checkout at Home Goods. All right, let's see if I can zoom in so we can see what he's buying because we're nosy. Looks like, I don't know, that looks like a bath mat to me. Not sure. That could be a shower curtain, but I'm not sure. Well, that looks like another bath mat, navy blue, and that looks like a gray bath mat. I'm sure this time they'll show us the receipt. This is at the same Home Goods on January 4th. Right before 10 a.m. Is he redecorating? Maybe he did this in a bathroom. Summer coffee trials, Cupcake said. Yeah, none of this stuff was found, right? But this again is January 4th. This is the same day that the police came to his house to do the first interview. This is at 10 a.m. What time did the police come to his house? It was like right before noon, right? And Sheehan said there was no blood in any of the drains in any of these second floor bathrooms, or even I think first floor. Ooh.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Can we go to the third video in that file? Mr. Roddy, what part of the store is this?
That is the exit mullion again in the vestibule between the two doors.
And if you could pause, Ms. Gilman. What is the date and time on the video? And for the record, we're at 7 seconds on the media player.
It is 10:07 a.m. on January 4th, 2023.
Okay. Is he smiling? Hold on a second. I mean, again, the same day, he was smirking all day. He was smirking at the Lowe's, and it looks like he's smirking at the Home Goods. Shopping trips in between the police conversation. And they were there for a long time, if I recall, on the 4th, because he even let them search the house a bit, didn't he?
If you could press play, Ms. Gilman.
He did look right at the
Thank
camera.
you, Ms. Gilman.
Look at
Press
that
play,
again.
Ms. Gilman.
Watch. There it is.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
For the camera.
Mr. Roddy, were you able to produce a receipt for this transaction?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Roddy, is this receipt also maintained the same way that the other Norwell Home Goods receipt is maintained?
Yes.
And does this receipt correspond to the transaction for that video?
It does.
And what is the date on this receipt?
January 4th, 2023.
And at the top, this says TZX. So is that an internally produced receipt opposed to what a customer would see?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this as the next exhibit, Your Honor. January 4th receipt from Norwell Home Goods.
Any objection? The receipt from 1/4/23 from the Norwell Home Goods is now in evidence as 255.
Your Honor, if I may publish 255, the January 4th receipt.
You may.
Thank you.
Mystery Shopper Walsh is on top. Thank you.
Mr. Roddy, Mr. Roddy, I have a similar questions. Going down the receipt to the body of the goods purchased, what is the significance of 36?
36 is our towel department.
Oh, towels.
And what is the significance of 68?
68 is our bath mats or bath rugs.
Yeah, it looks like 2 white PK towels, the 30 by 56 size. Those must be like, those are pretty big, right? Aren't those like bath sheets? And then we've got a navy 17 by 24. Looks like a bath mat, like a little rug, and a 20 by 34 rug.
And going down to the bottom of the receipt, sir, how is this transaction negotiated?
It looks like there was 2 SVCs, 2 credits used.
And was one of them the 4563 that you previously testified about?
It is.
And going down to the bottom of the, is there a date and time on the receipt?
There is January 4th, 2023 at 10:05 a.m.
And you said there was a second SVC card. Were you able to find the receipt or the transaction for that in the TGX systems that issued that second card ending in 4481?
Yes.
He did all that in 8 minutes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, do you recognize this receipt?
I do.
Is this from a Marshall store?
It is.
And does this receipt show the issuance of the card that you just mentioned, the second card used to transact the sale?
Yes, it does.
And what was the date that this transaction occurred that issued the card?
It was December 8th, 2022.
And where was the store, where was the Marshalls located?
Hingham, Mass.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the Hingham Marshall December What was the date again, sir?
12/8/22. Any objection?
Judge is paying attention.
The 12/8/22 marshal's receipt is in evidence as 256.
Your Honor, I published 256.
You may.
Thank you.
All right, we have 2,700 votes in the chat. Let's try and get it up to.
Looking at this, what is
lot
the
more than
address
that.
for the marshals?
400 Lincoln Street in Hingham, Massachusetts.
And the initial transaction date is what, sir?
The original was December 2nd, 2022.
And going down, sir, what is the first, understanding this is not your store, so you don't know 23s, next to the item, what is the description of the item that was purchased?
Men's Best Brand.
And then the second item that was purchased?
Children's toys.
Now, sir, going down, if we could. Amount due to customer is what, sir?
$155.91.
And there is a merchandise credit number ending in what, sir?
4481.
And going down, sir, going down, Ms. Gilman, all the way to the bottom, the date for it is what, sir?
December 8th, 2022.
Okay, December 8th. I'm sorry, I might have heard you as December 28th, my bad. Now, sir, on this receipt, is there a name for the customer?
If we go up. So on this one, it is a return with receipt where we don't need ID to process those.
So there's no customer name at the top like there was in the.
Oh my God. So the first time when he went there to use the gift cards, he had to show his ID. I thought she was looking at his ID, but I was like, that would be ridiculous. Why would she need his ID? But maybe not. Maybe it was the gift card. But this one doesn't have Ana Walshe's number on it, so we don't know who returned this. But I did look the first time I thought he looked freaked out while she was looking at what I guess was the gift card, but what it could have been an ID. Hold on.
The prior ones.
There is not.
That's why Ana Walshe.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. All right.
Any cross?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge.
All right.
Right ahead.
Questions? Regarding these cards, the last couple of cards you just told the jury about. So am I right to just say that, or to suggest that there was some purchases made in or around the Maryland, DC area at some point in December?
Yes, I'd have to see it again. I'm not sure if it was a purchase or a return.
Okay, purchase or return. There was a transaction.
Yes.
And then whoever transacted that transaction, it's not a very good way to put it, but whoever did that, they eventually got some store credit that was applied to that card, right?
Correct.
And then they walk out of the store with that card, right?
Correct.
And then that card, of course, finds its way down to Massachusetts, and that card is eventually used in Massachusetts sometime around January of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Nothing unusual about that if a family is trading cards back and forth, correct?
Correct.
Did the Commonwealth, the state of Massachusetts here, did they ever ask you to try to get video of those transactions that occurred in December, for instance, from those Washington area?
From myself, it wasn't home goods, so not from myself. If it was from a Marshall's or TJ's district loss prevention manager, I'm unsure.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
And that's all he had. Did you try and get video from the other transactions with the returns? And he was like, yeah, no, it wasn't home goods. So, we didn't do that. Does it matter?
We're going to suspend there for today. I thank you for your work today. And bring you some updates with regard to the schedule. Tomorrow, I'm going to have you return to the courtroom an hour later because I don't want you waiting around for me. I need to attend to other matters that don't require your attention. And so I don't want you waiting around for me to be cleared. So you get a little extra time for yourself tomorrow morning. be here for a 10 a.m. start. I expect, although I don't really know for sure, but based on what I now know, I expect that we may finish the evidence tomorrow early. And so you may have a shortened day tomorrow. I just tell you these things to keep you as best informed so things don't come as a surprise to you. They happen that way, right? So that's the update on the schedule for tomorrow. I wish for you all a good night. And while you're having a good night, I remind you of your responsibilities, those orders. Don't do any research about this case. Don't speak to anyone about the case. Don't go on any social media or any news media of any kind. And continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in this case. Have a good night. See you back here at 10.
All rise for the court, please. There is closing notebooks. Follow me.
Sherilyn, thanks for your cash app, says the prosecutors didn't amend their case after the plea. That's what it feels like. It feels like they had all this stuff planned out ahead of time, and they're still trying to prove the cleanup. But still, have we seen any proof of the actual murder? I've seen a lot of proof of the cleanup. We've seen some DNA on the tools and other items that were in the garbage, but I still have not seen any proof of a murder. Let me see if you have. See what she's going to talk about here. Pammer says,
I don't have anything other than what we've discussed previously about your responsibilities of getting things to me. Other than that, I have nothing on my radar for tonight anyway, before we suspend tonight. Does anyone need to discuss anything else?
Not from the Commonwealth, Your Honor. Not at this time.
All right. Well, all of you have a good night.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Pammer says, I have to hear Yuri and Proctor. That could change it all. If we cannot trust the evidence,
Goodbye.
we cannot convict, right? Thank you. That is true. Just an ordinary mom says, Melanie, since the Massachusetts, I think you meant to say, murder one statute says premeditated or extreme atrocity or cruelty. Can a jury find guilty based on cruelty without premeditation? I'd have to go back and look at the statute and also look at the jury instructions. And also, we need to know whether or not they're going to have lesser included on the jury verdict form. So it is a little bit premature right now for that question, but remember to ask me that at a later time. And this person came in with all caps. A lot of crazy comments, all in caps, said, OMG, he knew about the affair beforehand. Can somebody point me to any evidence that we've seen in the trial, that he knew about the evidence beforehand? Because I haven't seen it yet. I'm waiting for that. I'm just saying. But thank you for your many, many comments in all caps today. Ms. Scarlett says, can all the cover-up be used as proof of premeditation? Well, the jury can interpret it however they would like, but they may argue that in the jury room. One juror may try and convince the others that all of this shows premeditation. To me, it shows post-meditation or cleanup. To me. I think he's going to have to take the stand. I don't know if he will. I think it's probably going to be a game time decision, but we're going to have to see. I want to see. Did you guys vote? Should I end the poll? We have over 3,000 votes. This is very interesting because I have a feeling on Court TV on Law and Crime, it is very, very different. Yuri has not testified yet. No. I'm going to end it here at 3,092 votes. 42% of you said not sure yet. And the question was your vote so far, if on the jury. 34% of you said guilty of murder one and not guilty of murder one at 24%. So, I mean, it's a pretty split decision here. And that was based on something like a little over 3,000 votes. If you've seen any polls on any other of the chats that you have been in, let me know what the results of those chats were, because I'm interested, because I feel like we have a lot of differing opinion here. And I like that. Differing opinions here. And I like that. Kelly said, DNA shows Ana Walshe, but not Brian Walshe, putting her there. He likely did it, but conviction at this point would be on my believed knowledge And that puts innocents in prison. Thanks, Kelly, for tuning in from across the pond and for your super chat. And Ashley says, thoughts on why he would plead prior to the trial since no deal was offered. They haven't proven to me that he did it. Thanks for all you do. Well, it's strategic, right? And maybe that's exactly why, because they haven't proven to you that he did it, but they're proven to you, or to me, or to all of us, that he did clean up after it. And so I think it was a strategic move. Is it going to work for him? At this point, it's too early to tell, and I don't know, but thanks for your 5 and all of your excellent insight. And Andy Bear, I think I looked at this earlier, but thanks for your 5, says maybe she set him up to where it looked so bad, no one would believe him. Took plea to get out of jury's hands. Ana being a spy seems more likely. A lot of people said, hell no. Hell no. All right, here's what's going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow, the attorneys are going to come in at 9 a.m. And Massad even agreeing with me. We often disagree on a lot of things, but Massad is even saying, I don't see any proof beyond a reasonable doubt that he actually killed her. And I feel the same way about that right now. I feel the same way about that. So here's the thing. Tomorrow morning, the attorneys are coming in at 9 o'clock. They're going to do a voir dire of Jem Mutlu, Ana's former boss and friend that was over for dinner on New Year's Eve. I'm curious to hear what the voir dire is about, and also what he has to say, and because I can't wait to hear his testimony. So we're going to cover that starting at 9. I'm going to have a great time tonight. Thank you so very much. Martina, my lady, where you been? Where you been? We covered that so early today. We covered that, I think, first thing this morning, that they're not seeking the death penalty against Matthew Farwell. Tell me you haven't been here all day without telling me you haven't been here all day. I'm just kidding. I love you. I love each and every one of you. Thank you so much for coming and hang out with me all day. We are going to have an early morning tomorrow at 9. The jury won't be there till 10. And the judge even said it's going to be not a full day tomorrow. Okay. Make sure you comment after the stream because it helps the algorithm. Make sure you smash the like button on your way out. Thank you very much on top for your super sticker and telling me to be safe. Make sure you thank the moderators, because without the moderators, we could not do this all day long. It is exhausting. It is tiring. And there are trolls who hate us. And not just me. You guys too. Remember that one that said you were all stupid? I mean, there's that. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, and above all, stay safe. I will see you in the morning at 9 a.m. bright and early on the East Coast. Thank you guys. I love you with all of my heart. See you tomorrow. Bye.